Okay, now the audio is on. Hello, everyone out there. Give us one moment as we usually do in the beginning here, because I am going to check to see to make sure all the audio is working. So I'm going to kind of fill the time here blabbing just to see if I actually get any audio feedback. So hopefully we're in the audio clear. As soon as this loads in, I'll be able to tell. Yes, awesome. Okay, so let's get rid of this. Start the day. This is like, I think this is, yeah, this I believe is the earliest we have ever broadcast at DEFCON 201. And hopefully it will be the last, because I am not a fan of the mornings. What's, no, stop. What are you doing, phone? 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 What are you doing? Phone? You good? Phone? No? No? Bye. So after all that craziness and the first instant rewards popping up, welcome to the DEFCON 201 live stream. It is 9/11, literally. This is so much of a wreck this morning. It is literally 9/11. So I'm going to go through the spiel and then we're going to check all this stuff out. Ooh, that's orange juice. Let's turn myself a little bit this way. As you can see, I'm not a terrorist. I'm also known on the internet as Side Pocket. I am one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. DEFCON 201 is sort of a makerspace computer hacker elite collective, and there's the first instant reward to get free crypto. But we are a computer hacker group that is based out of Jersey City, New Jersey. We normally meet the third Friday of every month. In fact, this month on the 18th was our last meeting for 2020. Thank God, because we get to then meet online because we still have COVID and people are rubbing their butts on doorknobs and licking them. But we get to meet up next month on January 15th. And if you want to know about those meetings or some of the other broadcasts, including, which we're going to announce a bit of details of at the end of this stream, what we're going to be airing tomorrow at 9 p.m. So we start this at 9 a.m. This is 9 p.m. For New Year's, involving Core DEFCON. You can go and check out our website at defcon201.org. We're also on all sorts of social media, such as DEFCON201NJ on Twitter. And then we're on DEFCON 201 from everything from Instagram to GitHub to the hostux.social instance of Mastodon. You can't get rid of us. We are literally legion and are all over the place. So let's get into what we're doing today, because unfortunately I have to go back to my dashboard here and recopy some things over, because I was like, hey, I thought it was all set up and everything, and then I went, oh crap, I forgot to set up all the titles and stuff. I should have did that yesterday. So I'm doing it now, and we're doing it live. So what are we doing? Why are we broadcasting this stupid early in the morning? Well, simply, there is a computer hacker convention that is going on right now, called the Chaos Computer Congress. It's one of the big computer hacker conventions every year around the world, based in Germany. And it's also one of the oldest, run by one of the oldest and biggest computer hacker groups known as the Chaos Computer Club. Normally, again, they would have this in Germany around December time. It's kind of so old and big that it used to, that's actually influenced DEFCON and especially Hackers on Planet Earth, or HOPE. But because, as they said themselves, they didn't want to cause a second wave in Germany, because that's how big the conference is, they decided to do everything remotely, which is fascinating, because so far everything has its ups and downs, and I'm actually more disappointed about what the downs are, to be honest with you, and I'll get into the bit of that at the end. And what's odd is that for years they have been broadcasting their talks on the internet. So I used to just watch this all the time, naturally, because I'm a broke American from New Jersey who's not a terrorist that can't make it out to Germany every year, no matter how many people invite me to room parties at the con in the country that I can't go to currently. But they have a challenge, because a lot of the stuff that makes up the Chaos Computer Congress, which is called rC3 this year, or Remote Chaos Computer Congress, hence 3 C's, Chaos Computer Congress, and R for remote. But the issue is sort of like, there's a lot of spontaneity. Like the joke is, you don't really know what you're not going to know what's going to happen at the Chaos Computer Congress until you show up. Like you have kind of an over idea of what the talk's going to be, but all the activities there, nobody knows. And some of the long stay repeating activities were just random shit that people did at one of these Chaos Computer Congresses years ago. So nobody knows. And that's the part that they've been struggling with trying to put together here. And I think the 2D world that they've made to kind of interact with is a little interesting. But, we're going to check that out. And so today we've been streaming for the last 3 days, kind of like we did for Hackers on Planet Earth this year, like we did for DEFCON Safe Mode this year. And so now we're looking at this German conference. Normally we would have started at 11, which is still stupid early for me, but, that's still a reasonable time. It is 9 a.m. What are we doing at 9 a.m.? Why is everything at CC? I know they're German-based, but, I'll put it right off the bat that one of my favorite things about DEF CON this year was the fact that all the talks, because they were pre-recorded, they just plopped on the internet the first day, so you could watch any of the talks in any order at any time you ever wish. Oh, all right. Hi, Vinayan, for following us. I hope I pronounced your username right. Thank you for following us on Twitch there. I'm actually going to get into about followings in a moment. But the thing about it is that for Chaos Computer Congress, everything's running on German time. So, and we're at Eastern Standard Time here in New Jersey in the United States. So to them, it's like 9, 10 a.m. in the morning and they'll stream to 6. For us, it's like 4 a.m. in the morning to 4 p.m. So when we're up late at night, they're all to bed. We can't party. And then every time they do interesting talks in the first half of the con, we're dead asleep. And so they're going to end the con today at around 1 to 2 p.m. And that's why we're streaming this early at 9. And because we're streaming this early at 9, I want to mention here that if you have any questions about my shirt or why I look like a bootleg Tim Pool right now and what's the rC3 again and what are hackers, what are we doing here, what is time, when am I, because COVID, we've been shut in for multiple months. It felt like this year was 8 years going on running. You can ask those questions in chat. I love talking, interacting with the chat. Otherwise, if you don't want to talk, though, that's fine. I also like lurkers, too, because my theory is that if you're lurking, you're also learning. So keep lurking and keep learning. But if you have any questions or you just want to interact, don't be shy to type something in chat, as long as it's not spam or just garbage or terrible text editors and crap like that. The other thing, which you're going to hear me do throughout this broadcast up until this ends, is that as much as I like torturing myself at 9 a.m. in the morning trying to watch some German hacker conference I can barely understand, we have been for the entire month, and we still are, trying to raise money for an awesome charity. That's that bar above me here. Trying to do I don't quite know where the screen limits are. There we go. That's the hand movements. There we go, up there. Called Child's Play. It's run by the Penny Arcade people. It's an awesome group of gamers. We were at their convention earlier this year called PAX East. And outside of the PAXs, they also run Child's Play. And it's not the Chucky movies. It's a lot better. Basically, Child's Play allows us this month and to be Hacker Santa Claus. They take the money that are donated in the fall, and they work directly with hospitals all across the United States to help out and entertain injured and disabled and sick kids across the nation. So whether they came from domestic abuse homes or homes with domestic abuse in them, or have a disability mentally or physically, or caught COVID or had a tree fall on them, they're in the hospital. We're here to help them out. I love, high amounts of money, 50 and hundreds. That would be amazing because we're literally over 1/3 of our way to our goal here. But even if you have, because we're all broke because of COVID, we're just all broke. But if you have $5 or $3 or even $1, just any money amount, and you want to be Hacker Santa Claus, you can donate to them. Because one, it's handled through Tiltify. We don't touch any of the money. We're just here kind of promoting the charity link. And two, is that as you know, we're trying to reach a goal by 300, which I hope to hit by the end of this, which will be the day after New Year's Day. So January 2nd is when this whole charity thing closes. And let's say it closes and we only make $299.99. Whatever money is listed up there by the time it ends, all of that goes directly to the hospitals to treat sick kids. So don't worry about, well, if I donate the money and then they don't reach the goal and then my money didn't go for anything. No, your money will go for something. And it's handled through an actual 50c3, so you know it's going to good stuff because we researched this beforehand. And if you want to donate when you're on Twitch, you can scroll below and we have a widget you can click to donate directly while you watch the stream. If you are on DLive or YouTube or Facebook out there, first of all, hi, especially all the people watching YouTube through Tor, through our links on the .onion. However, if you're on there, I have you. I'm going to type the link now. So we're going to type in child's wrong way, child's play charity. And this part's a little wobbly here, so I apologize in advance. Charity donate. And there is the link in the chat. So you're going to probably see me post this link through multiple times in the chat. Whether you donate or you hit that like bell and subscribe button to subscribe, follow, and like us on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and Facebook, or even better, if you donate any amount of money to Child's Play at the link I just posted, I get notifications that pop up on here and little sound effects, and I cheer you on. I cheer you on if you follow us, as you saw earlier. If you donate, even if it's $1, I shout you out by name and I super cheer you on and everything. We also get notifications, by the way, if we get bits, lemons, and super chats on the respective service. I just want to quickly, before we go to our first thing, to clarify something. So we did a very long, like 9-hour stream like last night. And so you're probably wondering, if you're on YouTube, well, it was up there a couple of hours ago. Why is it not on there now? And the good news is that it's not gone. The stream we did last night's not gone. I simply made it private. The reason why we privated that stream, and it's going to go back up later on, like this week, is simply because, and I actually, believe it or not, have to thank Twitch. I think the whole DMCA thing lit a fire to Twitch's ass, so they seem to be like correcting a lot of their stuff. And here's what happened. When I was watching the video again, it gave us an alert to let us know on Twitch that, hey, you by accident had some copyrighted music in your video. Because we were playing, which is what we're not going to do now, and this has actually been one of the big challenges of trying to stream the Remote Chaos Computer Congress, is that rC3 has their own streaming systems, meaning, they have to advertise to get people to watch their stream, but on the flip side, they're running their own stream. It's not Twitch or YouTube, it's their own system that they personally own and run. And that advantage there means they can show anything they want. They can show nipples, they can swear, they can play, they can play Tool and Michael Jackson music all day that they want. This becomes an issue when you're someone like us who are trying to like react and watch and interact with these talks and live stream it on more popular platforms. But because, they're on their own platform, they're like, hey, we'll just air AC/DC randomly. And so I have to quickly go and hit the mute button, because as soon as the algorithms hear the first 3 notes of that, all of our feeds get slammed at once and we're like taken off air. And especially since we're trying to do a New Year's thing this Thursday night, tomorrow at 9 p.m., going into past midnight. I don't want any of our stuff to go offline real soon. So the good thing is that Twitch, A, let us know, hey, there was some copyrighted music in the stream, and B, we're not going to ban you. What we're going to do is, because the video is so long, what they did was they pointed out on the stream where the copyright music is. It's like highlighted in red, and that section of the video is muted. So they auto-mute that section. So the whole video is not muted. You can still hear everything, but in the 2 small red sections where there's copyrighted music, they muted it so that way they don't have to be sued and we don't get to be sued and everything. So as soon as I saw that, I went onto YouTube and took the YouTube version of it down. And basically, probably after New Year's, because we have to prepare for New Year's after this, but sometime later this weekend, I'm going to go in, use that Twitch video to pinpoint on the time bar where the copyright music is and edit that out of the YouTube video. And once that's edited out, I will make it public again and put it under a whole profile that's listed as rC3 live stream, just like we did with Hope and DEFCON. So just to note that if you're on YouTube and you're like, there was this epic, amazing stream last night, where the hell did that go? Did they get deleted or something? No, it's not deleted. We just took it offline temporarily because we're going to go in, thanks to, ironically enough, Twitch for pointing this out, edit the 2 bits of copyright music out because YouTube is way worse with the DMCA copyright stuff, Millennium Act, than Twitch is. Dead serious. And then we're going to put that video back online on public. So that's what's going on there. So anyhow, I blabbed enough. Again, try to donate to Child's Play charity if you can, even if it's only $1. And we're going to now get into our scheduling here. So, if I've done everything, why do I... Okay, there we go. So, this time I don't need to go to external schedule. We have a small schedule here. And we probably missed a chunk of it already, but the first thing we're going to look at is this awesome talk called, it's in English, allegedly, called the State of Digital Rights in Latin America. It's funny because we were just talking about the DMCA here. And so, we often talk about, we're very, we live in New Jersey, which you could arguably, if it's his own country, hence the term the People's Republic of New Jersey. But we have a very, we try to be as global as possible. And again, we're watching a German hacker conference. But, we can only understand things at DC21 as far as usually American stuff go, which is why we talk about things like the Black Lives Matter movement and Sesta Fosta and, Microsoft and Google and things that have unfortunately homegrown here that are, terrible and or good. So one of the cool things about watching the Chaos Computer Congress is to see what people in other countries are, what their views and opinions are in terms of hackerdom and computer activist stuff. And so it's been very interesting so far watching the German views on things and frightening realize they have the same problem with electronic election systems. They have the same problem with police brutality and all this sort of stuff. But now both us and Germans get to be schooled because we get to listen to what Latin American people think of all the internet shenanigans going out there. So that apparently is in here in the Chaos Studio Hamburg. So we're going to load this up and hear what our neighbors in the south of this continent have to say. So here we go. And yes, I realize I have to reload the chat.
Access to smartphones and in general to the internet in urban areas, and there's more access to smartphones from men than from women and other genders. This is really important to highlight, especially when talking about COVID-19, because one of the proposals that the Latin American governments have had is that in order to know how much people have been infected with COVID, you should install an application on your phone that actually tracks your movements. And this, of course, has privacy implications for your the data around your location, but it also doesn't really make sense in a Latin American scenario because most of the people don't actually have a smartphone. So actually asking people to install an application for COVID-19 when they don't have a smartphone, or asking people to install an application to, for example, schedule health checks doesn't make sense in Latin America and just makes it wider the unfairness of the health system itself. And this is again an example of the unfairness of the ideas that sometimes local Latin American governments have, that they just see that other countries are actually creating application for tracking the COVID-19, but it doesn't really make sense into a Latin American reality. So yeah. On another topic sort of related to cohesion and unfairness is gender-based violence. So one study of the World Health Organization in 2002 showcased that the gender-based violence is the main cause of death of women in the world, and that 23% of women worldwide have reported some kind of digital gender violence. For an example, in the Latin America context itself, in Ecuador, every 71 hours a woman is killed.
Violence sounds like some sort
women
of
that get killed in Ecuador is not because someone, for example, was trying to steal something from them, but they were killed because they were women. So this is often times called a femicide. Latin American countries are pretty much sexist. As I said, most of the minorities in Latin America don't have a way to express their struggles or to gather support through mass media or through the discourse or to the main discourse that happens in the countries. So what they do is that they switch to social media or any other kind of digital tool to sort of empower the struggle that they are living. But what happens is that because they have been using social media or they have been using digital tools, some other groups have actually targeted them through the internet and actually surveilled their usage of social media. They have they have created strategies for hate speech, unauthorized dissemination of intimate images, cybersexual harassment, trafficking, usurpation of their identity, and censorship. So if you talk to any person or activist who's actually working on gender-based activism or in LGBTI plus activism, you will see that they are always targeted by the usage of social media. And there's actually, on some instance that I talked to some activists, there was actually a showcase that right-wing parties and right-wing people actually create trainings on how to actually harass activists by using social media. One important case to highlight here, and it's again from Ecuador, is the case of Juliana Campoverde, which is a woman that was killed by a Christian pastor. And what this Christian pastor did was that he hacked into the social media of this woman to actually try to convince the family that she was not disappeared. And this was actually at the beginning not even taken into account by the court, but later by pressuring it, it was actually taken into account. As I said, mainly the minorities who actually try to be actively fight for the rights of women or LGBTA plus A in Latin America get a lot of hate speech. They always get death threats, sharing of their photography, monitoring, commenting, reporting every post. They send them masturbation videos of men. And what also happens, and in one instance that I was helping one woman, for example, all of their photographies were taken from the social media, and it's a specific men created art based on them, and that was sexual nature of these photographies that this person took from her account, and that happens all the time. And most of the time when women or other groups actually try to publicly say that this is what is happening to them, or they go into the judicial system to say that this is happening to them and that is unfair and illegal, most of the time they are diminished because they say that this is just hysteria of women. In the cases of grooming, this specifically happens in Latin America for teenagers and for children. And what the research has shown is that it happens through the usage of social media for teenagers and the usage of games for children. One important thing to note here is that in most of global north countries, it has been said that one of the reasons why we should break end-to-end encryption of certain secure messaging application is because they're trying to find child predators that have or child sexual harassments that operate at a level that sometimes is international. And while it's true that sometimes they find the sexual predators, what happens is that this person gets locked or something similar, but not really a reparation for the people who were harassed in global south countries. So yeah, and as I said, there's massive attacks against people fighting for rights specific to gender. In one instance, for example, we know that they were even giving like training sessions for how to censor activists that were working in gender-based rights. For example, there was one instance in which they were given seminars on how to efficiently target and how to efficiently send like memes and create sexual imagery of this person, so they will silence themselves in their activist plans. So the goal is always to silence and intimidation. In the specific context of domestic gender-based violence, it doesn't happen as it is often highlighted in the global north, that it happens often by installing, for example, malware in the cell phones or in the devices of the victims. That doesn't happen a lot. What happens most of the times is that the passwords get stolen either by coercion or either because the person sort of guessed. Or what also happens is that most of the time in domestic abuse cases, what happens is that the perpetrator will take away the devices of the victim. They will take away their computer or their smartphones or whatever they have, instead of to isolate the victim. So it's not much more about installing malware as it is in global north countries. But in this case, there's a lot that is actually missing, and there's a lot of research that is needed around the topic. There's a lot of research to actually call this as it is. This is actually targeted surveillance, even though some people have actually not called it that way, because they say that this is just activists being targeted, or this is just activists that are complaining too much, or this is, the state of the world in which obviously, if you're a feminist, you will get all of these targeted harassment, but that's not true. This is actually what the research has actually shown in Latin America, is that this is actually targeted harassment around groups. So there are seminars to actually train to how to efficiently do this. There are Facebook groups and private WhatsApp group in which the social media of activists is shared, and people are encouraged to sexually harass or harass in any way these people. It's something that is missing, that is an interesting research to actually do, is to actually find out how the campaign of de-homosexualization clinics happen in Latin America. They are usually happening over social media. What is de-homosexualization clinics? It's basically some clinics that exist in Latin America that they say there are clinics for drug-related issues, so you recover your drug addiction. But in reality, what they are is that there are clinics in which LGBTIA+ people are actually kidnapped and tortured until they become straight. What actually means becoming straight, I don't know, but they are actually tortured. In many cases, they are raped, and this happens all over Latin America. And the way that these clinics are showcased or advertised is through the usage of social media. So it will be really interesting to have a research around what actually are the strategies that these people are making by the usage of digital tools. And the same for abortion clinics, and I put abortion clinics in quotes because abortion is mostly illegal in Latin America, with the exception of Uruguay, and since yesterday in Argentina. But what they do is that sometimes in university forums, in social media, they advertise these abortion clinics, which are not really abortion clinics, but are like just places where women go to think to have a safe abortion. But it's actually places where they either convince women to not abort or like try to kidnap them so they don't abort. This will be an interesting research to actually do. And if you want to know more details about gender-based violence and how it's actually executed in Latin America, I have an upcoming talk in Enigma around specifically this. But let's move on to another topic, and the topic is surveillance. As I said, when talking about activists, women's activists, and LGBTIA+ activists, and certain other different activists, I have already said that these kind of minorities get all the time targeted surveillance. Even if people don't want to call it surveillance itself, it is in itself surveillance of these groups and targeted harassment of them. But to the most classical surveillance that people have in their mind, the surveillance that is either mass surveillance or targeted surveillance of political opponents and human rights activists, let's talk it now in this point. So what is surveillance is also a question that has been asked when talking about privacy laws in Latin America. And one of the interesting debates that happened around that time was, what is surveillance? If it's only like, if you have the data of someone and you're reading it as a human, is that surveillance? Or that also includes, like, for example, if there's machine reading, meaning that if it's some bot gathering your information and later creating advertisement based on it, is that surveillance or not? And there's still some ongoing debate around that. I really like the definition made by EFF in this report, which is really good. So you should all read it if you're interested, in which it's not, surveillance is not only about private communication, reading private communication of another human being, but also collecting, monitoring, intercepting, analyzing it, using, preserving it, retaining it. So. And what I like about this definition is also that it says past, present, or future, because surveillance is not only about what is right now happening, but also how much it has happened in the past. In Latin American legality in itself, Latin American governments oftentimes allow some form of wiretapping or surveillance in the face of crime. In many of the definitions that I have found, they allow it in the face of crime if this is a serious crime, if it's terrorism, or is it to aid an investigation. What exactly is a serious crime is not actually defined, or when does a crime become serious. What actually defines terrorism itself sometimes is not actually properly defined, or when to aid an investigation is actually a good case for actually having wiretapping. It's actually also not really defined. Measures of other means of surveillance is not really there. So for example, there's not really an instance in when they say that mobile installation is allowed. But in practice, as you will see in a few slides, that actually occurs. And most of the times when there is malware that is being installed to target political opponents or human rights activists, it's oftentimes malware and software that is sold by global north companies, which opens up many questions that I will cover in a few minutes. In the case of location tracking, also some kind of access is provided depending on the Latin American country. In Colombia, for example, just to give an example, it is required that telecommunication services, the two main ones in Colombia, Claro and Movistar, and network providers, hand over location data to authorities. In Ecuador, it's actually really easy to get location data about someone. It was an instant, for example, if you go to the police and you say that someone is disappeared, they will actually turn location tracking for that person in order to find it pretty easily. But something that is oftentimes found in most of the laws of Latin America is that, well, it says that authorities can get access to location tracking. There's no clear distinction around which authorities actually have access to this location tracking, or even more, if the authorities share between other authorities, how is the sharing actually happening? That's not really defined. In the case of Brazil, Colombia, Chile, Mexico, Peru, and Honduras, they all have data retention obligation, which requires that they log vast amounts of data about the users and provide law enforcement access to it if they need it. In the case, for example, of to aid an investigation of a serious crime. In practice, this is really oblivious and opaque to the user. Sometimes there's some kind of notification that says that if you're using a service, this data is logged. But most of the time, the user don't really know that this is indeed happening. And if you ask an everyday person in Latin America if they know that their data could be potentially used later to aid an investigation, or that it could be given to authorities, most of the people will not really actually know that that's indeed what is happening. And again, there's no clear distinction around which authorities have actually access to it. So let's talk about in general about the question of surveillance, if there's actually mass surveillance in Latin America. What it has been shown that in contrast to the global north, there's not this traditional instance of mass surveillance, in the sense that there have not been really that much leaked documents that showcase that there's a plan from the government to actually surveil all the citizens at this scale. But there has been very much instances of targeted surveillance. It could be, and it's mainly reasonable to say that there could be mass surveillance, but at least so far we have not had that much of examples of it. Some notable examples of actual targeted surveillance are the software installed by Colombia that's called Esperanza, and the other one that was sold by Verin System that is called Puma, and this was a spy software for telephone communication. And it was targeted towards journalists, political opposition parties, human rights activists, and this was all done during the Álvaro Uribe's government in Colombia. Most of the time, the software, or the reason why they try to justify that they bought this malware and they bought this software, is because they try to help anti-kidnapping operation, anti-extortion operation, anti-terrorism, anti-drug trade. And this is a common thing all over the world, that the reason why they say that they break end-to-end encryption or that they need to buy malware is because they're trying to aid criminal investigation of some kind. Citizen Lab and the Canada Center for Global Security Studies Monkey School of Global Affairs actually revealed the existence of command and control servers from Team Spy, the Gamma International Team Fisher remote nutrition surveillance software, in Mexico and Panama, in Venezuela and Paraguay. And of course, the spyware was developed by a German-based company. And the same happened with the hacking team in other countries, mainly Brazil, Colombia, Chile, Ecuador, Honduras, Mexico, and Panama. And it was the same. It was mainly targeted to political opponents. It was targeted to human rights activists. It was targeted for journalists. How it was bought, that raises a lot of questions of why the global north countries and these companies were actually selling this malware to governments. In the legality of it, these companies couldn't actually sell it as it is. So they tried to find a legal way to actually sell it. The way that they found is by using intermediaries, mainly, for example, in the case of Ecuador, there was a Colombian-based company that was the one that was buying the software from the from the global north companies and then reselling it to Colombia and Ecuador. Another question is if it was safe to use, in the sense, was this malware really doing only spying on the political opposition or whatever they wanted to spy, and it was not backfiring and also logging data of the Latin American governments or the people that were inspired. As we know now, it was also doing that. So there was not even a notion of the governments that bought this or what actually they were buying. And what about sovereignty? What about actually buying another software from another country to actually spy on your citizens? That raises a lot of questions. In the case of secure messaging, what we have found is that there's not a lot of usage of actual secure messaging in the sense of traditional secure messaging application that exists today. In the case of Signal or in the case of Wire, mainly people in Latin America use social media. If they're activists, they mostly use social media because that's the only way, as they don't have access to mass media, the social media gives them a way to access to have a way to publish what they are doing in some kind of way. And the way that, for example, they operate, how they are going to create meetings, or what kind of a strategy they are developing is through the usage of WhatsApp groups. There's not much usage of Signal that I have known of because it's not so known, because it's too slow. Specifically, when I have spoken with journalists in Latin America, they sometimes have told me that they don't use it because it's too slow, because people cannot really send documents through Signal because it will take forever, because it's too difficult to use, some people say it, and mostly because contacts do not use it. So most of the people don't really use Signal, and so therefore they don't really use it. If your family or your friends don't use it, then you will not use it also. Something that is really used is Telegram, because they have sort of a marketing campaign for Latin American activists. So most of Latin American groups actually use Telegram. All the secure messaging communication systems are hardly used. You hardly see people actually using OTR or PGP because they are much more difficult to install. So not really that much used. And what often happens, specifically if you're talking activists about that fight for indigenous rights, is that they often don't have enough economic advantage to actually buy lots of the smartphones and put Signal into it, or buy a lot of computers. What they do is that oftentimes they have one desktop computer and they share it between each other because that's what they can. So in these cases, there's not a really good solution for secure messaging for them. There's one instance in which you can actually say that there's a country who has actually asked WhatsApp to actually surrender encrypted data of someone to aid an investigation. And in this case, it was Brazil between 2015 and 2016. And because WhatsApp refused to provide this data, it was blocked during that time, which to this day, there's still some debate about the legality of actually blocking it or not. So as I'm running out of time, let's go directly to some conclusions. So in conclusion, there still needs a lot to actually think about Latin America in terms of the digital tools and the privacy of them and the surveillance that you can actually make of them. And there needs to actually be thinking of a Latin American context and what means privacy to the region itself, instead of just thinking that we need a law, so we're just going to just, copy some of the same concepts and put the same into the Latin American concept and all work the same. The same in the context of COVID, that even though it's a nice idea maybe to have tracking applications for COVID-19, if they are privacy preserving, of course, but maybe in the Latin American concept, it will not make sense because not a lot of people have actually access to one smartphone that they carry around all day. It's still a need to think about the data that's consumed by other countries. So mainly because most of the people in Latin America are using social media that is developed by other countries, and mainly they're using Facebook and WhatsApp, what actually means that the data gets stored in another country. We need to think about the malware market and why certain companies from global north countries are actually selling this malware, and what does it mean, and what legality has that actually. What we know is that malware is mainly used for targeted surveillance, specifically for journalists, but it's hardly used for digital gender-based violence. I know that there's a lot of studies from the global north for how malware is actually installed for spouseware and other kind of this, but it's not that much used for gender-based violence in Latin America. In Latin America, it's mostly about hacking social media accounts or restricting the access to the device. we need to more research to actually know how digital tools, how harassment over digital tools actually impact the minorities. What actually means, for example, for women's rights activists or LGBTAI plus activists to actually be harassed all the time and monitor all the time their activities through digital tools. And we also need to think if there's a secure messaging solution that actually works in Latin America for activists that sometimes don't have the same level of access to technology as they do have in the global north, or the same access to the internet in general, the connection of the internet as in the global north. More details around all of this will be discussed actually at a panel that I will be inviting you now all to happen maybe in January and February, and to actually talk to people who have been doing all of this research around what actually of the findings are and what we can actually do to actually think about a specific way to create a secure messaging solution or to think about privacy in a Latin American context. Just some time of reference, if you want to read about privacy laws, I'm putting some links here, the same for surveillance, the same for cohesion. When I say cohesion, is COVID, domestic abuse, hate speech, gender-based violence, and all this. With that, thank you very much. I don't know how the questions were, but yeah, thank you very much.
Sofía,
yes.
Muchas gracias para esta presentación muy interesante. So, thanks a lot for that really interesting presentation. There is still time for some questions here. Use our rC chat. It's linked in the chat tab below in your video browser here. You can also go to Twitter and Mastodon. rC3-CSH would be the hashtag. So far, let me quickly see. Yes, no questions, but I have a couple of questions. So in the meanwhile, folks, if you're interested, send us your questions. They will be collected and forwarded by me. In the meanwhile, I have a couple of questions, let's say, to you until the others come up with their questions. You said that police treats females which have been harassed when they go actually to indicate that there's something really going wrong as hysterical beings. So the question is, for me, that's a typical, say, male reaction. So what's the distribution between males and females in police, in jurisdiction, like, for example, judges, lawyers, and so on and so forth.
The stats in the IRC chats across your fingers.
Certain disequilibriums, no? Disequilibrium.
Yes, there is not a balance between the number of women in the police and in general in the judicial system in Latin American countries, even as far as going, like, for example, women presidents in Latin America are hardly a thing. I can think of an instance in Argentina, in Chile, in Brazil. In my country, there has not been an Ecuadorian president, although it should have happened because there was actually an Ecuadorian woman who could have been the president, but they didn't allow her. Anyhow, but yeah, there's always a disadvantage about it, which actually asks the question if there will be more women in the police or in legal authorities to actually believe women. That could certainly be the case, but it could also be certainly the case that even if there were women, sometimes when women join mostly male-dominated fields, what happens is that they integrate into the same pattern of thinking, so they get more easily. So they feel more ease at comfort on the work that they are doing. So that could also be that even there are women that will be still treating other women reporting bad because they have integrated into the same male thinking just to preserve the job.
Okay, well, that's a sad story, obviously. I mean, that's exactly the way it shouldn't work. Okay, we have some questions flowing in. So the first one is, what is the reason for people not thinking about their own privacy? What do you think about?
So in general, I think that in Latin America, there's still in digital tools, there's still not this notion that you are actually being surveilled and that the data that you are given to companies actually have some kind of cost, or that it has some kind of that it has some kind of cost. So what people think is that they only use social media as they will be using casual conversation. They equiparate social media with that. Like, for example, social media is the same if having a casual conversation with someone, meaning that after I finish this casual conversation, it will go to the air and there's no record of it. So there's this notion of that. There's still some need to actually say, no, this actually is almost as writing something into a paper, because it has the same level of storage. It's not like only talking, it's the same. So that still needs to be actually pushed into the agenda, maybe in the same education system, to actually say the usage of social media or the usage of digital tools has indeed these actual implications. And this still needs to happen. I don't know if it's specific to Latin America. Certainly in Latin America happens, but I think it's also in the world that people treat the usage of specifically social media and WhatsApp as if it was like, casual conversations, but it's not actually the case.
Great. Thanks for that elaborate answer. Oh, wow. Now it's going on. That's good. We are having the questions now. Can activists operate properly under the circumstances that they actually know that they're being spied on?
There have been some instances in which activists have been actually targeted and sort of been aware of this. There's a lot of journalists who have actually been aware of this. And in Ecuador, for example, what they started doing is that they started collecting the malware that they were sent. So there's like a little collection of the malware that was sent to them, and they sort of realized this. But there was no way, for example, they sort of figure out this later. At the time, they were already targeted, because most of the time people don't have access in Latin America to antivirus software, because it's really expensive and your company will not pay for it. Or sometimes you install your antivirus software from buying it in an illegal way, the license in an illegal way. That happens a lot in Latin America. So there's no way.
License.
Yeah. In the cases also, sometimes when governments actually target political opposition or activists, they don't know exactly how to target. So there was one instance there was one judge in Argentina who got killed. And when people analyzed his phone, they found out that he had malware installed, but the malware was not functioning because the malware was only to be used for a computer, for a desktop computer, but not for the phone. So even the government sent this malware to try to target him, but it was not efficient because it was not for the purpose that they were wanted. So sometimes even when governments buy this malware, they don't know exactly how it works, so they just only send it. Is there a way that they can keep working? There's some ways that they can still work, but most of the time what activists in Latin America use is mostly they use social media and WhatsApp, and they get infiltrated quite heavily in those groups, so they can try. Most of the times what they do is that they have now created like a strategies on how to efficiently use social media and how to efficiently use WhatsApp. And if they actually need to come up with certain important decisions or certain important meetings, what they do is that they gather themselves in person rather than using any kind of digital tools. So that's like a common thing, that they prefer to meet in person rather than using any digital tool.
Okay. Okay. There's a question actually about this panel you've mentioned. Folks out there are not quite sure how to find it. So basically, if you can comment on that, that would be cool.
Yeah, so I'm still thinking of exactly what is going to happen. The idea is to having people from Article 19, from Charisma, from EFF. I did something similar on an event about secure messaging, but that was with activists from Hong Kong and Tibet. And this one is going to only be focused in Latin America. I will put on my Twitter because that's the way I put it. I usually send it also to mailing lists. Last time I also sent it to the TOR mailing list. But if people have an idea of what other mailing lists I can advertise this to, I can also send it along. It's very in a hacker way, in the sense that it's very self-created, nothing like advertised by big companies. So yeah, want to know about it, get in contact.
Just tell us your Twitter.
My Twitter is Klaus Sesewit.
Just tell us.
Here, there it is.
Perfect. That's the one we need. That's the one we need. Very good. Okay, let me see. We still have a little bit of time left now. Maybe another question. You were talking about data retention in several countries of South America. Are they usually then requested by judges, or do you have some information that this actually flows by some other weird, let's say, channels?
It flows by a lot of weird channels. Specifically, sometimes police itself has access to this data that gets stored if it's important for a crime. I don't know how much, for example, in companies, and that's a question to us in itself, for example, in the companies who have access to the data that's being stored by the same companies, if there's like some kind of internal guidelines of how actually who has access, probably not. But usually the police is the one who has access, or if it's in a serious crime, when I say serious crime, I mean something that it gets more like public attention or mass media attention. Usually it's the prosecution, usually it's the judge. Those are the ones who have access.
Okay. Yeah, we also got some tech comments here, basically. So one person is saying, well, would a cheap disposable live USB OS be of help for activists over there, for people like Tails, Ninja OS, or something like that?
It will definitely be of help. There has been some instances in, for example, the TOR project actually trying to reach out certain Latin American activists and actually helping them. And I know they have been doing lots of good work around that area. With Tails, it's a little bit less, because installing Tails for people is still a little bit scary. And sometimes they don't really know why they need to install Tails. And most of the operating systems that I have seen been used by activists, specifically indigenous activists in Latin America, is Windows. So, yeah. Yeah, that's not the way. But the other operating systems, they're a little bit tougher to use. And plus, you said people are very, very, let's call it illiterate when it comes to digital communication. I mean, they are using their phones and just think it vanishes in the air. So I think it's really hard to communicate use of those operating systems. I mean, there is also one. I mean, digital rights. Yes,
GI Jack, you're welcome.
Part of the topic. Somebody is wondering if there are hints that manipulations were done on the level of elections. Do you know anything about that?
Yes, specifically in Brazil, there's a really interesting cryptographer by the name of Diego Aranha, who actually made a huge research about the Brazilian elections. In terms of COVID, actually, this is an really interesting question, because some governments have actually been proposing to do digital ways to actually elect
Is that like a phone call ringing sound? What the hell?
They haven't come with a good proposal. In terms of physical elections, there's always manipulation in Latin America. In my country, in Ecuador, there has been lots of scandals of actually physical manipulation of elections, when they create forged ballots, when they toss out some like big containers of ballots that they don't want. So even in the physical sense, there's still lots of attacks around that.
Yeah, okay. Sophia, again, lots of thanks for this interesting hour with you. In the name of the audience, in my name, muchas gracias. They can actually reach you through your contacts. Now back to the studio.
Okay, thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.
So that was digital rights and activism and stuff in Latin America. And again, it's very interesting to see, what's the needs of various Latin American countries versus America. And this has always been my theory, but what I've essentially been finding out is that it's not that different. Actually, I'm going to try to make a Mastodon post here in a moment. But one of the biggest myths, and my thought on this is that it probably originates with. This is not like a conspiracy theory thing. This is an actual thing. I think this originates with the CIA, but I think this is just something that we permeate throughout American culture, and that's the idea that particularly I noticed that this comes a lot to some degree from the 80s, but it especially was pushed in the 90s, where when we think of Latin America, it's the same thing as when we think of like African American country. African countries. I wish African countries in the continent of Africa, where we think of when we think of like obvious dictator corruption and like genocide and stuff. We think of Mexico and Chile and Argentina and Venezuela and Brazil, and it's like, that's just they're like these subhuman creatures. But when you're like a minority in this country and you're like just awakened enough to kind of like notice what's going on here. There's a little QR code. Actually, let's see if I can attempt to scan that real quick if I can. It disappeared right when I was about to do that. But no, so there's like this whole issue where but the problem is that when you look at our country, like for years, especially in the 90s, like we've had and we have government level corruption up into the highest scale. We've had scandals and money launderings and affairs and draconian laws and stuff. And the only real difference between a place like Venezuela and the United States is that the United States, for the longest time, we could argue that parts of the nation still do, are the only people who are basically stupid enough to believe their own propaganda. So we have like literally the similar type of corruption, similar type of deep level corruption, same type of issues and other countries manipulating us and things like that. But we have convinced ourselves we are higher on the smell of our own shit. And so we've convinced ourselves that we are somehow above that and we don't have the same problems. And of course, throughout the 90s in particular, we spent years and years. I mean, this has been going on forever. There's like since the origin of American propaganda, like shortly, like during when the country was founded, we've had this. But I particularly, like in my experience, it really heightened in the 90s. That the best example I could bring up about our country as Jack starts yammering about something, I don't know if that's work or whatever. But it's that the example that I bring up, which is the term that I hate as someone who's a mixed race person, is the term. Oh God, I hate this. It's we live in a post-racial society. I have no idea what the hell that means. I especially don't know what the hell that means because I've had a lot of racism towards me, my family, my friends. Hell, I've had racism lobbed at me on races that I'm not even a part of. I've had a crap ton of like racism against Arabs. People thinking I'm like a quote unquote towelhead and stuff when I have no Arab ancestry whatsoever, which allowed me to then kind of realize, wow, I'm not even Arab and this is how they treat me. I can only imagine what actual Arabs feel like with this, And my favorite moment, because that slowly died as we went from the early 2000s to the mid 2000s, and when Ferguson happened, and like there was, police under the Merry Christmas banner shooting rubber bullets directly into people's faces, and BLM was getting everything together and stuff. That's truly when that phrase post-racial society died. And what we basically learned, which I think now we're slowly learning, that we've done this with every aspect of American society, is that racism, we didn't solve racism. We didn't beat back racism. We solved it by ignoring it, and that allowed it to fester so that when it came back, not only did it come back or basically revealed itself, but revealed itself to be like as bad or basically worse than it was before it was buried. Essentially, Americans only solved trying to get rid of weeds by cutting the weeds, by like mowing the weeds with a lawnmower, instead of doing what you're supposed to do and grab it by the root and pull it out of the ground, because if you just chop off the weed, it will always grow back. And like that's how we've been solving problems forever, is we've been putting tarps over things and pretending they don't exist. And so one of the sort of eeringly yet horrifying comfortings of watching Germany and Latin Americans and all these people going through issues is to basically realize that no matter how bad we think our country is, that like not only do countries go through this, they've been going through this longer than we ever have. And so it's basically our problem that we are so biased and so high on our own shit that we never really got our shit together. And I kind of feel like for a while America has been that like kid that went to that's going through college and he has rich parents, so his parents paid off all his tuition and stuff. So he's like kind of learning things at college, but he's just mainly like lounging around, partying, not doing anything. And I think we're at the stage now where the parents want to see results from the college you're learning, so they've essentially kicked us out of our parents' house, and our parents want us to get jobs now. And because we spent most of college, you know, doing beer pong and trying to get into every woman's panties, that like we, you know, we don't know how to do anything because, you know, we just wasted all that time. Just, you know, it's like what George Carlin said about the boomers, where the baby boomers, where, as he said, they grew up, they were given everything because, you know, post World War II, and they took it all, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and now they had a free ride, but now they're staring down the age of middle aged burnout, and they don't like it. So anyhow, next, the thing we're going to look at is watching the watchers, how surveillance companies track uh, using networks. Now, he's speaking German now, you can't hear it, but this talk is supposed to be in English. I'm actually going to double check right now. This talk is supposed to be in English. Yeah, now he's speaking English. So I will let you know about this. I am watching this, but probably in a couple of minutes, I'm probably going to have to turn the cam off again and go do adulting things. Now, still post stuff in chat. I'm going to keep checking the chat. I'm going to read it and stuff. If you want to ask questions in chat, you're more than welcome to. Also, again, we're trying to raise money for Child's Play, which is basically we're trying to be Hacker Santa's Child's Play. The money that you folks are donating is going to go for rehabilitating kids who are sick and injured throughout 2020, whether they caught COVID or have mental or physical disabilities or come from domestic abuse households. We basically want to be Hacker Santa and help make these kids' lives better beginning in 2021 than they have been in 2020. So, you know, if you want to donate $20 or $50, that's going to be amazing. But even if you have like $5 or even just $1, donate. You could donate to above. We have the link in the chat. I'm actually going to post it a second time. And that is not the link. I'm going to post the link in the chat a second time. And here we go. And if you're on Twitch, you could scroll down. There's a little widget you can click on in order to watch that, to donate while still watching the stream. And don't worry also about the goal. I'd love to reach the goal in 2 days, which is $300. But even if we don't make our goal, we're already over a third of the way to goal just by a couple of dollar donations. We've made it that far. But even if we only raise $299 by the end of this, any money you donate, all that money you see above, that's going to the hospitals to treat the sick kids at Child's Play. So don't ever worry about not meeting goals or where it's being handled by Tiltified Specialists, 501c3. All your money's going directly there, even if we don't meet the goals. So if you have $1 spare, because I've already donated, you're more than happy to donate. And if you do, I get alerts for those, and I cheer you on. And I see, even though I cheer you on, if you also like, follow, subscribe, and hit that bell on Twitch, D Live, or YouTube, which would be also grateful. And I do get notifications for that and cheer people on. I super cheer you on and talk to you and chat with you and stuff if you donate even just $1 to Child's Play. So keep that in mind. Okay, so we're going to do this panel. I'm probably going to turn the camera off temporarily, but I will be back a little bit later on. Like at max, I'll be back in like 30-40 minutes. And enjoy this talk. And I'm just going to do some adulting, but I'll be back, and we're going to probably be streaming for like the next like 2 or 3 hours. So enjoy this talk. I'm really excited for this talk. I'm going to be watching this while I do stuff in the kitchen, so enjoy.
And blocking them. I'll be explaining what they do, how they do it, how they've changed over time, and what we can expect for them in the future, along with plenty of examples. And interestingly, this is actually quite a topical subject at the moment. Surveillance companies are often in the news, but these 3 headlines are all from this month, December, which all covered roughly the same area about how surveillance companies are using mobile networks. And there have been many other headlines in the previous months and years for the last few years. But before I jump into details of these surveillance companies, it's worth remembering how we got here in the first place and why we are discussing this. Today, almost every network around the world uses 2G or the 3G network protocols. And what this And how these networks work is they use a protocol called Signaling System 7 or SS7. This is the backbone network which allows mobile operators to communicate within their network and between mobile networks, and what allows you to roam when we used to roam, send text messages abroad, make phone calls, be connected, and so on. And as you are probably, many of you aware, there's been a lot of reports of security incidents with this over the last couple of years. And these all stem from one key assumption in development of the SS7 network, is simply that it assumes trust between every mobile phone operator around the world. The network was designed at a time when everybody assumed that only those who have access should have access, simply a trust model. And as it turns out, this hasn't been the case, as there's been some connections which have abused this trust. Interestingly enough, the protocol which has replaced the 2G and 3G network in many places, the 4G network, also suffers from the same protocol. This protocol, or same problem. This protocol is called diameter, and the same trust issue exists in that it also assumes that everybody who is connected should have access and will not do anything malicious. So this is one small key takeaway. Often it's described that the problem with the mobile phone networks is its age, that because it was developed in the 70s or 80s or 90s, it wasn't designed with security. Well, a protocol designed in 2010s also has the same problem. In fact, it's even slightly worse. So the problem itself isn't so much the technology, it's just the trust and the security assumptions in building the technology at the time. So keeping in mind the security implications, we can now look to see who is actually exploiting this trust model. Well, we see three main types of exploiters. One, the surveillance companies, who we're speaking about. Second, governments. Here is a screenshot from a report from the Ukrainian regulator. This is from 2014 and was one of the key events in pushing the development of signaling security. This is a report that they issued concerning attacks or malicious activity which they observed coming in to their networks from what they believe were Russian sources in 2014. And finally, of course, and not unexpectedly, criminals. Criminals we've also seen exploiting these networks. There is some overlap between surveillance companies and governments, as you might expect. Governments are often the customers. They want to buy this equipment from the surveillance companies, but sometimes governments may try to build this technology themselves rather than rely on surveillance companies. And when they do, they often use some of the same sources as in entry points as surveillance companies. We also see small overlap between criminal activity and surveillance companies. Again, sometimes there's an overlap in the sources and how they gain access to these networks. One important thing about surveillance companies to keep in mind is they have very large resources. They get paid a lot for what they do. And these large resources translates into complex attacks and quite sophisticated technologies. And we'll see this as I go in more details about how attacks are executed. So attacks and how they execute it is a very interesting point because it's not always apparent exactly what is an attack over these signaling networks. First thing to keep in mind, though, is that the industry is very different from 2014. From 2014, we in the industry have been recommending ways for mobile operators to protect subscribers and their networks. And the key outputs of this is a series of recommendations, or standards, or documents, if you will. For the 2G and 3G network, which is SS7, the key document is a document called FS11. And for the 4G network, which uses a protocol called Diameter, the key output is a document called FS19. And so what the operators do around the world is they take this information and then they work with mobile security companies like ourselves or other vendors to put in place protection and firewalls and defenses based on these recommendations. One particular thing to keep in mind, though, is that this is just a starting block. So when they apply in these recommendations, they find that a vast majority of traffic, SS7 traffic in this case, is completely normal. But there's a very small percentage, in this case 0.04%, which we see, which is irregular or suspicious. Very important thing to keep in mind, though, is irregular or suspicious does not necessarily equal malicious. When you actually look at this 0.04% traffic, the vast majority of it is just noise. It's misconfigured nodes around the world, local specific configurations, and so on. The vast majority is not actually malicious. When you investigate this in detail, as we believe you have to do, you find then a very small percentage, at 0.04%, 1.37% is actually malicious. And this is an important point. Not everything which an operator may block may actually be regarded as malicious. A lot of it just noise which they are blocking primarily to be safe and to be certain. And it can take a lot of experience and takes a lot of analysis to determine what is malicious versus what is simply irregular. And it can be quite easy to make mistakes. Sometimes you read headlines of huge attacks using SS7 diameter network, in many cases what's happened here is that the person analyzing may have regarded all this type of traffic as malicious, but that isn't the case. It's simply irregular. In this report and in this presentation, we have focused primarily and in fact exclusively on what we regard as malicious types of traffic. So looking at the traffic itself, let's look to see who generates this. So one question is, obvious question, what do mobile surveillance companies do? Well, our experience is, can you guess, is surveillance. And it primarily breaks into two main areas. When it comes to SS7, mobile surveillance companies spend most of their activity, 60% of their activity, harvesting information. Then roughly about half that again, spend about 30% doing the actual tracking. And I'll show you how that ratio often shows up in real life attacks soon. They also spend a certain amount of time as well doing testing, as well as that they spend a small percentage of time doing actually interception of calls and text messages. You may expect that to be larger, but that isn't actually the case. The vast majority of time, surveillance companies are doing tracking or they're doing information harvesting. And the reason for the information harvesting is simply to help their location tracking. This is, as I mentioned, SS7 activity, which is the 3G slash 2G network. But for the 4G network, they also use this protocol called diameter. I haven't shown that in these stats here. Their malicious activity over diameter has been quite small in the past, but we have seen a large increase in it recently. And for one particular surveillance company, we do see also SS7 activity, or sorry, SMS activity, and I'll go into more detail about that soon. So how is location tracking done via SS7? Well, first of all, if you want to get more public background information, I really recommend you go to take a look at two excellent presentations from an earlier edition of this Chaos Computing Club 31C, and that's from Carsten Nall and Tobias Engel, and they give a very good overview of how these attacks are executed. But from a high level, there's two different ways of doing this. A direct method, where an attacker will query a node called the HLR. The attacker will send in a phone number, which is a missing, and get back a cell ID. Or an indirect method, where the attacker will first use the phone number to get some background information, in this case the IMSI and an MSC, and then use this information to query a node deeper in the network directly to get back the same information, the cell ID. These two parts of these attacks, the first part, the main part of method 1 and the second part of method 2 are the location tracking part. But this part beforehand in method 2 is called the information harvesting. Now you may ask, why does an attacker do this at all? Why should they use method 2 when method 1 is more direct? Well, this is because things change. Mobile operators are putting in defenses, and now it's a lot harder to do method 1. Surveillance companies have essentially a toolbox of commands that they can use. And there's three main commands that they can use in the SS7 network: ATI, PSI, and PSL, which stand for the information in the table here. And from their perspective, they have pros and cons in using each of these commands. And their primary pros and cons and decision-making point is often down to what will work in the operator that they are targeting. And this is mainly based on what defenses the operator has. So to show this diagrammatically, we can show this graph here. And here I've plotted out on the axis is two main pieces of information. On the bottom axis is the possibility of this attack to be blocked. And on the left axis, the vertical axis, the amount of information that an attacker needs to have to be successful. And you can see these three previous commands will be spread out like this. This is shows the amount of information which an attacker might need on the left, and like I said, on the bottom, the possibility of the attacker to be blocked. Where an attacker really wants to be is in the bottom left segment, because here it's more likely that their attack will be successful or less likely to be blocked, and they need to give less information. So we can see that the ATI there, the possibility of it, if it being blocked, is quite high, but the amount of information that the attacker needs is quite low. It just needs a phone number. Whereas the PSI in the top left, the amount of information attacker needs is high. It needs phone number and more details, but the possibility of the attacker to be blocked is less again. So you can see there's a distribution and there are choices to be made by an attacker. I'll show those choices and how a real-life attack actually occurs. Here is a real-life attack from March 2018. In this particular case, there's several stages of the attack. First of all, there's an information harvesting part of it. This point in time, we saw two packets come in from two sources in the UK Channel Islands. These are two operators, Sure Guernsey and Jersey Airtel. And these are use this command called srism. This is a standard information harvesting type method. Then there was another information harvesting using two different other types of packets. These, confusingly, look very similar, but they do slightly different things, again from the same sources. And then we saw a third series of information harvesting, again, two SRISMs from the United Kingdom, but one also packet as well from Cameroon. And then finally, at this point, we saw the actual location tracking attack. Here we see 4 ATIs, one from Jersey Airtel, and then one from Cameroon, Israel now. It's important to note in this particular case that all these attacks were actually blocked by the operator, so no information was retrieved. And the ATIs towards the end was more an element of desperation from the attacker. Also, this is all within a 5-minute period. So you can see the sequence of attacks is relatively quick between all 5. In this particular case, the attacker was in quite a hurry. As why is in a hurry and the actual target, well, this is actually what occurred. We subsequently learned that the targeted mobile number was associated with this person, Hervé Jobert, who was a French formal naval officer and marine engineer. And the aim, we believe, of the attack was to see if the number existed, and if so, its location. This is a video of the Nostromo, a boat which was being believed this person was on at the time. And there was quite a bit of discussion on the events, geopolitical events around this case in this article. And for more details, I encourage you to go to the link to get the complete story of what has actually occurred around this time. So that is the SS7 network. But now let's look at to see how it happens in other networks, particularly the 4G network, which uses the diameter protocol. This is very, very similar. Again, there can be a direct method, in which case the attacker could use a command called UDR, and then they retrieve from the HSS a cell ID, or an indirect method. And in this case, there's nothing to stop the attacker using an earlier packet from an earlier protocol, in this case SS7, to get the information, because this is simply the information harvesting part of the phase. So assuming that they do this, they harvest information using this command at the time, they then use this information using an IDR command, and then retrieve the cell ID from the targeted network. Again, 2 methods. Location tracking is the key part to receive information, but information harvesting is really the prerequisite piece of information that needs to happen when the target's network starts putting in protection. So again, there's a toolbox of commands that the subscriber can use. And as you kind of guess, each one of these commands also has pros and cons on whether it can be used successfully or not. So to show that again visually with the same graph, and I'll recreate again the 3 commands which we saw earlier for SS7. If I plot these 3 diameter commands, we can actually see that they occupy some of the same or similar positions as the SS7 commands. The 2 in the bottom right, PLR, UDR, these are the type of attacks that an attacker would want to use in an ideal world because they require less information, but these are much more likely that an operator will successfully block from the start. So in many cases, what the attacker ends up having to use is a command called an IDR, which is in the top left. They need a lot more information for this to be successful, but it's harder for an operator to actually block this. So what these look like in real life. So this is a real IDR command, which we saw actually just a few weeks ago. And in this particular case, the command is insert subscriber data, IDR. And where this is coming from, just to keep the team going, this is actually originated from a network. This originated from Jersey Airtrail network again. And the destination of this is first of all, a subscriber, a username, and a destination network somewhere in this region. This is mobile country code geographic region 5 is Asia Pacific region. And in this particular case, they're requesting the current location. So there is no reason why a network in the channel license should be requesting the cell ID of a subscriber who is in one of these networks. But this is what we actually see in this case, and this is a location tracking request over diameter. I'm showing again the channel lines, but there's multiple networks for sources of these attacks, which can happen as we see over diameter. So one important thing to know is that I've shown you 3G and I've shown you 4G, but this surveillance companies don't necessarily think in the world that way. They see mobile technology as the tool, not as a path. So to recap, a surveillance company, they want to target their targets, obviously. So what we've seen over time is that they can execute SS7 attacks using the 3G protocol. What can happen then is the mobile operator will start putting in place protection and puts in firewalls to prevent these actual types of attacks. Then over time, the surveillance company might switch to 4G to use the diameter protocol. And again, what will happen eventually is the mobile operator will put in place defenses to block these types of attacks. So what you might expect in the future then is maybe that the surveillance company might use variants of these attacks, different ways of doing it, or eventually might use to move to the 5G protocol. And again, our mobile operator will put in place firewalls, and we just got a protective wall to protect us. Now, it would be brilliant if the world worked like this, but surveillance companies don't think in a linear path. From their perspective, all they care about is the target. They don't care what technology they use, and they are not beholden to development plans and technology schedules. They just want to get information on the target. So in this particular case, what happens if they can get sources of their attacks within the network, then that becomes a very valuable thing for them to aim for and a very valuable tool for them to use. And this is what we've seen with this next type of attack, which we've seen the attackers use. This is an attack we call SIMJacker, and this is why it's so valuable in that it allowed them to essentially bypass the plans and the thought processes of the industry in defending against surveillance companies using mobile technologies. So to step back a moment, what exactly is SIMJacker? It's essentially a vulnerability which we reported last year, 2019. And what it is uses a vulnerability in a SIM card library. And the SIM card library is called the SAT browser. That's pronounced SAT, S-A-T, or SAT browser. And the problem with the SAT browser is it did not validate or authorize any source SMS that it received. So this vulnerability then could be exploited by text messages. And once a text message was sent with SAT browser commands in it, it then was allowed access to a subset of what are called SIM toolkit commands, which are on the mobile device. We issued a very detailed report on this, over a 40-page technical report, which is free online from www.simjacker.com, which I recommend you to read. But we found when we analyzed this that this vulnerability was present on several 100 million SIM cards around the world. And we could see, and I'll show you examples, that it was actively exploited in at least 3 countries in Latin America. We shared a CVD, a coordinated vulnerability disclosure within the mobile industry mid last year. We reported some information in 2019 before giving more technical information in October 2019. That staggered approach was to give time for mobile operators to put in place defenses and to see if they were actually affected or not. And the key thing about SIMJacker is, it was a huge increase in complexity. It was the first recorded spyware actually sent within an SMS. There has been some rumors and reports from leaks from the NSA of this type of capability, but this had never actually been seen before in real life. But as well as this, it was also a huge increase in capability and allowed one surveillance company in particular to do a lot more than what they have been doing in the past, and possibly to achieve a lot more results and to offer new services to their customers. So the flow of how this actually works. So in this particular case, a surveillance company, to do a SIM jacker attack, they don't need SS7 access. They don't need to buy expensive equipment. They don't need to buy links. All they need is a mobile device. They send this mobile device. They take this mobile device and they just simply send a text message with a series of commands in it to their target. This text message is then forwarded onto the target and is received by the device. When the device receives that text message, it actually gives it to the SIM card within the device. And then the SIM card takes over, and this is where the term SIM jacker came from. The SIM card will then instruct the device to provide information. In this particular case, cell ID, and this information is sent back to the SIM card. The SIM card can also request a bunch of other information as well, such as the type of device and more attributes. But once all this information is received, the SIM card will then instruct the device to send out a text message. In this case, then, the device will send this text message directly back to the surveillance company and their mobile handset. So there is S7 used in the fact that all S7, but there's no need for expensive access. There's no need to try to gain or try to avoid SS7 firewalls or diameter firewalls. They're simply using text messages here to initiate and do the attacks. So this is the location tracking part of the command, but in fact the whole sequence from start to finish is a whole location tracking phase. Again, if you want more information about this, I really encourage you to check out the paper on simjacker.com because it goes in far more detail about this. I've shown here, this is a method 1, send from handset, extract to handset. The surveillance company use many different methods. Sometimes they extract it to an SS7 node, sometimes they send from other types of links and use multiple methods to try to avoid offenses. But this is, in its most basic, shows you how they actually executed this attack. Again, toolbox of commands that the attacker actually used. The great thing from the attacker's perspective here, their pro is they don't require any SS7 access. All they required is a phone number, the phone number of the target. Now, the con also from their perspective is that they needed to have the destination, the victim's handset to have a SIM card with this browser on it. Your SIM cards, vast majority European SIM cards, don't have this library on their SIM card. It was a certain percentage when we analyzed, it was several hundred million. That's a conservative number, but not every SIM card around the world has this vulnerable library on it. So that was a particular con that they have. And also sometimes, not often, but sometimes some operators put in place security around that. So the default deployment of the library was vulnerable, but sometimes some operators have made some changes to make it non-vulnerable. So this is a con from obviously from the attacker's perspective, in that not every mobile device around the world had this library present. So if I'm to take my grid again and the deployment and the distribution of these attacks, if I can say that SS7 is distributed this way, and then diameter is distributed this way, one way of visualizing a SIMJacker attack is very much in the bottom left quadrant, because the possibility for it to be blocked was actually quite low. It requires specific logic and algorithms which most operators may not have had in place. And the amount of information that it required was very, very low. Again, all it required is a phone number. That asterisk is, of course, though, on the presumption that the targeted number had a SIM card which had a SAP browser present on it. So if there was no SAP browser present in the target SIM, then it wouldn't be valid. So now I'm going to go into details about a particular attack. just one note before we go to examples in this one, the vast majority of SIMJacker attacks which we saw were sent from a handset to another handset, as in an attacker would target you, and once your phone registered it, it would send it back to a handset, which would be normally within that network. But sometimes what we saw is that they would try to extract via a SS7 address. And this is the case I'm showing here. But essentially, this is an attack we saw a few months ago. The destination is a Mexican phone number. It is coming. The message has been sent from a Mexican mobile as well. So this is a mobile to a mobile or handset to a handset type of attack. And here we can see the actual payload. The SDK protocol indicates this is the SAP browser payload, and within it, it's requesting a series of information. To one that I've highlighted here is requesting location information, but it's also requesting IMEI information, which is the exact type of the actual handset. Once all this information is received, there's a concatenate command you see there, and that means it all puts it into a blob, and then this blob is sent outwards. And it is sent outwards using the send short message command. So this command instructs the handset to send out another text message with all the information which has been received. And this information will be sent to a SS7 address, which is again is registered in Sure Guernsey. And for those keeping track, that's actually the same SS7 address, as we call it, a global title, as the attack which I showed in the SS7 example. And this type of information is quite useful for us sometimes to do correlation and association of different types of attacks. You can probably see this looks quite complex, and it's certainly a more sophisticated type of attack than what we see over SS7 or even diameter. And a lot of work and a lot of effort has gone into putting together these types of attacks. What it does do is it really opens up the avenues for the attacker, because like I said, they don't need SS7 access for this. In my particular case, once we reverse engineered these types of attacks, it was quite a sobering concept to realize that I had the ability myself to track potentially several 100 million people using text messages just by using text messages. And this is before these mobile operators put in place detection and blocking of these attacks. So it's certainly a very, very powerful technique. So stepping back a moment and going back to generalities, I've shown you the SIMJacker type of attack. Well, we ask ourselves, how does SIMJacker rate to SS7? So this is data from the end of 2019 and the start of 2020, the second half of 2019, the start of 2020, and it's from specific operators, between 8 to 10 mobile operators we've taken data from. And these, by the way, are all attacks which have been blocked. But we can see that the vast majority of attacks we've seen have been using SS7, roughly 2/3, and then 1/3 of surveillance types of tracking attacks we've seen using SIMJacker type techniques. Now, like I said, according to our intelligence, only one surveillance company uses SIMJacker. But the reason why the SIMJacker volumes is actually so high is that we have one or two specific operators where the volumes are huge, where the volumes of SIMJacker attacks are huge, and these are skewing somewhat our overall statistics. To show you this, if we were to show you the stats from one particular operator, I call it operator A, in that particular case, the vast majority of location tracking attacks which we see have been executed using SIMJacker, which is SMS, and only a small percentage, 15%, has been executed using SS7. And believe it or not, this is much smaller number of SIMJacker attacks now than it was in the past. Prior to public announcement and prior to us putting in place active detection and blocking of these attacks, the ratio was much, much higher, many times higher, in that the volumes of location tracking attacks using SIMJacker were absolutely enormous, was many times higher. The diameter attacks might be surprising, but we see quite a very small percentage up until the last 6 months of diameter attacks. But somewhat surprising to me and possibly a shape of things to come, in the last 6 months being a large escalation of diameter attacks. And I haven't shown diameter attacks in these stats, but in future reports we can show them. So coming back to the SIMJacker versus SS7 distribution, and I'll show you why, a working theory that we have behind this, obviously mismatch between certain operators, is that we believe that there's different end users. There are different types of end users for these surveillance companies. And this can be best probably shown with the following graph. So we're all aware, unfortunately, due to COVID, of rates per 100,000. So to build on this, what I've done here is to try to show a distribution of location tracking attempts per 100,000 subscribers in 1 year. So this is a way to show at an easy reference the rate of tracking per operator, because some operators are much bigger than others, and as a result, if we show the exact volumes, the actual numbers become very skewed. But you can actually see here, it's actually quite standard. I've shown 9 operators here, and the SS7 location tracking activity normally ranges between 150 to maybe 50 location tracking attempts per 100,000 subscribers. So this seems quite standard, and this seems like quite well or quite evenly distributed. But the interesting thing, if I start to add in SIMJacker activity, we see in one particular operator that the amount of observed SIMJacker location tracking is huge. It brings it up to roughly about 400 times. And this is actually with us doing this detecting and blocking. So when we go and detect and block these attacks, we actually disturb the system. It's not like Schrodinger's cat, but it's basically our act of observing and blocking this has caused the system to go out of equilibrium. We believe from our estimates from analysis prior to us doing this detection and blocking that this was the extent of the SIMJacker type activity, up to over 1,200 location tracking attempts per 100,000 subscribers. We've less regular evidence, but something we're trying to firm up. In fact, we believe in another operator, it was actually even higher. It was even up to around 2,000 or possibly 2,000 and above location tracking attempts for 100,000 subscribers. So we can see that the actual usage of it was much, much higher in these operators, in this particular operator. And the reason why we think, and what this gives us a few conclusions, is that we could say, at least from what we've observed, is that SS7, the 3G, 2G, 3G protocol, is not normally used for bulk subscriber tracking, at least by surveillance companies. But certainly SIMJacker was or is. It was a technology which was developed and used to do bulk tracking of subscribers. And this was one key reason as to why we found SIMJacker, why we thought SIMJacker was so important, in that it really introduced a new way for surveillance companies to, and new use cases for them to potentially offer. So something that we also see other trends over time, this is probably also interesting for some, these are the trends of SS7 location tracking commands over time. So we can see in 2016, ATI, which if you can remember is the blue color, that's the one that we said that is probably the easiest one for the surveillance companies, but it's also the easier one for mobile operators to block. So the volumes of that have decreased a lot from 2016. And then other commands, PSL, which is sort of midway, that had a growth in popularity between 2016 and 2017, and now it's really drowned off to around 2019. PSI, on the other hand, has increased and has been quite a steady, and that is the one that is hardest for the attacker to use. They would certainly prefer not to use it because it doesn't always work, but it's the only ones which they may have any success with anymore, or they feel they have any success. Like I said, these are all blocked commands. One interesting point is you may see 2 new colors here. This is one called ATI and provide PSI. And you may say this is the exact same command. Well, what actually is happening here is that the attackers have done a variant. They've tried to basically disguise these commands. They're trying to give these commands a new lease of life. And they're using a new sort of potential vulnerability called global opcode. If you want more information on this, I also recommend you check out this presentation from Positive Technologies from Hack in the Box in May 2019. But essentially what the attackers do is that they try to bypass protection in place. And if this works, this gives them a new lease of life in the ATI command, because then they can go back to using their favorite ATI command. And this time, you may try to be able to bypass any defenses that are in place. So one question we often get asked is, how do these surveillance companies gain access to the SS7 network? Sometimes that is closely followed by, and how do I gain access to the SS7 network? Which is I being the person who is asking me this question. So there's multiple methods, and a lot of this comes down to intelligence and research, but primarily there's three main methods which are the most common. And one, as you can guess, is that they pay for the link. And this can be quite nebulous and very hard sometimes to track down, but often they will set up, these surveillance companies might set up a front company who then negotiate access to other companies who may resell access to mobile operators. So there might be multiple links here, multiple layers of who is selling access to whom. This is still not guaranteed to work for them, but it often works best for them in jurisdictions or areas which may have poor regulations or oversight, or companies who may not investigate too thoroughly what these companies are doing once they get access. In many cases, they may get access to use for one technique or for legitimate services, and then after a month or two start to switch to use other services which are malicious. The second method which they may use to gain access is to use Big Brother. Governments, like I said, are the customers of these surveillance solutions. So what they may do is they mandate the system might be installed in the captive operator, or else add directly onto the link, bypassing the operator completely. In this case, then the operator may have has very little say in the matter. They've been told to install this system, or in a lot of countries around the world, the operators might have direct connections to the backbone network, and they can add directly onto the link. This is less common than paying for the link method, but it can actually happen. And finally, something that's quite rare nowadays, at least, is old legacy connections, default companies whose access is not completely removed. This is much rarer because on the SS7 network, every packet has to be paid by somebody, so it's very unusual to have access to a network and nobody's charging you for it. It's also less of an issue in diameter than SS7, but it was present in the past and it happened. There's also less common ways that operators or the surveillance companies may get access, but I'm not going to go into detail in this presentation. One particular thing, though, is quite interesting is that, first of all, as you can guess, the pricing of the access is not very opaque. But from our analysis, we can see that normally it costs between 2 to 10 cents per message signaling unit that are sent. But it's very much that the more connections, the more access that a surveillance company has over the SS7 diameter network, the much more valuable it is, because this means if some of these get blocked or get detected, it still has backups, still have different ways to send attacks. So it's very much in these surveillance companies' interest to have as much access as possible, as distributed as possible. This also leads to some rather bizarre business cases when you come across these. This here is a graph from an SS7 tracking company or purported SS7 tracking company, and the prices that they advertised on the web. And this is really much the opposite of what you would expect if you were an economics student, because there was no economies of scale here. They were actually charging more the more you try to track and not less, which is quite unusual. But then it makes sense if you consider what they're doing. The more that you try to track, the more that you will be drawing attention to yourself, and therefore the more likely that the link will be disconnected and they would lose their entire business. So from their perspective, it's worth more to charge you more because they are taking higher and higher risk, and not charge you less even though you're using up, you're actually paying for more. So it's a sort of an inverse of what you'd expect. And like I said, not really economies of scale type approach. So this is surveillance companies today, but also we want to talk about 5G and mobile surveillance companies. Now, I can guarantee you that 5G networks will be targeted for use by these mobile surveillance companies. And again, like I said at the start, age is a number, and this particular case, newer does not always equal better. The 5G network does solve many security problems on mobile networks, especially on the radio side, and does make improvements on some of the core network side. But it also introduces new risks and new potential problems. Well, for a start, it's more complex, and anything that's more complex inevitably may have more potential vulnerabilities. And to show you how much more complex, here's a graph of the 4G network versus the 5G network when it comes to protocol complexity. And you can see it's multiples of times more complex, both in the number of messages which could be sent, that's on the bottom axis, and within those messages, how many different elements. And if you consider each one of those elements may have to be individually inspected and checked, this can make things much more complex when it comes to trying to defend these networks. As well as that, the 5G networks have new concepts like slicing, mixed networks, 5G networks talking to 4G networks, talking to 3G networks. So there's a lot of moving parts which could mean, or which will mean, and are areas that mobile surveillance companies will try to exploit. So one good thing, at least this time, is that unlike 3G and 4G, within the industry, we are now defining security from the start for the 5G networks. It's always much easier to put in place security from the start than try to reverse engineer insecurity. But one key thing we have to keep in mind, there's a difference between IT and mobile network security. We already know in 3G and 4G that the vast majority of attacks come from known legitimate entities. They come in from the SS7 network. So unlike possibly IT, where you can just block off certain IP addresses or sources, there's no way one operator can block off another content or often another country. So you do have to accept that you are going to be targeted and attacked. And so you need to put into place defenses to detect within those flows what's going on. And for a good discussion about this and why 5G in itself won't solve a lot of those issues, please see this blog I wrote within the GSMA, which covered the issuance of a new document, a new series of recommendations within the GSMA on 5G internet security. So finally, the toolbox in 5G starts to get very, very complicated. 4 commands here. I won't go into too much details. Again, there's going to be pros and cons for the attacker. Unfortunately, as well, they also get multiple new ways to get location. They can sign up for events and subscriptions. So it's going to get quite complex, and there's going to be a lot of work required to detect and block these attacks and try to stop these surveillance companies. Again, with this grid of my previous attacks, 3G, 2G, 3G, 4G, and SIMJacker, if I add in the 5G commands, things get quite complicated. But these are my estimations of the distribution of these. Some of these commands are quite interesting, especially gmlc_pl. But time will tell if these distributions are correct and how often or what the attackers will try to use them and when they will try to use them. So I've covered a huge amount of information here in this presentation, and thank you, we've come to the end of it. But there's a few key takeaways I want you to take and some key conclusions that we could take from this presentation. As you can guess, and as I've shown you, surveillance companies, they do exploit mobile signal networks today, but they're not static. They adjust techniques based on defenses and end users. If you start to read articles about SS7, it can be wide open. That is not the case for the vast majority of operators. Operators are doing things. It's also at the same time, the surveillance companies are also making changes as well to also avoid these defenses that are put in place. Another key point in 5G networks is that they are not invulnerable. If somebody says that 5G networks is fully secure, then that is not true. There will be opportunities for surveillance companies, and they will definitely try to use it. Because like I said, surveillance companies don't care about the technology path. They care about they don't care about the target, but they care about getting information about the target. And they will use whatever technologies that they can. And again, mobile operators, they can and many do detect and block attacks. And the key to do this is intelligence. And from our perspective, the key thing is that, like many types of security, you can't just press a button and walk away from it. You have to actually look after it, use your intelligence, investigate, because these surveillance companies have huge resources and they will make efforts to bypass and go around any type of defenses that you have in place. And then comes back to the theme of this presentation, why are we doing this analysis? Well, the reason we do this type of analysis is because if you cannot see what is going on, you cannot conceivably stop it in the future. So watching the watchers, as well as being interesting, is also critical from a security perspective, because the more you know about what they are doing, the better you're able to detect them and block them. Thank you very much for listening to this presentation. I've only scratched the surface of surveillance companies and their use of mobile networks, but I hope you found this information useful, and I look forward to taking your questions now.
Yeah, welcome back from this presentation so far. Large thanks to Karl here for this talk, and there are already like lots of questions which came in for you. The first best thing about is, what a great talk, a lot of information and very well presented. We have to thank you for that. And there are a couple of questions still on it. Is there a list of these surveillance companies available?
Thanks very much for that. Excellent question. It's a good question. I'd like to know the answer myself. I could really use that list. So to be more serious, there's some journalists who've done some research on this, and a lot of them have put up some lists about there. There is no definitive lists. I mean, everybody knows probably the names that you've heard about, such as NSO or Circles. Circles is the division of NSO, which does this. There's other companies like Rayzone, Verint, the companies like that. So but there's no definitive list, although journalists have looked at this. One thing to keep in mind, though, about these companies is a lot of them, we found, I think some of them actually might resell each other or work with each other. So it's often quite difficult to say that's one particular company was different company. Sometimes they do have a bit of a coordination or relationship with each other. But there's been some good articles on Forbes on this, some articles recently in The Guardian, and some other information which is out there, which is probably the closest basis any of us have to any kind of list.
And do any companies sell historical geolocation data coupled to mobile phone numbers?
Yes, these surveillance companies per se, I don't think that's the business that they're in. They're more fulfilling a request response type of business. Selling historical information is probably not what these surveillance companies try to do. We've all heard about these other companies, though, which are building up information on subscribers, maybe taking it for apps and so on. So possibly they may sell it, but these surveillance companies don't think that is the business they're in. They're more into fulfilling direct requests from their customers at the time.
So how long is the information gathered during the information gathering phase useful for the attacker? Will it outdate when the victim changes the mobile cell, or is it constrained by time somehow?
That's a good question. So in the information gathering phase, what they're trying to do is gain things like what's the IMSI per dimension, and that really doesn't change too much. However, then they need to know what rough area the subscriber is registered at. That could be the MSC or the MME in diameter. That information can change, but not too much. So it does have a lifespan of possibly a few hours, days. At least part of the information of a lifespan of that. The IMSI information might last for longer. But the information gathering phase is not just for use for direct location tracking. Sometimes they also use to see if this number actually exists. Sometimes surveillance companies, they're not fully aware. If a surveillance company is trying to track somebody, they may only have partial digits of the number. They don't actually have the full number. So they're trying to see, well, they know the first 8 digits are this, and then they try to cycle through all the different digits to see what numbers actually exist. So from that perspective, if they do this sort of attack, then they can then figure out if those numbers exist or not. Then also that information has a fairly long lifespan.
So do they only want to get information on the target, or do they things like psychological warfare, lawfare, trauma-based mind control as well?
Mind control would be a bit difficult, but
possible.
the vast majority, I showed one of the graphs, the vast majority of activity that they do is location tracking. It's their, so in English, it's their bread and butter. It's the main thing that they try to do, and the information harvesting part of it is often directly related to it. But there is a certain percentage of time that they do other activities, such as we have seen attempted interception of phone calls or text messages, but it doesn't seem to be their primary goal in doing this. So you could conceivably do, if you did interception of text messages or phone calls, get that information, but it doesn't seem to be their primary function in what they're doing. The primary function is to try to track the locations of people. And I imagine from their customers' perspective, that's what they need to know or want to know most of the time. And then if they do want to get more information, they don't just rely on SO7 or diameter. They may have other methods to try to get information from the handset or who's talking to whom. But for location tracking, this is probably their main niche that they see using these technologies for, and that is probably, they think it's one of the better ways of doing it because it's sort of independent of operating system or location in the world.
All right. You just said location tracking. We have here another question. Can the SIM jacker also be used to locate lost or stolen cell phones or other SIM using devices, like a lot of cars up to this times, or the new bikes? And is there a restriction in the distance?
That's a good question. So, like I said, the SIM jacker attack depended on a specific library being present on the actual SIM card. That library isn't present in the vast majority of the world's operators. It's mostly in, again, there's a map in that report, but basically South, Central, and parts of North America, and then parts of Europe and Asia. So let's say you were in a country that did have the library distributed. You can, it's not just cell ID, we did cover in a report, you can actually request a slightly differential cell ID. You can get a sort of better location. It wouldn't be exactly the same as GPS, but it will be reasonably accurate. However, this is the problem with SimJacker, is that, who's to say that you're tracking your own bike or your own car? I mean, you could be tracking somebody else's bike or somebody else's car, and at that point then you're doing location tracking. So it's something then, I don't know if what the long term that they plan to do with these libraries in these countries. A lot of them are they put in place security, so now they can't actually detect, or nobody can send these messages anymore. But so it will be an option, but it's location tracking as a service wouldn't be something I'll be too happy with to see being sold commercially.
Mm-hmm. Is there a way to check if my SIM card is vulnerable to a SIM jacker?
Yes, there is. The good folks in SR Labs, they actually updated and released an application called SIM Tester. That's free, and it's open source. You can download that and you can check that against your SIM card, and that will tell you what type of SIM card applications are on the device and what's their security settings. From that, you'll be able to tell then if they received a text message release, whether it would actually run against it or not.
And
so apologies, I think we lost Kritzy.
well, this is funny. Hi, I'm back. The question was, by using the SIM jacker attack with SDK command, is it possible to extract keys contained on the SIM card, so the individual subscriber authentication key?
Welcome back. It's not possible via that method, because that isn't, you don't actually have access to the SIM. You only have access to a subset of SDK commands, and that's actually kind of related to a previous unrelated vulnerability which was discovered in SIM cards. One person I mentioned, again, Carcinal, he did some research in 2013, and he was able to get access by sending textures to get access to the actual key to the SIM card. And when you have this access to that key, you're able to access all the SDK commands. So the good thing about the SIM jacker attack is you didn't actually need a SIM key to get access to a subset of commands. But via the SIM jacker, you wouldn't actually have access to that key. Although I say that, in doing some of our attacks and doing some of our testing, we were actually able to potentially exceed the boundary of the sandbox for the SAP browser library, because we were able to brick the phone on different, or brick the SIM card at different occasions. So there was a bit of leakiness. So it's highly unlikely you get access, but if perhaps with a proprietary SIM card, an old proprietary SIM card, it may be possible to somehow escape the sandbox further and try to get access. But I highly doubt it. So we seem to have lost Curtis again. So we'll just wait for him to come back.
So let's see if we go from here. What data is, or which data are the sources for your plots?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, that's the plots is really from our experience. It's not too empiric. The vertical axis is really about the amount of information that's required, and the bottom axis is really from our experience and really work with operators to see how easy it is, and from their perspective to detect and block these. So it's more of just a rough guide. It's based on our experience and what we see. It's more a way just to easily visualize the type of attacks, the choices that operators have, or sorry, the choices that attackers have when they go to do these types of attacks. And then because you can see an evolution over time, the attackers, they much prefer to do the simplest thing, and they often have access to a person's phone number far easier than have access to an IMSI and their serving cell address or the serving MSC address. So they would much rather prefer to do those types of attacks all the time. So we've only forced them to do other types of attacks because of pressure. But if they get a chance to go back to original attacks, which I showed when they use a sort of global opcode variant, they will go back to it if they can. But not every operator moves at the same speed. Not every operator has the same levels of protection. And so as a result, then they've got different choices, different places. But that source comes from our experience.
Previously, it had been suggested that it's easy to find unsecure SS7 endpoints on the internet. Is this not a source of connectivity anymore?
It's very much rarer now than it has been in the past. They probably, never say never, they probably do exist. To get access nowadays, like I said, it's those three options. A lot of it does come down to paying for access, because, like I said, it's a money-based system, and anybody involved in transporting any type of sizable communication, any sort of sizable interconnect traffic, is going to try to charge you for it. So it's getting access is the easiest way from those for surveillance companies' perspective, and the most regular way, which is also important, is normally try to pay for it. And what they try to do is they set up like I said, some sort of front company, or they partner via a different company, and then they work with a company who does something like IoT type services or SMS type services. They do something legitimate for a month or two, and then they might start to do other types of traffic. So just finding a unsecured link, it's quite rare these days.
How is it possible not only to identify the types of attacks, but actually also the actual entities or surveillance companies?
With a lot of work. We work with our customers, so a lot of research. It's a very good question. How do you know the intent behind it, and how do you then put a name to that source? It doesn't come easy, but a lot of work. I mean, we have our intelligence, they have their intelligence. Like I talked to you earlier, it's very likely some of them are on this call and watching this presentation. But we look at the type of people, we talk with our customers. They look at some of the sources of information. We try to talk back to original sources. We try to talk back to original where they come from, and then they try to see who they sold access to. Sometimes this information is forthcoming, and sometimes it isn't. And doing that, then we can sort of put together a sort of a framework of what type of companies may have originally been granted access, and then who they work with. So it's a bit of forensics, and then trying to figure out, I mean, who's talking to whom. Like I said, some surveillance companies resell access to each other. Like, things get really confusing then at that stage. But it's with a lot of work, so it's not something we do lightly, and it can take quite about the time to pin down, and especially as they change. But it's just with research and intelligence.
And do you notify people you found are being tracked?
We don't notify people. Obviously, we notify our customers for the mobile operators. Then they may go ahead and notify people. And that takes me to another point as well as also sometimes the sources as well, where these attacks are coming from. Notifying them is sometimes a really unusual experience. Sometimes you get an answer, sometimes you don't get an answer. Many cases, like I said, some of these operators may not be aware of this. And that can cause some unusual conversations if activities come from the network they're not aware of. And sometimes they may be aware of it and just not able to do anything about it. But from the people who've been tracked side, we would notify our operators who are our customers. And then they would take that forward, whether they would actually do anything about it. Like I said, in many of these cases, these are attacks that we're actually blocking. So the information hasn't been retrieved, the location hasn't been tracked. So in that particular situation, then they'll make a decision themselves about what to do next.
All right. So is there anything that can be done to protect oneself from this surveillance? I mean, could I just use my old cell phone rather than a smartphone, or is there anything else I can do except for the app you said for the SIM card checking?
Unfortunately, on the mobile network side, not really. You can decide not to use text messages or phone calls, but it doesn't make a difference. You still have to register in the mobile network at some stage. That data has been recorded, and this is what the surveillance companies are targeting. And that's some of the more frustrating things. I mean, the best thing you could do, possibly ask your operator, sorry, do they have protection in place, or are they looking for this? This often can get a bit confusing though as well, because it's when something I would have covered about more time, when mobile operators make a decision on protecting their network, most operators around the world are protecting their network. At least they're protecting their own subscribers. Things get more complicated then when it comes to possibly roaming subscribers. So you could roam from Germany to America or Russia or somewhere like that. And those operators there, then they have a decision to make whether they have to protect this person who came in, particularly because they don't have all the information about your network. And they may think that, oh, he's come from Germany and now there's a message coming in from Italy, and maybe they have some sort of arrangement with each other. And so every operator around the world may not know this. And so this is why it like most things in life, it's quite gray when you see a report of this person's being attacked over SS7. Well, that may not be a case that the mobile operator is trying to protect. It's definitely trying to protect its own subscribers, but it may not be able to try to protect, or may not have all the information to protect others. And in fact, some of that activity may actually be legitimate. And to block it could actually cause serious problems with the subscribers roaming into their network. So come back to your original question, no, there's not too much you can do. Personally, this information is stored, but the main thing is to ask your mobile operator what are they doing and what type of protection they have in place.
And does the SMS exchange show up on the monthly bill from the operator? So can I see by the bill that these SMS have gone back and forth?
On the SIM jacker attack, well, first of all, very few people actually check their monthly bills for SMS anymore. In that particular case, they actually had a variant, which is the one I showed on the Wireshark, that they actually tried to send it out, the message that is sent outwards via this global title, this SS7 node that was in the Channel Islands. And because that wouldn't be acknowledged successfully, it would actually show up in your billing records. So that's, we believe, one of the reasons it did that. It was that there would be no possibility that would show up in your billing records. The vast majority of networks nowadays don't have any billing for reception of text messages. So those receiving messages will not show up any bills. Yes, if you send out a message in those places, that was in Mexico, for example, it may show up, but that again, most people have all you eat bills, all you can eat type bills, they're not even going to see this.
All right, so that would be the last question for now. I don't see any other message incoming. So thanks for our signal angel, Vanny. She did a great job in sorting the questions and providing me here with a real good support. Thank you back on all the people from the video operation. And of course, thank you for this really interesting talk. I had a really interesting hour here together with you. So Carl, let me thank you also on my behalf, and I hope to see you again.
Thanks very much.
On this topic, and I think there's still more to come.
Thanks very much. Thanks for letting me speak. Bye-bye.
I was watching The Watchers. Sorry about that. It took a bit longer than I thought it was going to, and I know that's what also she said. So now we have a bit of time to kill here. So let's see. Now, there was a talk that we were going to check out originally, and let's try to get it up on here. So we'll exit out. For everyone that's watching, as a reminder again, we are. Oh, what's happening? There we go. We are trying to raise money for the Child's Play charity. It's a charity that's run by the Penny Arcade Expo. The Penny Arcade people. Lovely group of gamers. They, what do you call it? They are, Child's Play basically allows us to be Hacker Santa. They raise money, particularly in the fall, to try to get rehabilitation of equipment and fun toys and, ventilators and all sorts of very useful things for kids who either have caught COVID-19 or have been physically or mentally injured some way, such as domestic abuse or a physical and mental disability. And so that's what we're trying to do, is trying to make sure that these kids have a better start to their 2021 than any of us did for all of 2020, because I know how terrible, we all know how terrible 2020 was. We're still in it. We still have roughly a day and a half left, but it's there. So if you're interested in donating $1 or $5 or heck even $10, $20, $50 to help out a kid and who's in need, and also donate it directly to a reputable 501c3, and knowing that your money is going to go directly to a hospital to help out a kid a child in need, regardless if we hit our goals or not. You can click the link that we currently have in the chat. Otherwise, we will. If you're on Twitch, you can scroll down. There's a little widget that you can click on to donate that to. And whether you donate $1 or $5 towards helping out a child in need this holiday season, or you click that bell, and hit like, share, subscribe at Twitch, follow at Twitch D Live, YouTube, and Facebook. And hi everyone out there, and also the people on tour. You're more welcome to do that. So we have been checking out, and if I this is see, normally this is when we would start streaming and it'd be kind of half okay. I'm just rough this morning. So we've been watching the Chaos Computer Congress right now, or the Remote Chaos Computer Congress, hence the term rC3. And on our schedule here now, two things. One, yep, that session has ended, so I can get rid of that. But two, the thing we were actually going to check out next, let's actually reload this because I think I put a bunch more on here. Yep, is we were gonna put on the inside X Hamster, which is, if you've heard, about what do you call it, Pornhub and stuff like that. They've been getting hammered because of the whole mag stripe and backing issues, and this ties into the whole Sesta and things like that. But the basically, if you're doing any sort of sex work, you're being screwed over right now. And they have this whole expose here about how X Hamster's not doing well either. Now my issue is it's in residual reality, right? Is that if you see it says DE, it might be in German. They might not have any translations for this. So in that case, I have a bunch of alternative facts. No, I'm kidding. I have some alternative can't speak. I have some alternative things we can look at here in order to pass the time. Just double check to make sure. Okay. So let's, we can do a bunch of different things. There might be something we want to look at until that happens, or worst comes to worst, we could take one last look at 2D World, which we were going to do at the end. I just want to bring up that at the end, we're going to go and look at two awesome talks that happened earlier. The first talk, oh boy, I'm very burpy today. TMI. But the first talk is a talk that we kind of half saw yesterday about fuzzing the iPhone, and then this other one is actually from a workshop that was pointed to, which was the reverse engineering binary form with Kai-Tai struct. This is the entire presentation for that, and it's roughly about 40 minutes, so we might check that out. But we're going to do that in the end after the closing ceremonies, and then we should be like done with everything. So let's see what's currently streaming right now. Anything? Hip hop going on. Someone's playing a guitar. Okay, good for them. Now the other problem that I have too is the Hacker Jeopardy, which is something normally I would also stream. Like normally we'd be streaming to 4 p.m. with the Hacker Jeopardy, but again, it's in Chaos West TV. I don't think you're doing translations for Chaos West TV, unfortunately. So, let's see here. What was the previous one on? I know this is probably the most boring part here, so I apologize. Let's see. So right now it's 11 something. It's 11:26. Nothing really goes on until 12. So I say that. Oh, here's another cool thing actually that just popped up at the top of my head. So someone out there, this is just really quick. It's not even like a video or anything. But someone out there decided to map out the entire topology of, like, in terms of a chart graph on all the different, like, the entire web infrastructure for Chaos Computer, rC3 or Remote Chaos Computer Congress this year, to show how insanely complicated it is. And look at that. This is the entire infrastructure here. That's insane. Like, I know that websites can be like more complicated than this, but look at all this right here. That is just some classic whole wheat and nuts right there. This is what we're seeing when we look at like 2D world and stuff like that. Isn't that crazy? So anyhow, let's go back to here. I guess we should go in and check out 2D world then. I think that's what we're going to do. Okay, so if we're going to go and waste time to noon checking out the 2D world, and I should probably explain what it is too. But 2D world, ooh, and I have some messages. 2D world is, this is like my profile and stuff. Now this should work. It's like a little, like, you know, if you ever play like Final Fantasy or Legend of Zelda, it's like this like overhead, two-dimensional sprite type of interactive game system where you can move and just plane from overhead, so north, south, east, and west, and you should be able to move across and directly communicate with people. Now, the problem that we had with 2D World before, as a train just does something weird. Why would you have it? What the hell are people posting in our goddamn Keybase over here? Okay, that's strange. Anyhow, and one of the issues that we had was there was no option, particularly in 2D World itself, in order to disable all audio chats, all video chats. And that's become a problem because, you know, especially with Chaos Computer Congress, this is supposed to be my brain is dying so hard. It's supposed to be, this is how I torture myself for you guys, by the way. Like, I should be waking up right now. But, you know, Chaos Computer Congress, we've seen talks where they're very privacy conscious and also about, like, you know, digital rights and freedom of choice and stuff. So it was very odd that there was, like, no option to, like, just flat out refuse all video or audio calls. And last night, Saracel kind of logged in and then saw that now, because that wasn't here before, you have the option to turn off or on all audio or video chat. So what we're going to, and that's important because again, there are rules about not just randomly taking pictures and video of people, like what we're doing here technically on the stream, also applies to their policy also applies to their digital stuff. So it was very important for us to not, audio I think is okay for now, but making sure that we have no video, that we're not accidentally doxing people's faces and usernames and stuff like that. And so Saracel last time actually had to go into the game's code and change that, but now it seems like we have an option here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to disable the see video from all participants. I'm going to leave audio on just in case. We're going to hit save, and that should do it right there. So let's go on to platform, and it should be somewhere. You click on world, and it should bring it up. So we're going to start the 2D world in a moment. Actually, give me a moment. We're going to start 2D world in a couple of seconds, and we're going to do this up until noon, and then we're going to check one of the multitude of things out here. I'm going to quickly look up what those are in a second. Oh, I'm tired of this. Oh boy. Starting to sound like some of the Polish hackers are like, where our main thing after we dilly-dally around with this is, let's see, we might air the deep fake dance for a while. We also might look at the closing sessions for the stage area and display that for a bit. Or, which we actually probably might do, is just, because it leads directly into the closing ceremony, is watch the infrastructure review where the volunteers are going to talk about the trials and tribulations of trying to run this whole thing. And then we're going to watch the closing ceremonies together. And then, unfortunately, because Hacker Jeopardy is, I believe, unfortunately, all in German and it's not translated. I mean, here comes the instant reward. I mean, I can check and quickly pop into Chaos West if anything's running in Chaos West and double check. We might just on Twitch just rebroadcast it on Twitch in Germany, but that's it. We're not gonna actually watch the thing. Yeah, I don't think they have translation options for this. We can check though. Yeah, it's just SD and HD. There's, unlike the main tracks, there's no option to translate any of the German stuff into English. So while we might reshare that on our Twitch, I don't think we are actually going to we're going to look at it, because if you want to know what that's kind of like here, right? If anything's even playing, because we might just be in break mode right now. Okay, it's in break mode. Nothing's playing in German right now that I can see. Hillary Clinton, hi. I think this is probably all. I think this might be in English. But yeah, that's what I mean. Like, normally I'd be able to trick translator 1 or 2, and there'd be another voice translating this from English to German, but I don't have that option. That only seems to be the main 2 tracks, which sucks, because to me some of these side tracks are way more awesome than what the actual tracks are. I mean, I could check the calendar here in a moment. That's what I'll actually do real quick. I'm going to check the calendar just to absolutely make sure that that nothing's coming up here. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, the main 2 tracks are not going to share Hacker Jeopardy. Let's see here, 1920. Yeah, they're not sharing Hacker Jeopardy here. So unfortunately, that's not going to be an option for us here. Let's see. What? I just saw a new talk, so I'm just sort of like, what's going on here with this? Might look that up in a bit, but we're gonna check out 2D World in a moment. Again, I'm sorry if this is the most boring part here. This is the part where we have to like make up time for things, and of course, all the stuff that we could look at is going to take some time. Although, let me check. I could load up that workshop thing. But now what we'll do is we'll quickly check 2D World, and then you know what, we'll check 2D World, and then I'll air this workshop, and I have to do some more adulting, and then we'll be back here for all the closing ceremonies and stuff like that. So I'm just double checking the schedule here. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll air this, and if there's, let's see, if there's nothing else for us to, let's see, a closing session. We might either see the stage closing session, or we might load up an earlier talk, and then we're going to watch closing ceremonies together, and I think we'll call this a stream. Again, this is going to be the most eclectic type of stream that we have, because it's freaking 9 a.m. in the morning in order to get any actual content in the stream. Otherwise, the stream would have been like half an hour. And that's not really a stream these days. So I'm not going to start off 2D World immediately. What I am going to do is I am going to go use the bathroom for a moment. So what I'm doing is I'm going to load up Pretzel, and you're going to listen to a bit of music while you kind of watch the little 2D World icon bounce around. And then I'll be back in a couple of minutes. We'll check out 2D World. We might check out one of the earlier workshops or talks, and then we're either going to check out another earlier talk that we missed, or we're going to check out an alternative thing that might be going on, and then we're going to stick around and watch closing ceremonies. So enjoy this music for a little bit. I will be right back, just because I have to use the little boy's room. So enjoy the music for a couple minutes, and we'll explore 2D World in a moment. So stay tuned. Hello everyone out there. Let's check out 2D World, and hopefully everything will work out here. We're going to start 2D World. Okay, so both mics should work, so we should be okay in terms of this. And if we did everything correctly, webcam should not show up. So if you see all these circles, these are all, let's see, oh, we don't want to leave. Here we go. So every time we enter these circles, we are able to communicate with someone. It actually kind of shows like social distancing here. So we're going to kind of properly explore this area. That's what we might do actually in this half hour here, is we'll just explore what's going on. So I see a plus cert up here. I wonder what that's all about. Okay, it's just saying again, and here we go. Cert, a medical pig. A bunch of German I can't read. I'm going through a long tunnel. Okay. Nerd of Fume. Okay, we're like in an office. This looks like Raccoon City Police Department here. Everyone's all in that room over there. Oop. And now I wound up in some weird office dungeon that's on fire. I found an NPC. Hello, NPC.
Firewatch-Schichten machen. Viele von euch kennen das vermutlich noch aus Leipzig und auch hier im Neuland werden wir die Firewatch-Schichten besetzen müssen. Das Ganze hat den Hintergrund, dass die Lichteffekte und auch die Musik hier in den einzelnen Hallen dazu führen können, dass nicht alle mitbekommen, dass eine Halle geräumt wird oder nicht genug sehen, dass sie die Halle sicher verlassen können. Entsprechend haben wir hier von der Messe die Auflage bekommen, dafür zu sorgen, dass, wenn eine Räumung nötig wird, die Musik...
Alright, just like a good American, I have no idea what he's saying, so I'm just going to run away from him. There we go. That's enough of that. So we got an achievement, a little face mask for visiting Sir. It seems like there's a bunch of breakout rooms here. Everyone's in here. There's like an orgy going on down here. Huh? What's up? What's happening? Oh. I accidentally ended up in the conversation. Oh. Well, that failed. Okay. That is bizarre. Oh, I wound up in a Jitsi meet randomly, huh? So that's what spawned. So that's fascinating. So it seems like when you do the disable cam part, it won't, it will disable the cameras in terms of, because normally, and you probably saw this last time when we were walking by everybody, every time we walked by someone's circle like that, all of a sudden the camera would pop up in the right side corner. But it seems like if there's Jitsis being run in the world and you activate it, since Jitsi is a separate program, same thing with like Big Blue Button, it's going to activate and the cameras will still expose and everything. So that's good to know. Although again, they should probably, when you run across people, it probably should ask you again, hey, you're about to load a Jitsi, would you like to join? And then you click yes or no, and then it activates. You know, that would be probably like the sane, smart idea for privacy on that. So yeah, I think we're going to dilly-dally until 12, and then we're either going to check out, we're either going to check out, we're going to try to check out the X-Hamster talk, but I have an odd feeling that unfortunately it's going to be in all German, so we won't see it, so otherwise we'll just, load up an older a talk that happened earlier today that we missed. So here's the thing here. POC, I like this, there's a rotary phone image, and usually, I don't know what they mean by POC, but usually POC means person of color, and I'm a person of color, and I like phones. So hopefully this room is actually for me. So we're going to find out if I can even enter it. There we go. There was just some lag. Okay, so everything works there, so I should just be able to confirm. Let's see where this takes us. Okay, I'm in. It feels like I'm in some weird phone freaking office. Oh, look, we're flanked by cyber. Cyber. There's a note on the wall. Can we read the note on the wall? Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is the event phone. That's cool. Let's open up the site for that. So here's the whole thing here. I can't read German, so I don't know exactly what we're doing here. So I'm just going to close out of this, and we're going to go back into our little mud here. Let's make this full screen again. Make 2D world full screen again. There's a little phone icon here. It's like the event phone URL. Oh, just ran into a new thing. Let's see what this. I know you normally shouldn't click on random links, but we're gonna see what happens here. Apparently, you can just call people here, I guess. Okay. Incense going. I don't want to dox a number, and I also don't want to put a number in, a legitimate working number, and find out this is some phishing attempt or something. So I'm just gonna leave this be and go back to the little game. But it's nice to know when you run into the phone booth, you can actually make phone calls, and I am wildly off-center here. I am very... Oh, I thought that was Snowden for a second. I'm very off-center. Someone left their pizza here and stuff. So this is I guess this is just the event phone room. That's fascinating. There's two people talking here. It's someone's cooking something in the microwave. People are leaving their scooters everywhere. Hey, ball pit! Oh, there's some music going on. Hang on. Hopefully this is not copyrighted music. So yeah, there's some crazy creepy music going on. And there's a ball pit in the corner, which reminds me a lot of so that's it. Because there's a speaker in the corner. There it is. That makes sense. So yeah, I was just running over here because I'm going to turn off the music part. I'll hear it, but you won't be able to hear it. I'm just ooh, look, ball pit. It's this reminds me of DashCon, where they just had the ball pit in the corner. Hopefully that will be. And it also reminds me of DashCon is someone left their Pinkie Pie plush in the meeting room table here. So that happened. Can you actually walk down here? No. There's an arrow. We're going to follow it. I actually don't know how you get in that room below. So there's a room over here, and then later on we'll go into where that arrow is, because we like shiny objects here on DC 201. Oh boy, I'm in a maze. I'm in a literal office maze. Okay. Some audio.
Eventphone seit 19 Jahren, weil ich hier gut behandelt werde. Das Essen ist gut. Die Pfleger sind nett und jeden zweiten Tag gibt es ISDN.
Okay, that's what it is. It's a lot more German than I thought they would be, even for CCC standards. I will say, if you are Joyman, it seems to be entry on another side here. I see someone moving through the maze. If you know how to, if any of the people in chat know German and know what the heck any of these sound clips are saying, got a little fire extinguisher here. Please let me know. Seems like they've made it. So now I'm kind of curious about how do you even get to that room. So I can see there's a ladder leading up, and there's something along the side there. So I guess we'll figure that out eventually. But let's go back to what we see. Jolly. I wonder if that's the Jolly that I know. But yeah, I see there's an arrow here, and I'm going to be stupid, and we're going to follow this arrow. That should hopefully take us somewhere. So it seems like it's going to warp us to a completely different room. So it just reminds me of the haunted house game on Atari Twisted Country. Yeah, I'm getting some like E.T. vibes going on with like these maze-like rooms. Okay, we're in this thing. You should hear this sound here. I have no idea what this music. There's just crazy music going on. I'm gonna mute that. I'm gonna mute that because that was honestly wasn't the worst music, but wasn't the best music either. Just like gets the karaoke. Oh, this is like the overview of like town. So there's POC, some Japanese stuff, karaoke. It's like a little Zen garden over here. Whoop. What just happened? Oh, did we enter into another? Okay. That was another Jitsi stream I didn't realize I was entering in. Yeah, there really should be warnings about those. For real. The Ramen Zen Lounge. Okay. There's an exit over here. And some mysterious bathroom. I'm going to assume. Let's go in the mysterious bathroom and see what happens. If we can even enter the mysterious bathroom. I don't think you can enter the mysterious bathroom. Why can't I enter the mysterious bathroom? Is this like when you get Ye Flask and you can't get Ye Flask? And you have to sit there and wonder why you can't get Ye Flask. So there's a timetable here. Let's see what they say at the lounge. Oh, so this is just the lounge. That's all they brought up here is it's just the frickin' lounge. Okay. It seems like we have entered somehow by accident the overview of the majority of the map over here. Of course, I clicked into the wrong window. There we go. And I think we'll diddle around for like 8 more minutes. And then I'm going to do more adulting stuff while we load a older talk because I really, really doubt, unfortunately, I really doubt that, what do you call it, that I really want to see the X-Hamster talk, but I think it's going to be entirely in German, non-translated, unfortunately. So we'll check it out and see what happens, but I doubt anything's come from it. Okay, so we're in this weird... The Godzilla building took us to this weird place made out of squigglies. There's an easy exit here, but then there's like... Okay. I'm so lost. Oh God, why is there a whiteboard with Internet Explorer on it? Do I even want to know? Popped up here. MUC. What is that, like the Marvel Comics version? Is that like the Marvel Cinematic Universe but in German? Let's find out. Oh, this is the Munich division. Okay. These must be like some of the different CCC divisions that popped up. So I guess someone kind of wrote that on the whiteboard. Oh, and I see the Republic kind of people there. That's their kind of logo with the R. They're with the star with the keyboard and everything. That's good to know. It's like a rec room. Oh, it's a rotary phone. Found a rotary phone. I don't know what that means. Took me to a creepy WordPress. Ooh, paintings of rotary phones. I'm going to bookmark this page. This is now a happy discovery for me. Look at these. Look at these phones. Oh, it's beautiful. You know, this reminds me of my friend Rob T. Firefly, famous hacker. Part of the phone. We're both part of the Phone Losers. We like similar things, including like Jim Henson puppetry and Mystery Science Theater 3000. And we met finally in person through the New York 2600 meetings. I used to like. He was like one of my few idols when I was like younger, and so it's so weird to become like best friends with like someone you consider an idol who's like it's odd because it's like he's only a couple of years older than I am, even though he thinks it's like a billion-year gap between me and him. It's really not that much, and he often does paintings. And if you listen to Off the Hook on Wednesdays, sometimes they have to do charity fundraisers, and anytime it's like part of the fundraising items are like paintings of like important people in STEM or computers and phones and stuff. Rob T. Firefly does that. You can find it. He has a website called robvincent.net. I should probably actually type that in chat. It should be, I believe this is the URL. I believe that's what it is. and he does a lot of paintings of like phones and stuff. So all these paintings and drawings here, all these rotary phones, reminds me of him. Although this also looks like one of those crazy like dark web .onion R games, you know, especially since it's like a random WordPress. But I bookmarked that. I'm gonna check that out later. That was cool. That perked my interest. Neat. So this wasn't a total waste of time. Well, we can get the cyber drink. What is the cyber drink? So yeah, what is the cyber drink? Can we get cyber drink? I want to drink the cybers. Why won't you let me drink the cybers? So yeah, there's like cool phone art here. There's like a Japanese bird and a toilet. I have a question. Can we either A, sit on the toilet, or B, can we enter the toilet? Enter the toilet. That doesn't do anything. The toilet does nothing. We have like 3 more minutes to go before I let something go. Whoa, you just warped. Okay, I now know, because I saw a tutorial about this. When you see those green, you see that line, and there's like these little like toothpick cones. See, it actually says Jitsi in pixel. That means when I walk in here, the Jitsi's going to spawn up. Now, sometimes they hide these in the pixel art, and that's what's been catching me off guard recently when I keep doing that. There's a lounge up there, and there's a little garden back here with some apples. But that's why I'm avoiding these. So you see this? This is me trying not to dox people on the interwebs here. There's like an altar here. Random Wikipedia link to Eris. Okay. Now, if I was more prepared and I wasn't, what I found out recently is that they were doing tutorials because apparently not only is this open source, but this is open active on the servers. I'm the ones in this meeting room. Meaning you can actually create your own areas in this world to warp to. Again, it's literally like 2D Second Life. The only thing that's missing is fucking Linden dollars. It's really the only thing missing from this. It's card 10. What is this? Is this like one of the badge life things? Did I accidentally find a badge life? Assembly 1 through 4. Seems like it's like a meetup location. I'm still gonna bookmark it. That's interesting. Randomly found some sort of meeting on a whiteboard in 2D world. There's more Jitsi stuff I'm trying to avoid. Okay. Why are you like chasing me? Okay, we're going up here. Going back from whence we came. There's a ladder. Can we go up the ladder? Apparently we can't. I'm on a pirate ship.
Be all right if the wind was in our sails. We'd be all right if the wind was in our sails.
Okay. I wound up on a Viking pirate ship with some weird Viking pirate song. I think that deserves $1 or $2 donation to let's cut this audio off. That's annoying. I think that deserves $1 or $2 donation to the Child's Play charity to help out some sick kids right there that I accidentally wound it up on G.I. Jack's personal yacht for some reason. If there's like a sea monster up there, can we... No, we can't walk in the water. I found Jesus in the middle of the desert. So we'll do 2 more minutes, and then I'm going to have to do more adulting stuff. People are spelling out words with rocks and stuff. N-E-U-L-A-N. Newland. Is that like GNU Land? But it's new? I don't know. Tree. And Scarecrow. And Death Skull. Okay, that's not a good sign. I'm respecting the exit. Okay. Oh. Just triggered the exit. And now we're back into here for some reason. Man, I don't know how much acid it took to make this, but you know, congratulations to you. I'm just glad it's running because a lot of the earlier complaints was how that 2D world was constantly down and nothing was running. You know, it's just kind of like, it's like the DEFCON 201 live stream. It just runs when it wants to. Alright, so I went somewhere, and okay, now I loaded in. This is probably the result of like way too much JSON. Because from what I understand, to use more bandwidth, okay, this started off as like, you know, a couple of world areas, and then so many people and groups added to this that became like a whole thing. Oh, Franconian.net. Can we cross over here? Yeah. We've been watching a couple of their streams. I wonder if this goes directly to their website. Or maybe they have their own world. Seems like they have their own world. Let's check out Franconian.net. Because we have their website. Wait, where's my cursor? Here we go. So we have their website up here somewhere here. No, it's actually have it in a separate window. Where are they? I'm gonna copy pasta their URL over, just because I think they're cool people. Yeah, this is one of the people that's been doing official unofficial streams. It's called Franconian.net, and they have this like cool little graphic going on and stuff. So let's just see what their world's like, and then I think we're gonna exit out of this and go watch a talk we haven't seen before. Oh, it's a little camp. I guess people missed. Yep, that's the website. Chaos Computer Camp so much this year, because that's the other thing they do. So they do two different things at the end of every year, except for 2014 and technically this year. A beanbag. Hey, there's a warp for the beanbag. Okay. Do I want to click on the YouTube link? Well, I have the audio muted for the website itself, so let's find out. Oh, it's just campfire. I love how you can tell that just hackers just came up with random things, and they're kind of like wholesome too. That's the fun part. I was watching 2020 burn right here. Is it like get more in the daytime the farther you go? Go away, ad. No, it's just fire burning for 5 hours. Kind of neat. I'll bookmark this video. But yeah, that's 2014, and technically this year, because I guess the remote stuff, depending on, I think it counts, but you know, some hackers might not think it counts. But anyhow, well, Christmas, what they and a giant Stargate portal, okay, with mysterious cubes. Okie doke. And I just approached this house, and all of a sudden, because you don't hear this, we have techno music that sounds like it's coming from outside of a house. Yeah, like right before you enter like some crazy club, and then it's gonna like overwhelm you. But what I was saying before is, so the reason why you saw all those tents out there was because in addition for every year except for 2014 and technically this year, for having a Congress, which is more of like a formal like meet up, hang out, and have some like professional talks and workshops. They also have what's called a Chaos Computer Camp every, I think, 4 years. It's like every decade or so. It's every like 2 or 4 years, where you meet in the middle of the woods somewhere, and think of it as like a hacker, less suck version of Burning Man, where they just find some clearing and everyone pitches tents both in that way and not that way. And while there's a bunch of workshops going around, it's more of like a community experience where you just get to hang out in the middle of the woods and try to frontier technology and just meet people and hang out and get to know each other, sort of thing, both in that way and not in that way. So the reason I think there was all those tents outside is because that's kind of like their homage to, hey, you know, we were supposed to do the Chaos Computer Camp this year, and that didn't happen. So I'm going to risk it and see if I can get into the house where it seems like the loud techno music is coming from. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to go do more adulting, and we're going to play one of the 2 awesome talks that unfortunately we missed out earlier. So let's see. Is there any way to properly get in this place? That's coming from the rocket. This is definitely coming from here, but there's 2 exits. I don't know which one to pick. You should go for the left pink one or the red right one. I'm leaning towards the red one on the right. The red one on the right. You hear what this game's trying to... Hear what this 2D world's trying to make me say? Side pocket. DC201 out of context, Twitter. That's your chance to clip this. Okay, I'm going to take a risk. I'm just going to do this exit. Okay, so we still hear the thumping techno music. Oh, they have their own lounge area? I did not know that. So apparently they have their own lounge with their own DJs. Despite going to their website, yeah, I didn't realize there was a little lounge button up here. So that's cool. We'll check that out later, after the stream. I mean, after the stream, I'm going to take one gigantic Titanic nap. That's a whole other story. But yeah. Oh, look, I'm trying to remember his name. That's that artist. He's a famous artist from New York, from the Lower East Side. Instant Rewards coming up, who does a lot of like protest artwork, and we've used his artwork before on our blog. And right, I think his name's Chris something, like Chris Crocker or something. But it escapes me because it's freaking noon, and I woke up at like 2 a.m. for no reason. So there's one lone person there. Hi, person. Hello. And instant reward now. So yeah, I think this might be... It goes nowhere. That's fascinating. That's a first. There's a TARDIS. I think this might be an appropriate... Oh, there we go. Can I actually go in? No. I actually have to go back to where I came. I think this is probably an appropriate way... Mysterious toilet. I can go underneath the toilet. That's hilarious. I think this is probably a nice place to end the stream. Not the stream. Sorry, what I mean. No, go away. Not to end the stream, but end our exploring of 2D World, because we never really got to explore 2D World before, especially when all the webcams were popping up. So that's good to know. I wonder what the other exit does. Oh, it just spawns me from... Oh, there's two entranceways that go the same thing. Okay, neat. So yeah, I guess that's going to be it for 2D World. I'll probably be exploring it later in the con. So we're going to... let's see, share URL, edit skin. Oh, now there's a setting option. Oh, show joystick. Oh, now we can actually do the... Well, first of all, it's pathetic there. But second of all, cool. So you could actually... control this possibly with an external controller. That's nice to know. But yeah, I'm just gonna exit out of here. I think that's a good place to end it. Let's go look up let's go watch something that we haven't seen before. Although real quick, let's go back to the live stream section and see what's also up, because maybe there's something that we missed. So right now the infrastructure reviews going on right now. That's hilarious. There's just what is it? I think it's just a glass of absinthe and like a crocodile toy. And they're just playing music. That's kind of funny because I'm pretty sure most of them feel like that right now after 3 days of streaming this stuff. Hacker Jeopardy's way late, but I think that's entirely that. The deep fake thing, I still don't know what the heck that's all about. But we'll try it. See, this is the one we want to look at, but you see, we're going to try this here, right? I bet you not only is it all in German, but there's no English options. Bet you anything. Yeah, this is the problem. I want to see this talk so bad, but because it's located on one of the side tracks, there is no translator option here. So... You know, not to be an English snob, but since most of our viewers are in English, I think it's a disservice to play it in a language that most of the people who are going to be watching this don't understand in terms of our streams. So that's not going to quite work here. My question is, I want to know what this deep fake stuff is. It's like a deep fake dance or something. It seems like she's doing yoga or something.
Those are just a few short choreographies that
They're just doing weird hippie stuff, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. I actually enjoy that as like a weird self-indulgent thing. We're not doing that. So a debate about, we're going to go to the closing ceremonies when it comes up at 1. But instead, I think what we're going to do is I need to go do more adulting stuff. And remember I talked about that reverse engineering binary formats that Katai struck? We're going to start playing that, and if it's decent, I'm going to turn the webcam off, go do more adulting things, and then we'll come back and we'll be around for the closing ceremony. And then, you know, we might finish another talk that we were watching early, and then I'll sum up kind of my thoughts of Chaos Computer Congress right now, and then we'll raid someone else's channel, and that should be it for the stream. So I think that's a kind of a cool way to do this stuff right now. I just want to double check something with the Hacker Jeopardy. Okay, that is Chaos West. I think they might be on Twitch, so if they are, we will raid their stream. But yeah, I just also want to remind here once again that one, if you like the content that you see so far, despite this being stupid early in the morning, again, this is normally at the earliest when we actually start streaming. But if you do like this content and you're excited to see, which I will announce at the end, some of the stuff that we're going to be doing tomorrow for New Year's, going New Year's Eve into New Year's Day overnight at midnight. You can click that bell, hit like, share, subscribe at Twitch, D Live, or to YouTube. Also, shout out to the Facebooks out there, and it seems like we've temporarily lost the Discord connection. Hang on. Okay, now everything works. As I just posted the link in chat, we are trying to raise money for Child's Play. It's an awesome charity run by the Penny Arcade people. We're at the Penny Arcade Expo East, or PAX East, early this year in February, presenting about hacking in video games, and we hope to return in person in June of 2021. That's one of the things we're looking forward to in 2021. That will hopefully not get canceled because people can't stop, licking other people's food while they eat it and, spreading this disease around. Basically, we learned nothing from Spanish influenza, which actually COVID-19 is like the bastard weak version of this. So if we're like crippling dying as a nation and as a human species over the weak bastard zillennial cousin of Spanish influenza, could you imagine if we had full-blown Spanish influenza? That would probably be the new Black Plague, where like a third of humanity dies. It already feels like that way now. Now imagine like a worse thing. But let's try to think of more positive things. And for more positive things, whether it's a child that has been unfortunately affected by COVID-19, has a physical mental disability, got injured physically or mentally somehow, or suffered through domestic abuse, Child's Play gathers money throughout the winter so that during the holidays and the New Year's, they can help either they can either help a hospital help rehabilitate these unfortunate souls, or to, if unfortunately it's that severe, make sure that a child's life is more comfortable and bearable than what they normally are to. And I think we can all relate on trying to start off 2021 way better than what we had in 2020. Never mind if you're in the United States or Poland or the UK, what it's been like with the insanity in the past 4 years. So if you're on Twitch and you want to donate $1 or $5 or even $10, $20, $50, any dollar amount counts. It all goes through Tiltify. We don't touch any of the money. And even though we're over 1/3 of our way to our goal, we only need X amount. We only need, let's see, roughly $200 will put us towards our goal. But even if we don't meet our goal, all the money that you donate, even if it's $1, goes straight to these hospitals to help sick kids throughout the holidays and the beginning of next year. So I can't think of a better way to end the year than donating $1 or $5 and helping out a kid. And when you do so, I get an alert for that, just like I get an alert if you subscribe to us on Twitch Live or YouTube, or send bits, super chats, or lemons through the platform. And I'll extra cheer you on if I get that notifications if you donate, like I did last night's stream. Sorry, 2 streams ago on, I don't even know what day that was. That would be Monday. That would be that. So if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down. There's a widget for you to donate. If not, if you're on like DLive or YouTube, or watching YouTube through Tor or on Facebook, don't worry, I got you, fam. I put the link directly where you can donate in chat. And I'd like to see some people be more Hacker Santa. We have 2 anonymous donations, including our top donor, which was an anonymous donation for $25. Still the top donation donor. If you donate $30, your username will be in there in the up corner, and I will not stop talking about you if that happens. So if you want to feel good and you have a couple bucks to spare, that's a great way to spend it, which is one of the reasons why we're doing this stream, despite also trying to, not only torturing me is always fun, especially with the lack of sleep, but checking out another group of hackers, especially hackers for us that's halfway across the world, and finding out the cool differentiations, but also the commonalities that we go through as hackers and collective human citizens on the planet and on the internet really help. So enough of all that. Let's make the rush to the closing ceremonies here. Let's see, what do we have? Yeah, we have roughly basically 40 minutes. So we're going to watch this workshop that was done by the Hardware Hacking Village. And actually, before we even do that, I just got a thought. You're not going to see this on here because I have it on a different browser, but I am going to figure this out, okay? This is something I've been meaning to do. We've had every single thing here that you would normally see. Here as do we need to science this? I have no idea. Yeah, because I tagged our DEFCON 2 member Cyricel is pulled pork grilled cheese a thing, and he's like, do we need to science this? I guess we're going to science this. I don't know if that's going to be for New Year's or a future program here on DEFCON 2.1, or maybe even our next meeting on January 15th, but that's the whole thing. But here's the thing. So there was a hardware hacking village. I didn't even know what was going on. It wasn't until someone randomly retweeted Mitch Altman, who's a friend of mine who taught me how to solder, that I found out there was that. And what's been bothering me is I didn't see any announcements for any lockpicking stuff at rC3. And I know that they don't have like a huge, I don't think they have a huge presence at rC3, and I don't know if Tool does this. I don't know if that's cute. I'm assuming it's maybe SSD. The SS devs do this. Maybe, I think. I honestly don't know. But if I cannot find lockpicking stuff, if I can't find lockpicking stuff for the Remote Chaos Computer Congress, then this will be the first. Actually, this would actually be the first remote HackerCon that has no lockpicking presence, and that kind of shocks me, especially Germany, where they have a huge organization, SSDev, and they have Tool members over there. So, like, I think they have Tool members over there, but they have lock sporters over there. So I don't know. In fact, I might make that tweet, but right before I do the adulting. Why is COVIDiot trending? Do I want to know? But yeah, I will say this: if you have been checking out rC3, right, and you know of any lockpick, because I just searched for it, nothing came up. If you know of any lockpicking or lock sport stuff, maybe I should have made something for it. Please let me know, because it would both be unfortunate, a surprise, and a first, if this is literally the first remote, never mind HackerCon, but remote HackerCon, because DEFCON had Tool for a lockpicking village, Hope had a lockpicking village, through Deviant Ohm's company, there was a physical security and lockpicking workshop at Black Hat. What else was there? There was a bunch. There was lockpicking at the DC Furs convention stuff a couple weeks later. My brain's dying. What's the name of that COD? Because I know they're lockpicking AR. I still want to interview them one day on air. Echo Party had a lockpicking village with lockpicking AR. So, considering that Chaos Computer Congress is one of the oldest conventions and biggest ones, I'm actually going to be legit shocked, which I am currently so far. Type that in wrong. If there is no, damn it, can't type. If there is no lockpicking anything at rC3. That will legit, and it currently is just blowing my mind. Anyhow, I've rambled on for too long. I'm going to do more adulting stuff. Let's check out reverse engineering binary formats with Kadi Struck. And it's pre-recorded, so it should just run smoothly. So let's see what they have to say. It's about 40 minutes long. So after this, we'll check out the closing ceremonies, and we might check out one talk that maybe we missed earlier. And yeah, I think that will be a good stream. So I'm going to temporarily turn off the camera. If this doesn't work, I'll do that other talk that we missed. And I hope you enjoy this workshop that I got to be a part of this morning. So here we go.
Hello and welcome to my workshop about reverse engineering of binary formats using KiteStruct. I'm Apo and I mess around with embedded software for fun and profit. I found KiteStruct a couple of years ago at the 34th Chaos Communication Congress when I was trying to work out the file format that my oscilloscope uses to store waveforms using a hex editor. And remembered reading about KiteStruct a while ago, and since then I've been using it pretty much exclusively for my reverse engineering stuff, and it's been really nice, so I'd like to share that today with you. KiteStruct uses a markup language, well, YAML, to describe binary formats. It's got a compiler that creates parsers for several languages like Python, C++, or Ruby. There's a terminal-based visualizer that you can use to inspect files without having to write a program using one of the created parsers first, and a really nice web-based IDE that's super useful for live exploration of file formats. This is what we will be using today. Here's a bunch of links you can look at after the workshop to KiteStruct itself at kitai.io, and of course its documentation and the web IDE. These are all also linked in the repository for the workshop, so you won't have to copy it from the video. The link is to the development version of the IDE. I don't know if there's much of a difference at the moment, but I once spent an hour or so trying to figure out why something wasn't working because the stable version of the IDE didn't have the feature yet, so now I just always use the dev version. The premise of what we're gonna be doing today is that we have some annoying proprietary format that we'd like to understand, either to be able to use the data in them how we want or to create our own files. Unfortunately, Kitai can't do that yet. It only creates parsers for now, but I think it's being worked on. The proprietary software won't give us the data in a format that we can understand, but it does allow us to inspect and modify it. So we can poke around and change values or change the content and see how that affects the binaries. This is rather common, and I've pretty much only worked with files like that, so it's not far from reality at all yet. The format I've picked for today is Microsoft Wave, which is rather simple, so we should be able to figure out how to work with that pretty quickly. I'll be adding snapshots of my file and show their names in the corner of the screen. So if you get stuck at some point, you can always just use those to catch up. To get started, you just open the IDE at the link here, which I'll be doing now. Hit the new button down here in the bottom left corner. Give a name. Here we'll be using Wave, so just use Wave, and upload all of the files, the Wave files from the repository at once. There we go. Each file is just 1/10 of a second of audio data. They're named by their differences, so one of them here has 32-bit floats with just one channel, so mono. There's one 16-bit signed integer, also mono data, and that one's actually unsigned 8-bit integers and stereo, but the second channel is just empty. We already have the beginning of a file here with the meta section for metadata. Other things that are going to appear at the top level of a file are SEQ for sequential data. That's always at the beginning of the stream, and instances. So instances, we'll just leave those empty for now. Instances are stuff that's calculated from some other data or might be at some weird position, not sequentially at the beginning of the file. Then there's types and enums. Types can contain some subtypes, and enums are for enumerations, which you're probably familiar with, so just named integers pretty much. This is kind of recursive, so anything you can see here at the top of the file can also appear right below a type. So any type can also contain metadata, has a sequence, or may have instances, can have subtypes, and can also have enumerations within them. You can also add some docstring or a reference to some documentation link. So now let's start taking a look at the WAV file. The first one here, which I'll be opening now, is just starts with the RIFF string. Let's see if that changes at all. So here we have the 8-bit file. It also starts with RIFF, and the 16-bit file as well. So it doesn't change. So it's probably not going to change with other files either. So what we can do to make sure here is create an entry with our sequences, which we're just going to call magic by having here a key value pair with ID and magic, making it a string, and saying that it's got a size of 4 bytes. Now Kaita is going to complain at us because it says there's a string type but no encoding. So what we can do here is either say encoding is ASCII over here, or if we say that the encoding of every string ever in this file should be ASCII by default, then we can just put it up here within metadata. And while we're at it, we can also define the default endianness for any numbers over here. So since this is a Microsoft format and is going to use x86 stuff that's almost exclusively little endian, we are also going to be assuming that it's little endian over here. The next thing in this file doesn't seem to be a string. The A0 at least is definitely not ASCII, and so we are going to assume that it's an integer. We don't really know if it's going to be 8-bit, 16-bit, or something else, but it's not a particularly small number, and there's 2 0 bytes over here, so it might just be a 32-bit integer. Let's give it some name and say it's a 4-byte integer by using U4. You can also do a 2-byte integer. You can see over here in the hex editor or hex viewer that the highlighted section changes size if you change the type live. So you can see how much is going to be passed, but let's leave it at 4-byte for now. So now over here in the object tree, you can see that it's 45A0 or about 18,000. Let's try to figure out the meaning. So odd and large numbers that don't immediately make sense are quite often some count or an index. So we can just jump to the offset that's given here and see where we end up. So let's go down to 45A0, and that's almost right at the end of the file. In fact, there's only 8 bytes left, which is exactly how much we've already processed with the 4-byte magic string over here and the 4-byte integer. So we can probably assume that the 4 bytes here are correct, and that this is the size of the remaining file, or the data section. Next up after the file, oh, by the way, you can also just click on an object here in the object tree, and it's going to jump to that part in the hex viewer. So it's going to make movement a little bit easier. So next up is another string again over here that says wave. So that sounds like it's not going to change either. So let's just add like wave string, say again it's a string, and it's got a size of 4 bytes. Now what's next? We have the string fmt with a space here at the end. So another of those 4-byte strings, and then a hex 10, so that's 16. And maybe it's again a 32-bit integer. If we count 16 bytes from the end of this number, then we got this stuff, and then we have another 4-byte string, and then we have here a 4, probably again 32-bit integer, then 4-byte, and then here another 4-byte string. So it seems like this is a repeating type. So let's create a field here called sections. Say that it's of type section, which we are going to create in just a bit, and then say that it's going to repeat until the end of the stream. So it just keeps trying to decode this stuff until it hits the end of the stream, which in this case is just the end of the file. Now we're going to have to create that type, which we just referenced over here, section. So create a key section under the types. And as I said before, this is all recursive, so we can just again go with seq and say that section starts with some name, which again is a string of size 4. Then it's got a size, which is going to be a 4-byte unsigned integer. And then we have some data that's exactly that size, which we aren't going to be parsing right now. But now we can already take a look at how this is going to decode, and it seems quite reasonable. So we have a FMT, so maybe format section. We've got a fact, peak, data, and list section. These are all human readable, so we probably haven't messed up yet. So now we can go through each of the sections one by one and see what kind of data they contain. To have chi-type struct parse each section, we'll have to tell it the type that it should use. Yeah, let's just call this content for now. So now we have to give it a type. And this is not all one single type. We can already see that here this data section has a lot of stuff going on, while fact is a lot shorter with just these 4 bytes, and peak is also not that long. So these are different types. So what we're going to do is switch on the name. So we're going to use the name of the section to determine what kind of type we're dealing with. And then we can define cases. And because this is all passed as YAML first and then again handled by Kaitai's compiler, we have to double quote these bits. So be careful that you always do that when handling cases like this. And now we're gonna create types for each of the sections. So let's just call this one FMT again, just like the name, except without the space, and create the FMT type, which is going to be the first section over here. So we've got here 3010. This might be a 32-bit integer, but it rather looks like it's 2 16-bit integers, a 3 and a 1. So maybe let's decode it as that for now, but call them unknown 0 and unknown 1. And they're going to be decoded immediately as 3 and 1 as we expected. Then the next number over here is a little bit more obvious. It's 44,100, which is the sample rate of our audio data in Hertz. So let's call that sample rate and make it a 4-byte unsigned integer. This one is less obvious. It's 176,400. But if you stare at it for a bit, you might notice that it's just 4 times our sample rate. So we already know that our samples are 32 bits and there's only 1 sample per point in time. So because it's only 1 channel. So it might just be the data rate per second, but we don't know. It might also be the data rate per channel or something, but let's just call it data rate for now, make it a 4-byte unsigned integer and write down as docstring or something. Might also be data rate per channel. Now you wouldn't have to know this depending on what kind of data you already know about your file. You might have to play around with the stuff a little more first, but in this case we know that it's 32-bit. So this is a bit easy in this case. Then the next part here is probably again 2 16-bit values, even though it might of course also be 4 8-bit values or 32-bit value or something, but it's again, these are small numbers, so it's reasonable to assume that this is a 4 and this is a 32. 4 is the multiplier between these two numbers we just had before, so it might be the number of bytes per sample or something, or the size of the unit of which we have maybe one more than 1 per sample. So if we have 2 channels, it might be 8 or something. We don't know, but we can take a look at the other files. So if we are switching to the 8-bit stereo file, then you can see here that it's a 2. So you have two 8-bit samples, 2 8-bit values per sample. And for the 16-bit mono file, we also have 2. So one 16-bit sample. So it sounds like that next one is in fact the bytes per sample, I'm gonna call it, and a 16-bit value. And this next one is 16 for the 16-bit file and 8 for the 8-bit stereo file. So bits per, I'm gonna call it unit. It doesn't really matter at this point. But also 16 bits. Now let's go back to the two unknown values over here and take a look and see if we can find out what they are by using the other files that we have. So that first one is 1 for the file we have open right now. So 8-bit stereo has 1 there. 16-bit stereo mono also has 1, but the floating point file has a 3. So this might somehow be related to the type that's used to represent the sample data. So let's call it type. And that second or last unknown value here has a 1 for the floating point mono file. Also has a 1 for the 16-bit mono file, but has a 2 for the stereo file. So this is probably the number of channels in the file. Okay, that's all of the data for the format section. So let's do the data section next and create the necessary stuff over here. So data is name, and also data is the name of the type, and let's create it. So I've already spoiled the formats, so we already know that these are all gonna be floating point values just from the file name. But it would also be quite easy to tell from the data, because reasonable floating point values are usually somewhere between 0.001 or something, so 1,000 and maybe 100,000 or so. And well, these are all 0.9 at the moment. So these sound like reasonable floating point values. So we can be pretty sure that these are floating point values in this case. So what we can do here is just go, we have some content again, and this is a 4-byte floating point value, and it's gonna repeat until the end of the stream. But of course, this is only for the floating point file. So let's take a look what we have to do to make this work with every file that we have. So first of all, let's be a bit fancy and say we want one type that's gonna create one point in time, so one sample that might have more than one channel. So let's call it a sample type and create a subtype for the data type, like this. And it's just got one piece of content, which is the data, which let's fill in float for now and say it's gonna repeat some number of times. That number is going to be an expression, and the repeat expression is going to be 1 in this case. Oops, I've messed something up. Oh yeah, this has to be expr, not expression. Okay, so let's take a look what it looks like at the moment. So we can see here that now of the data section, it's got some content and more content and even more content, and then finally we can see each single sample, and they are all the same value, which is somewhat boring, but we can skip ahead a bit, and the later ones are minus 0.1, 0.9, so it's just a square wave. Now, what do we have to do to get the proper number of channels over here? I don't have a really nice way for this because the ordering of the content, I don't know if it's fixed in wave files, but we can. So far, we've only seen files where the FMT section is always the first one. So what we're going to do is to cheat and just access the parent. So we can go like parent, and then go contents, access that one, content as FMT. No, check. I think that's it. Oh yeah. After SMT, I messed something up. 1 second. So let's see. Oh, it's channels, of course, yes. And this is sections, not contents. This is one more. There we go. Okay, so what we're doing is going up from our from way down here in the data section. We've got the content, then we go up to the parent, so the this content, and then up to the parent again, which is the section, and then up to the root of our file, which is these 3 parents. Then we take the sections array, take the first index, take the content of that, and say this is always going to be an FMT type, and then we just access channels as normal. And to make this a little bit more readable, instead of going parent, parent, parent like this, we can also just access the root object like that. And if you want, you can also insert line breaks like this, just to make it a little bit more readable on smaller screens. Okay, so let's take a look at it again with the stereo file, and just say this is an unsigned file for now. And now we can see that a sample contains 2 data bytes instead of just 1. So this is actually working now. Now, to not have to mess around with this type all the time, at each time we switch files, we're also going to be doing this switchy stuff up here again, but we don't actually have a single expression yet that we can switch on, because we have 2 parts that that are relevant here. One of them is this bits per unit field, but also the type. So what we can do here is create an instance that we're going to call combined type and give it a value. And that value is just parent.type times 100 plus parent.bits per unit. Oops, there we go. Oh, I think we don't need that one. There we go. Now it's got a combined type of 332, so that's the first 3 is from a float and the 32 is from the size of the float unit. And now we can use that as our switch expression. And again, we're going to have to cheat by using this thing. And then add some cases. So 332 is a 4-byte floating point value. 108 is a 1-byte unsigned value. 116 is signed 2-byte value, and 132 is a signed 4-byte value. And that's our data section completely decoded already. So again, we can take a look at some random sample and see that it's decoded as float. We can take a look in the stereo file and see that it also works. And it decodes each sample, and the 16-bit mono file also works. So this is 29,000, and somewhere down here you can see, or maybe you can't see, let's scroll down by ourselves. So down here you can see minus 29,000. So it all gets decoded properly. So what's left is not the format section, not the data section. So we still have fact, peak, and list. These are all quite short. So let's just do fact first. Oops. Okay, so fact just has this one 4-byte value as content. If you take a look, you can see that it's 4,410. As I think I mentioned before, our file is just 1/10 of a second, so this is just the number of samples. So let's create the proper type. Call it samples. It's a 4-byte value, and add it to our cases up here. And now this is going to be parsed, as you can see. Then the peak section. Let's see. So here we have probably a 1, which we don't know what it is. So let's leave it as unknown for now. Then we have a strange big number, which doesn't immediately make sense, but Kaitai actually tells us what it could be. So it decodes this as a Unix timestamp, and as you can see, it's a pretty recent timestamp. So this might be something like the creation date of the file. In any case, it's some timestamp, and it's a 4-byte value. Then the next one, again, you can see it looks like a floating point value that's close to 1. So over here, 0.9. If you take a look at the file in your editor, you can actually see that this is simply the value of the highest or loudest sample. So let's just call it peak, make it a 4-byte floating point value. And then the next one is a 0. We can't really tell because my example files always have this as 0, but this is the index of the loudest value. So this is always going to be 0 because my files start at their loudest value. Okay, so that's our peak section. And the last one is the list section. Let's add it to our cases. And also create the type. Let's see. So first it's got an info string. So we can just make a 4-byte string over here. And then it's got another 4-byte string. And then we get some structure that we already know. So we get a 4-byte string, then a 4-byte size, so 6, and then we get 6 bytes. Selection length of 6 over here. Then another 4-byte string again, and again size, and so on. So what we can do here is again create a contents thing, let it repeat until the end of the stream, and say that it's contents or something, content, and create a subtype for that. With some sequential data, ID, name, type string, size 4, ID size, type U4, and an ID content of type string and size. And now we can see how it gets decoded. So the inam is the title, iprod is album, iart is the artist, this is a comment, and so on. And that's pretty much all of the file. So Kaitai even tells us there's no unparsed parts left. There's nothing that's left as a byte array instead of some defined type. So that's all of the wave format that we can see from this example. There's of course some stuff that I haven't shown you yet, like bit fields and some fancier conditions for repetitions. As you can see, we've left the enums empty. We haven't really handled substreams, but I can go over that in just a bit. And there's no parameters, but doing all of that would be a bit much for now. Just about substreams. We've had some bits before where repetitions go to the end of the stream. So the stream is defined as, well, the root stream is just the complete file. And each time you create a type that has some given size, like here, you create a substream just for that type. So when you take a look at the data type, which is surrounded by a stream, and then we have here a repetition until the end of the stream. So that doesn't keep going until the end of the file, but will stop once it reaches the given size. So that's pretty much the important bit about substreams. And also positioning within that stream is always started from the beginning of the stream instead of the beginning of the file. So that's all I have to say about substreams at this point. If you're interested, you should definitely take a look at the documentation or feel free to ask me. I hope you had fun, and I wish you the best of luck liberating file formats with KiteStruct.
Eyes on suspect, black male, white jacket.
You could be anywhere on the globe tonight.
Just randomly auto-played into something else. Let's try this. There we go. With all my crazy hair going on. I don't even know what this is. Some weird inspirational thing going on. Okay, well, that was the reverse engineering binary formats at Katai Structure. It was a workshop that was at 7 a.m. in the morning. I was interacting with before we came on here, and I just want to remind that in the last remaining hour or so that we're going to have on the stream. Now, I know this hasn't been like the best stream. It's just been like, I mean, trying to do all this early was rough. Last night was particularly rough for me. So I'm trying to do the best I can here. We're going to be doing a lot better tomorrow when we actually get to broadcast at like with this crazy hair at like 9-ish, so that will be cool. We are, again, which I posted the link again, we are raising money for the Child's Play charity, where we get to be Hacker Santa and donate to Child's Play at 50c3, which also is being handed through Tiltify, which is also 50c3. So if you just have $1 or $5 to spare, or more, you could send that over, and we get to help sick kids in hospitals, whether they are mentally or physically disabled, have some sort of injury, such as getting infected with COVID, or grew up in a domestic abuse environment. We figured the best way to kind of end out the year is to be Hacker Santa and give a bunch of kids a better opportunity and a more comfortable way of living in the beginning of 2021 than they did all of 2020. I think we've all related to that. So if you're on Twitch, you can scroll below and there's a little widget where you can click and donate. If not, I got you, fam. I put the link in chat. And here comes the new Instant Reward, which you can get some free cryptocurrency just by watching this stuff. So we are at the final countdown, or in my case, it's the final brain cell. And let me get the reverb done. There we go. So if we go back to the broadcast here, we should be at the one of these. One of these should be going on. Hang on a moment. Let me just double check the schedule here. Jack's door doesn't fully close. There we go. Let's see. So it should start at 1. Let's see. Is that Exheim, Berlin? Okay, so apparently it's at, let's see here, Film Congress. I have no idea what the heck that is. Scroll down here. I believe this is the closing. Possibly. Let's just double check. Should be the closing, so let's go and check this out. It's just strange music right now. Hope I got this correct. Let's look at the Fahrplan. Because there's so many closings going on right now. Here we go. This is something. Or maybe not. I guess they're still processing everything right now, maybe? They're definitely closing the rC3. And this is going to last for like roughly 40 minutes here. So I guess they're still preparing for the closing time. Let's hope so. Because right now it just sounds like the first beat to a Christopher Nolan trailer, just They're like a T-Rex. I guess while this is going on, I'll sum up so far my thoughts about all of this, because I've always wanted to go to the Chaos Computer Congress. I'm still waiting for getting like audio and video. Is it actually happening? No, it's just waiting. It's really happening, Ron Paul. No, I've always wanted to physically go to Chaos Computer Congress, and I can never go every year because I'm a broke person who lives in the United States, and particularly in New Jersey. So I always look forward to looking at whatever English talks that I can, picking up a little bits of German here and there on the Chaos Computer Congress live streams. And what makes this different this year again is they're used to live streaming this stuff, so the live streams are not normally the problem. The problem is simply that wow, my brain is so fried this morning, today. The problem is that even more so than Hackers on Planet Earth, Chaos Computer Congress runs on like a certain amount of like spontaneity. I would actually kind of describe it, especially encountering this, that it's probably more closer in design to the what do you call it? Closer in design to the Wikipedia conventions, in which the Wikipedia conventions has like one or two like solid keynotes, and then everything else is just completely random, poo on head retarded sort of thing going on. My brain is totally not working right now. Totally like poo on head, pants on head confusion, because what they do is, again, they have like one or two keynotes at these Wikipedia conventions, and then they literally have like little like cards you can write, and basically you get to make your own convention. And like, so you don't know what sort of workshops or other talks you're going to be getting, because it really is made up by the people who attend the actual convention. And actually, that's what I closely more describe this as than hope. Hope, while has spontaneity when it turns up of you just meeting people and having conversations, like all the activities are almost pretty much set in stone. Like the Makerspace, they're premeditated. The Makerspace Village is the Makerspace Village. The Ham Radio Village is the Ham Radio Village. The merch area is the merch area. There's not really a lot of activities or any other like things going on outside of things beforehand. So there might be spontaneity in terms of like having cool conversations with people, or like like, hey, let's go out to this restaurant, or hey, let's do this flash mob in this part of the con. But you don't really have like entire sections of the con just made up by the community as it goes on normally. And CCC, from my understanding, is very much like that. So that was going to be the hard part. See, this is how tired I am. Hard part. Fart. That would be the hard part to replicate in a virtual environment. And for a first time, I think it went okay, but there's definitely issues with all this. Well, first of all, positive and negatives of different things. So the streaming, They usually knock it out of the park with the videos this year, except I do have one flaw, and it more has to be where I actually live than any flaw. That's like, there's nothing technical they did wrong on their end. I mean, apparently they had some issues trying to bump up or set up the streams, but that's not, you know, that's not like a deal breaker right there or anything like that. The issue is that trying to figure out all these different places that have, let's see, because I'm looking at the thing here, and it's Exheim Berlin. We're in there, but so far they haven't started anything yet. I have to peek around at different things. But yeah, so the big problem that we had, because if you remember that first broadcast we did back on Sunday, it feels like Sunday was like 8 months ago or something, kind of like how in 2020 no one knows what time and space means, especially me. There was this whole thing where our stream kept getting cut off, and I didn't know what was going on. I know the computer was partly overheating, but I didn't know, was this a hardware issue or failure? Like, what was going on here? And what it turns out, what happened was that in addition to that, the computer was honestly overheating and I had to shut down and restart it. Get you on here. I forgot that Germany has way better internet infrastructure than us. They have been using, technically, we're currently getting a really bad offhand version of 5G. It's basically 5G without being actually 5G, kind of like how our 4G was. And they've been using proper 5G for like multiple years now, and they have huge pipelines, not only because they're a smaller country, but because they got internet a bit later than the United States, kind of like how other countries got and states got their subway system later than New York and PATH. They basically knew what to avoid, and they had better technology available, and also like what they're going to implement and what they're not going to implement. So, like, I don't know the exact numbers on this, but basically they were like essentially pumping like 4K or more worth of video resolution through this live stream, and that's why we kept getting cut off. That, you know, that's mostly fine in IRC right now. That's why I'm hunched over. That's normally fine when you're just on a computer, just watching the live streams, enjoying it. We were doing that a bit of last night, and I was doing that in the morning. But if you are like a content creator who's trying to like essentially promote the Chaos Computer Congress by streaming it, ask an IRC. So when does this begin? It's right now. It's just doing this weird boot loop thing. Maybe they're delayed. I have no idea. I just asked an IRC. But yeah, so if you're trying to run OBS and a live stream on multiple different streaming platforms, you know, Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and Facebook in this case, and you're trying to pump more than 4K quality worth of video and audio at the same time, one or the other is going to fail. And because of the bigger amount of data here, the video feeds kept failing and thus chopping up our entire stream. That's why that first video looks so uneven. So basically kind of poo-poo for them. That I think in the future they should really set, and they should make a notification or an option that they should set their stuff to standard definition. Kind of like how, you know how YouTube usually sets their stuff at just by default 480p, and then you actually have to click and set it on HD like 720 or 1080 or 1080 at 60 frames a second in order to see that high resolution. I think it's the same thing here. They should set everything for standard definition. That way, if a country other than Germany, such as the United States or like Morocco or just, you know, something, or even someone living in a rural area tries to load this, they can get the video because it's in standard definition, where I'm assuming is 720p, and then if they want to see a higher res format, they can then bump that up manually instead of just leaving the defaults at max. Funny enough, leaving defaults at max is what basically happened at Cyberpunk 2077. Even if you have the PC version that runs better than the console versions, you have to configure it before it runs, because even on a monster PC, everything, all the defaults are set to max settings. So unless you have one of those mythical RTX 80s out there, you won't be able to run the game just by loading it and hit play, because it's going to set all textures on like ultra high res, and the RTX is on, and like the crowds are at max capacity and things like that. So I don't know if that's like between Germany and Poland, I don't know if that's like a central European / Eastern European way of thinking, but to quote the guy with the giant clock, that needs to stop. I do like the 2D world. It was confusing. In fact, that's how I would describe most of the flaws for CCC. When stuff worked, and was up and running, it worked pretty well. The problem was a lot of things were confusing, and a lot of things were honestly confusing because of either the major thing is a lack of documentation, and I understand to some degree the CCC might have like a concept of like, oh, we want our users to kind of explore and figure some things out themselves, but there's honestly we're good at technology. I'm not going to say we're like the most elite hackers ever, but we know how to work technology. You saw that earlier when I was doing stuff in Terminal and everything. And it's like the fact that we were confused about where everything was and how everything worked kind of says a lot of like the lack of documentation right there. So far, no one has responded yet in IRC. I'm kind of just basically rambling now while I'm in this weird loop. I feel like I'm being possessed right now. We actually might go back to this later if I click on audio, I'm going to see if something comes up. See if anything happens, or is it still the woo? Yeah, it's still the woo. I hope they didn't do that thing again where they like accidentally put this on a completely different stream or something like that, because I don't have my phone with me right now, so I haven't had the ability to check. The hell are they typing here? Oh, there's no translation here, so that bunks that out. Let's see, is there any other closings? But yeah, like, I didn't know about, like, I knew about the streams. By the way, from what I understand, there's no good direct way to, like, click on, like, there's no thing here that says stream the talks, and then the streaming site opens. That's, like, a completely different site. And, like, I didn't know that in order to get, for example, on here, like, in order to find the workshops, like, there's no tab for workshop. You have to go to platform of all places, which to me should just be a FAQ of how, like, the Jitsi and stuff works, but instead it talks about the floor plan and the assemblies. And I didn't know that the assemblies, what they meant by assemblies are workshops, essentially, and that the floor plan are the talks. This should just be, what is the floor plan, aka talks, or what are the assemblies, aka workshops, because this is going to be new for a lot of people here. And also, this should be labeled as interact instead of platform. Platform can, like, literally mean anything. This was clear for the profile, and we have the my plan stuff. And I also, here's another thing. Like, speaking of the 2D world, as I said, and here comes the new instant reward. I know sounds like I'm just absolutely shitting on this convention right now, but no, I actually did have, despite me being dead tired right now, just due to timing, despite the timing, which is another issue I'm going to bring up, I did have a lot of fun watching it, and I especially had more fun interacting this year than I've had at other years, even while being on IRC and watching the streams with all this interactive stuff and profiles. And I'm also glad that they did this for free instead of, like, charging. Same way how I'm grateful that DEFCON and to some degree Hope did a bunch of stuff for free. So, we're in the pandemic, people have lost their jobs, and, like, everything's online anyhow. So it's like, hey, this is like the freebie, or, it's like a great, if you are a broke person, you're usually stuck at home, you can't make a lot of these conventions, this is probably, providing you survived COVID and people rubbing their butts on each other and police officers just shooting anyone whose skin is not transparent. You probably honestly had a very good year. I in terms of con stuff, honestly, I was originally going to travel a lot this year for conventions, including this was supposed to be my first in-person DEF CON. I guess now, because I truly have no choice, I guess next year will be my in-person DEF CON. But where am I going with this? This has been like, I got to, finally to some degree see what Echo Party in Argentina was like, and I got to finally do, because I've been applying for years and never get in, what's that convention called? The Code Blue, which is the big cybersecurity conference in Japan. I went to my first Black Hat finally because of virtually. I didn't even know believe it or not, I didn't even know what the Usenex convention was until this year. Got to see the DC furs, even though I'm not a furry, for the first time. They had extremely cool talks, especially about the Animal Crossing, and they had the most fun parties. I got to enter my first contests for stuff. It was also, as someone who works normally for not core staff, but who works very closely to core staff at Hope, it was also really nice to, one, sleep in my own bed and not have bed bugs, two, get up whenever the hell I wanted, provided it was in the correct time slot. Go eat food that I can either afford or already have, and be in my pajamas and stuff, and have the same type of conversations, as well as just hop between rooms without physically walking between them. I just am clicking at Hackers on Planet Earth, and that sort of blew me away. So even though I can't wait till we all meet physically for Hope, I'm hoping for, pun semi-intended, with all of these different conventions, is now that not only they themselves but their audience has had a little taste of what it's like to do this stuff virtually, I don't think there's any going back. I think from now on there's going to be a permanent element that you can interact with these cons that is virtual some way, to the point where nothing's set in stone with this, but one of the ideas that's been tossed around for when we do a physical DEF CON groups village is that we are going to do a physical DEF CON group village if DEF CON one of these years becomes physical again. Maybe that should be the tagline for that DEF CON, like DEF CON 29, become physical. Touch whiners. Docking with Docker. Inside joke. No, but what was I getting with this? Because I got distracted by docking. Because I'm literally on this last brain cell is like out of breath, running a 6K marathon right here, trying to keep up. So like W's in chats and bravo for that last brain cell, that last neuron firing neurons at 1:23. I have been up for already 10 to 12 hours straight. And yeah, that doesn't sound like a lot, because get an energy drink and stuff, but between the crappy sleep and I'm just a cranky guy right now. But no, what was I going with this? So it's just very convenient. So what we want to do for DEF CON groups, from my understand, is we're going to have a physical meet, and we'll have a physical space just like the way the different villages in DEF CON have. But I don't know if it's going to be virtual reality. I would still like to keep it virtual reality, but make it better and more accessible and easier to deploy. But we still want to have a virtual component, especially since we're DEF CON groups. There's going to be a lot of groups that will not be able to make it out to DEF CON in order to hang out, especially a lot of these new ones that, believe it or not, there were actually new DEF CON groups that got formed in 2020 because of all the crazy bullshit in 2020, including the one off the top of my head was the 5529 or whatever. I think they're actually the ones from, if I remember correctly, Argentina, I believe. And I'm in their Telegram and stuff, and I got to see their first live stream, and we rated them, and it was really awesome. I hope they get to do that again soon, unless I've missed something somehow. So it's for all the groups who can be there, we'll be physically there, but then the idea is that all the groups that can't be there will have a virtual element, and the virtual element will exist in the physical space of the actual DEF CON village and vice versa, so that way everyone, whether you're stuck somewhere with your DEF CON group but you can attend virtually, or you manage to actually fly or swim or launch out of a can to Vegas and get get into our little village area personally, everyone in DEF CON groups would truly be connected. And so I think that's what a lot of the convention stuff is going forward. I wouldn't be surprised if we have Hope next year, but all the Matrix chats are still up, because we don't really use IRC at Hope anymore. I'm pretty sure a lot of the villages and stuff are going to integrate all the Discord stuff that they've done, and definitely I think they're going to leverage the ones who've made Twitch and YouTube live streams. I think there's either going to be whether they're going to actually stream their talks out to the public, which they should, to be honest, or because to me, what you're really paying for with the ticket is like the workshops, the parties, the lobby con, the shitter con, all the different room gatherings, parties, and orgies, and maybe ignore that last bit. But yeah, that's what you're getting here. You're not really going. I mean, the talks are cool, but like, just like with Hope and CCC, if they stream all the talks, then what is your ticket? Your ticket is being there with the experience. That's why I think, in theory, that's why I think they did set DEFCON Safe Mode completely for free, because you're paying for the experience. Normally they don't live stream their talks. That's at DEFCON TV locally for the hotels, which I appreciate and love. I wish Hope would do that, but I know there's also issues at the time with the hotel, maybe with the college campus they want to go to, allegedly, and out in Queens, that might be a possibility. But yeah, I think that's why they did that for free, because normally they don't stream the talks, and the idea is that you show up and you see the talks in person, and then like 2 to 4 months later they actually appear online. But if we're going to be live streaming this, and we don't want to be assholes and put this stuff under a paywall, it's very hard to do with that on Twitch and Discord, to be honest. Then it's like, so then what are you paying for? And that's why I think they made it for free. Another thing that I felt, and this is not even me gushing over DEFCON, because DEFCON honestly had its own flaws. I guess the closing, maybe they're in a because they didn't say in the description, it's supposed to be a live stream of this. Maybe they're in actually 2D World and we didn't know it. I don't know, but we might click around. And I guess when I'm done rambling, I'll probably end around here and we'll go rate some screen. I love the name Info Beamer. I really try not to say Info Beaner, because that's a faux pas. However, one other thing that I think DEFCON really blew everyone away on was the fact, and I think I said this before, that they kind of realized, we made it by request that all the people speaking have to submit their stuff pre-recorded. Like, just because of like technical issues, we're not going to do any of the talks live. We'll do the Q&A live and risk that post talks. But we're going to, similar to, if I remember correctly, Chaos Computer Congress, all the talks are pre-recorded. And I think like half of the Hope talks are pre-recorded. So I like that DEFCON kind of looked at that. It's like all of our talks are pre-recorded. All the villages are virtualized, meaning there's so much stuff that's going to be done. One, like, who has the time to watch talks when there's all this stuff going on the Discords and different CTFs and stuff? But two, like, which I agree with Jeff with Dark Tangent, it's like, let's leverage the fact that we're online instead of being stuck in hotels on the Vegas Strip, no air conditioning. So they were just like, hey, Merry Hackmas, Happy Hacker Summer Camp, right before Tuesday at DEFCON and all through the virtual hotel, they just released all the talks, all of them in video format on their YouTube, and to download on direct download or on torrent, like literally the night before the con started on the Thursday. And so that way, which is what we did when we were streaming this, we focused on all of like the Q&As and the fireside chats that were live streamed, and like all the different contests and websites, and that gave us room to breathe, and we could properly show off DEFCON and all of its villages and contests and craziness. And then when it was over, like when we're like, okay, we're done streaming, I could then just read through the list, pick out all the talks that I liked, and which we actually did when we wrote our guides for that, and then just start watching. So whether I watched them early in the morning before we streamed, or I watched them in the afternoon or at night after we streamed, it was just really refreshing to just being able to see all these talks that I wanted to see whenever I wanted to, and that way I could have actually focused social interaction and stuff. And to be honest, I really wish the Chaos Computer Congress did that for two reasons. One, because again, as you probably saw, not only was there a lot. Now, I do appreciate that, and Hope did this year too, thankfully, and I think also Black Hat, just because of the virtue of their system they're on, that when these talks are done, they are archived. You can see them down here. They are archived in the media .ccc.de. Negative side is that they don't have the translations yet. You have to wait until like a couple weeks, a couple months later, because these are just data dumps that are fully downloaded, to have the translated ones. Also, what that means, dead serious, is that sometimes it accidentally clipped the different ones. Also, if I remember correctly, if we watch these, unfortunately, it's going to be like the pure stream. And so that's way too much bandwidth, and it's going to crash all of our stuff. I'm actually going to load one of these closings in the background. Is it just random crap? It's just random crap. So they got theirs done. So I think we're just going to kind of wrap up here, basically. And the other reason why I wish they kind of just aired all the talks, all of them, just right at the same time. Oh, we might be able to do it. Nope, there's no translation for this. That means it's... Let's see. Oh! They must have... They must have confused everything and accidentally put the track we were looking for on this track. So we will watch this in a moment, but I do want to kind of wrap up what I was talking about earlier. Or maybe I'm off on the time scheduling slightly. We'll see. But one of the things about this is that CCC is in Germany. Both the group and normally the Chaos Computer Congress itself is in Germany. And so one of the aggravating things was that it was entirely run on German time. It's the same problem we had with Code Blue. And that means that when they're streaming stuff in their time zone from like 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., our time zone makes it to be like 4 to 6 a.m. in the morning. That's why I had to wake up at 9 a.m. in the morning today. And then their stuff ends at like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. And so that, as you can tell with the way I talk and sound right now, it really took a lot of toll on my health and mental synapses. So those were the two reasons why, even though I appreciate the talks, most of the talks were great, I like that they're immediately dumped on the media archive and stuff like that. I had no real problems with streaming, particularly once I load up a Chrome browser. But I do wish that... let's go into, what are we in, RC1? That they dumped all the talks just as downloads, except for certain ones like the closing ceremony, and that way we could focus on the other village live stream talks, and we could focus on that. Also, I know everyone, by the way, at CCC is a volunteer. It's kind of like DEFCON and Hope, where no one's paid to, as far as I know, to do this con. It's all volunteers. So, like, for example, the translators are all volunteers, so I know they only have X amount of translators. But what was really frustrating is that there were some really awesome, important talks, like about police brutality in Germany and sex worker talks and stuff, that because they were on other channels, they weren't on the two main tracks, there were no translators for them. And I honestly think that's a shame, considering that they probably covered a lot of cool, important activists and hacker and technological things that until someone goes out and tries to translate, maybe Google will do it or something when they're uploaded inevitably to YouTube, we won't know what they're talking about because us English speakers, because it'll be entirely in German. And that's, to me, for like, I think one of the core problems with CCC is that, honestly, I understand that you can only do so much in your language. But like I've never heard of like foreign people go to DEFCON and get really confused of like where everything is physically or digitally. I've never seen them get confused of a talk. Again, they also have like sign language interpreters at DEFCON and things like that. So I think one of CCC's biggest problems, besides just getting their infrastructure up and running, is that overall this was a decent first try. And I had a lot of fun, but they really need to, they can still have stuff in the German language, and they can have their different groups and stuff, but if they want, when you're virtual, you're global. And, this is, for example, why, even though we stream usually like 8 p.m. or 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we make sure that these videos get archived on YouTube and other sites afterwards, so that way someone who can't be there can watch it. And that's why we also have different programmings on different days at different times. It's not just our meeting. Master of Unlocking is second and third Sundays, and Hack All and Commander is sometimes weekly or bi-weekly, depending on how he feels, every Wednesday. And GI Jax, Archvile for Arch Linux is the second and third Thursdays, and then Crypto Barons is all second. So it's like, if you can't check out our meeting, there might be a different day or a different time of an activity that we're doing that we'll announce beforehand that you can catch in on. And that's us being aware that not everyone is up when we're up. Not everyone has the same time schedule as we do. And that's us working with our own limitations for being global. I'm not saying we're better than the Chaos Computer Congress. I'm just saying that I think they could really work on that if they were going to go on the internet, instead of being, we're bringing this German conference to the internet, they really should have conceptualized it as, we're taking this German Congress, this German meetup, despite how many tourists we get, and we're making it truly global. And that's something that I wanted to see kind of improve. But I want to hear what they've been saying about the infrastructure. It seems like this is the actual closing ceremony we're looking for, so let's watch, and then I guess we'll be done with the stream.
Welcome to the infrastructure review of the team infrastructure. I'm not quite sure if we have the newest revision of the slides, because my version of the stream isn't loading right now. So maybe, Lindworm, is it possible to press Ctrl-R? And if you're seeing a burning computer, then we have the actual slides.
Let's just play PowerPoint karaoke without the background music.
Yeah, and without the PowerPoint presentation in real time.
Yep.
Now I'm seeing me. Let's wait a few seconds until we see the slide.
You want to wait the entire stream delay?
It's just about 30 to 1 minute.
Well done.
Yeah, I'm Thies, and I'm waiting, and this is Patrick, and he's waiting too. Yeah, but that's in the middle of the slides. Can we go? Okay. Yeah, I'm now seeing something in the middle of the slides, but yeah, it seems fine. Okay, yeah, we're the team C3 Infra, rC3 Infra. We're creating the infrastructure. Next slide. We had about 9 terabytes of RAM and 1,700 CPU cores. On the whole event, there's only one dead SSD. It died because everything's broken. We had 5 dead RAID controllers and didn't bother to replace the RAID controllers, just replace them with new servers. And a 100% uptime. Next slide. We looked about 42 hours on starting screens of enterprise servers. 20 minutes max is what HP delivered. And we are now certified enterprise observers. We had only 27% visitors using IPv6, so that's even less than Google publishes. And even though we had almost full IPv6 coverage, except some really, really shady out-of-band management networks, we're still not at the IPv6 coverage that we are hoping for. I'm not quite sure if that's the right slides, but I'm not quite sure where we are in the text. Yeah, Patrick.
Yeah, so before the Congress, there was one prediction. There's no way it cannot be not DNS, and well, it was DNS at least once. So we checked that box, and let's go over to the next topic, OS. We've provisioned about 300 nodes, and it was an Ansible-powered madness.
Kann ja immer so beweisen, als würde ich dich tun, als würde ich was klicken.
Dass du echt lockpicken kannst, ja, zeig das mal.
Ja, ich habe hier so ein Link aus.
Minimal logging wherever possible, so in the case of some problems, we only had warnings available. and no info logs, no debug logs, just the minimal logging configuration. And with some software, we had to pipe logs to death null because the software just wouldn't stop logging IPs, and we didn't want that. So no personal data in logs, so no GDPR headache, and your data.
So I need to interrupt the stream right here, but I just want to mention that I found the lockpicking thing. Turns out SSDev had their own room in their own world, and they have a Jitsi stream going on where they're picking locks that I'm probably going to attempt to interact in. And it just blows my mind that, like, I've been searching for locks everywhere, and then I finally find it. Like, it's still going on, but, like, after this happened. So I guess after the stream, I'm going to get myself involved in it since I don't want to dox the people on there. In fact, I'm going to get a practice lock right now. Jesus Christ. This is what I mean about everything was also just... They needed better documentation, and they needed to stop thinking German-centric, because this confused everyone, including German people, because I got to read, like, the tweets at Mastodon, so...
Announce our great cooperation with our gold sponsor DDoS24.net, who provided an excellent service of handcrafted requests to our infrastructure. There was a great demand, or great public demand, with some million requests per second for a while. But even during the highest or peak demand, we were able to serve most of these services. We've provided some infrastructure to the VOC, and they've quickly made use of the provided infrastructure deployed there. Overall, an amazing time to market. We had 6 locations, and those 6 locations were some wildly different special snowflakes overall. So we had Düsseldorf, 816 GPU cores there, 2 terabytes of RAM, and we had 10 gigabits per second interconnect. There was also a 1 terabit per second InfiniBand available, but sadly we couldn't use that. The machine start had a weird enhanced IPMI, which made it hard to deploy there. And the admin on location never deployed bare metal hardware to a data center, so there were also some learning experience there. Fun fact about Düsseldorf, this was the data center with the maximum heat. 1 server, 7 units, over 9,000 watts of power, 11.6 to be exact, which where they had some to take some creative heat management solutions. Next was Frankfurt. There we had 620 gigabit of total uplink capacity, and we actually only used 22 gigabit during peak demand, again by our premium sponsor DDoS24.net. There was 0 network congestion, and 1.5 gigabit per second were IP version 6. So there was no real traffic challenge. For the network engineers of you, it was a full layer 3 architecture with MPLS between the WAN routers, and there was a night shift on the 26th and 27th for more service because some shipments didn't arrive yet. The fun fact about this data center was the maximum bandwidth. Some servers there had 50 gigabit uplink on the server configured. It was the data center with the maximum manual intervention. Of course, we had the most infrastructure there, and it wasn't oversubscribed at any point. We had some hardware in Stuttgart, which was basically the easiest deployment. There were also some night shifts, but thanks to Neuner and team, this was a really easy deployment. It was also the most silent DC, so no incident from day -5 until now. So if you're currently watching from Stuttgart now, you can create some issues because now we said it. Wolfsburg was the smallest DC. We only had 3 service D, and we managed to kill 1 hardware RAID controller, so we only could use 2 service there. So yeah, and then Hamburg was the data center with the minimum uptime. We never could deploy to this data center because there was a broken net boot and we couldn't provision anything there. And of course, the 6th data center was the Hetzner Cloud, where we deployed on all locations. Deployment fun facts. We received a COVID warning from the data center. Luckily, it didn't affect us. It was at another location, but thanks for the heads up and the warning. The team lead of a sponsor needed to install Proxmox in a DC with no knowledge or without any clue what they were doing. We installed Proxmox in the Hamburg DC, and no server actually wanted to talk to us, so we had to give up on that. And there had to be a lorry relocated before we could deploy other servers. So that was standing in the way there. Now let's get to Jitsi. Our peak user count were 1,105 users at the same time on the same cluster. I don't know if it was at the same time as the peak user count, but the peak conference count was 204 conferences. I hope you can still beat that today, but that is data from yesterday. And the peak conference size was 94 participants in a single conference. And let me give condolences to your computer, because that must have been hard on it. Our peak outgoing video traffic on the Jitsi video bridges was 1.3 gigabit per second, and we had about 3/4 of the participants were streaming video, and 1/4 of them had video disabled. Interesting ratio. Our Jitsi deployment was completely automated with Ansible, so it was 0 to Jitsi in 15 minutes. We broke up the Jitsi cluster into 4 shards to have better scalability and resilience. So if one shard were down, it would only affect a part of the conferences and not all of them, because there are some infrastructure components that you can't really scale or cluster. So we went with a sharding route. Our Jitsi video bridges were about 42% peak usage, excluding our smallest video bridge, which was only 8 cores and 8 gigabytes, which we added in the beginning to test some stuff out, and it remained in there. And yes, we over-provisioned a bit. There will also be a blog post on our Jitsi Meet deployment coming in the future, and for the next time for the upcoming days, we will enable 4K streaming on there, so why not use that? And we want to say thanks to the FF Meet project, who contacted us after our initial load test and gave us some tips to handle load effectively and so on. We also tried making call out call out working. Spent 48 hours trying to get it work, but there were some troubles there. So sadly, no adding DECT participants to Jitsi conferences for now. Jitsi.rc3.world will be running over New Year, so you can use that to get together with your friends and so on over the New Year. Stay separate, don't visit each other, please. Don't contribute to COVID-19 spread. You've got the alternative there. Now let's go over to monitoring. Please.
Yeah, thanks. First of all, it's really funny how you added this page, but Reveal.js doesn't work that way until Lindworm reloads the page, which he hopefully doesn't do right now. Everything's fine, so you can leave it to be. Yeah, monitoring. We had the Prometheus and the Light Manager setup completely driven out of our solemnly one and only source of truth, our netbox. We received about 43,885 critical alerts. It's looking at my mobile phone, it's definitely more right now, and about 13,070 warnings, also definitely more right now. And we tended about 100 of them. The rest was kind of useless. Next slide, please. As it's important to have an abuse hotline and an abuse contact, received 2 network abuse messages, both from Hetzner, one of our providers, letting us know that someone doesn't like our infrastructure as much as we do. Props to DDoS24.net and this, and we got 1 call at our DDoS hotline, at our abuse hotline, and it was a person who wanted to buy a ticket from us. Sadly, we were out of tickets. Next slide, please. Some other stuff is we got a premium Ansible deployment brought to you by Turing Complete YAML. That sounds scary. And we had about 130k DNS updates thanks to the World team at this point. They're really stressing our DNS RP with the redeployments. And also our DNS Prometheus and Grafana are deployed on and by NixOS thanks to Flübke, and head over to Flübke's interweb thingy. He wrote some blog posts about how to deploy stuff with his NixOS. And the next slide, please. And the last slide from the infra team is the list of our sponsors. Huge thanks to all of them. It won't be possible to create such a huge event and such loads of infrastructure without them. And that's everything we have.
Amazing. Thank you for all you've done. Truly incredible, and sharing everything to the public. So I promised that there will be a kind of behind the scenes look of this infrastructure talk or review. And I really have nothing to do with it. Everything was done by completely different people. I'm only a herald somehow lost and tumbled into this stream. And so I'm just going to say, switch to wherever, show us the magic.
Three hours ago, I got a call.
Now the mic is on.
Hello, and welcome from the last point of the infrastructure review, and greetings from Karlsruhe. So 3 hours ago, I got a call from Lindworm, and he asked me, how is it with this last talk we have? It may be a bit complicated. And he told me, okay, we have a speaker, I'm the herald. Oh, as always. So, and then we realized, yeah, we don't have only one speaker, we have 24. And for that, we called Chaos West and built up an infrastructure which Dampfkatze will explain you now in a short minute, I think so.
Thank you. Yes. Oh, I lost the sticker. Okay. After we called Chaos West, we came up with this monstrosity of a video cluster. And we start here. The teams streamed via OBS Ninja onto 3 Chaos West studios. They were brought together via RTMP on our Mix 1 local studio. And then we pumped that into Mix 2, which pumped it further to the VOG. The slides were brought in via another OBS Ninja directly onto Mix 2. They came from Lindworm. Also, the closing you will see shortly, hopefully, will also come from there. And Yusuf and Lindworm were directly connected via OBS Ninja onto our Mix 1 computer. And Mix 2 also has the studio camera you're watching right now. And for the backend communication, we had a Mumble with connected with our audio matrix. And Lindworm, Yusuf, and the teams, and we in the studio locally could all talk together. And now back to the closing with, to the Herald News Show, I think. Lindworm will introduce it to you. Lindworm is live.
Is Yusuf still there, or do you come with me?
Audio stuff.
So it will take a second, the Yusuf years. So thank you very much for this review. It was as chaotic as the whole Congress, but for having a first time, a remote Congress with so many people was very, very hard. Yusuf, are you there? So.
Nee, Yusuf ist noch da, Moment. Ich versuche ihn wieder reinzubringen. Ich weiß nicht.
The end is the same. Chaotic.
Ja, wieso ist...
Bear with us for a second, please.
Ja, jetzt, ich kann...
Yeah, yes, sure, I can wing it. So this is only the last two sentences. I would love to have Yusuf here and wink into the camera and say goodbye. Thank you for attending this whole Congress. Thank you to be here. And for last one, I will present to you the Herald News Show. Thank you very much.
So yeah, it seems like they switched the channels again, and what I'm doing is I'm copying something that we found onto the Mastodon. Or is this the little radio show thing they have?
To the Herald News Show. Unfortunately, this is the last show of rC3. But how did we got here? How did this start out? In the beginning, in November or something like that, we Heralds got together in a mumble and we asked ourselves the question, how can we transform what we Heralds usually do into the virtual realm? And this show is maybe the answer to that. Sure, we still announce the talks, we still moderate the Q&A, we still tell you about the translations and the bottles and the trash and the defragmentation. We did all of that, but we thought that's not enough. We need to provide a little bit more entertainment, and we need to help bridge the gap between a virtual event and a real event. And on a real event, you know that you can go through a door and explore what's behind it. And you know that you can check out the assembly halls and walk along endless rows of tables where people show off their projects or do awesome stuff. And all of this wasn't possible this year because it's a virtual event. So we figured, how can we bridge that gap? And one of the answers to that is exactly this show. This show where we not only try to give you entry points and information on where to look for stuff that's happening on Congress and what else is there to explore, but also we try to give a voice and a face to the angels behind the scenes that are even harder to recognize and to appreciate this year in a virtual conference. I don't know if we managed all of this, but that certainly was our aspiration. In the beginning, the idea for this show was developed within the group of existing Congress Heralds, but it quickly grew from there. And by now, we are a team from angels that come from many, many different teams and backgrounds, and that is beautiful as well. So it is not a Heralds only show anymore. We have stage managers, we have angels who are busy in completely other teams usually, and they all got together to create this Herald News Show, and it's amazing. I couldn't believe it when I saw that we actually released 6 episodes on day 1 and then another 6 episodes on day 2, and we continued with that, making 5 to 6 episodes every day. It's an incredible amount of work, and I can't believe that we actually managed to pull this off. So big thanks and a huge round of applause to all of the people behind the Herald News Show. I love to be part of this team, and thanks for enabling me to talk to you right now through this camera. This is completely beautiful. I am now here with Linus, and Linus is one of the spokespeople of CCC, and I can ask some questions to him about this rC3 event. Linus, what's your opinion of the rC3? How did it went for you? How did it feel?
Well, it's been a while since we've had so many chances to learn new things, and I think we did that. And well, you know, let's for now celebrate the learning experience and improve things just in case we need to do them again.
And what's your outlook? What will happen after this event, now that rC3 is nearly over?
Well, I hope we never have to do this again, and I hope we'll continue the parts of rC3 that we want to do again. But I don't want to ever be forced into this situation, as you can probably imagine.
Will the next C3 event happen in real life, or do you think there will be another virtual one in between?
Well, it's difficult to make predictions, especially about the future. Let's aim for the end of lockdown measures and hope for swift vaccinations. I think we all agree that it depends on the comparison and your standards, whether you like rC3 or not. If you compare it to a lockdown situation that we're all in, it's a wonderful, magical moment. If you compare it to a Congress, an Easter hack, or whatever live event, it's just a very, very sad thing to happen. So let's make sure that we can have better standards for future events.
And what is something, in your opinion, that we can look forward to? Maybe a DEFCON around Easter or something like that? What do you think?
End of lockdown, vaccination. That's all I'm looking forward to. That's everything I'm about at the moment.
And what's your plan for tonight? Where will you hang around?
I think I'll scroll and stroll through the 2D world again, and enjoy the last evening. But on the other hand, this is open source, and who knows what will happen with it afterwards.
Thank you for this interview. This was Linus Neumann. He is the spokesperson of the CCC.
Thank you.
The most frequently asked question is, will the 2D world continue to live afterwards? Will this continue to be operated? And to be honest, we had contradicting information in this regard. Someone who allegedly helps in running the infrastructure behind the 2D world said that there will be an incomplete teardown, which gives some hope. But someone else contradicted that person and said that there will be a shutdown tomorrow, some point in the morning. We don't know what will happen, but something between that. Also, someone told me that you need to export the badges. I have no clue how that works, but maybe you can figure it out and post somewhere publicly how that works, how to export the badges, because they also will be shut down then tomorrow. But there is also some hope for the 2D world, because this happened. Honkhase posted to Twitter, and he wants this 2D world to continue to exist. So I think it's better if we all try to keep it alive, because otherwise Honkhase will come. And we all know what happens when Honkhase has to come. For today, we have yet another cocktail recipe to recommend to you. It's called Kill Berlin, and it will be presented to you by Simi.
Hello and welcome to the Space Bar. Tonight we are going fancy. The drink has many names. Some call it Turbo Mate or Power Mate, but I like to call it Kill Berlin. It is made from mate and sparkling wine, and while it is fancy, it is really easy to make. Ice, mate, sparkling wine. Cheers.
On this stage, we'll continue with the last entry in the Fahrplan. And the last entry, as is on every Congress, is the closing event. On this stage rC1, but on the community operated stages, there is a program going late into the night. So check out what happens on the community stages as well. Someone said that we in total created more than 10 hours of audio and video recordings for the Herald News Show. And as you can imagine, if you shoot 10 hours of video, then there will be quite some outtakes. We have prepared a small selection of the best of the outtakes for you. And right now we have them ready for you. Enjoy.
Sagst du nochmal bitte kurz was?
Ja, ich sag jetzt nochmal kurz etwas.
Of the next Fahrplan slots, but first, the third. Take it away, Heavy. Tada! Fertig.
Na los, Jungs, erzählt.
Es ist früh, ich bin müde, ich habe noch meine erste Mate.
Ich mache mir noch ein bisschen heller, dann bin ich nicht ganz so düster neben mir. So.
I like that very much.
Wow.
Ist jetzt nicht wahr.
Something, how the Jewish people are part of the root of comedy, so you should probably not get rid of all of them. Just saying.
Also, dann, Tata, der Opener und so weiter. Here we are again with our...
If you can tell them to shut up, just don't kick them out of your country because you'll just become humorless. Whoa, that is a beer. That is like, I think that's the
Fenster schon wieder. Ach, das ist doch
what do you call
Wer
that?
ist denn seine Pop-ups hinter andere
That
Fenster?
guy has the Mega evolution of the final
There
form
is
of
a
Night Owl.
small
Holy
chance
shit, that
will
beard.
continue to create a
That wasn't a
the Herald
beard, that
News
was a
show in
rope
some
jungle
way or
gym.
another.
Holy shit.
Maybe during
Congrats
other
to
events,
him. He
maybe
would have won the
even in
DEFCON
between
beard
the years.
contest, in my
The
opinion.
ideas are running wild
Shit.
currently in the team. Nothing
I
is
am
decided.
shook.
But if you want to make sure to not miss a new episode of the Herald News Show, then please go to YouTube and subscribe to our channel. It's called the Herald News Show. Also, we will publish things on Twitter in the future. So if you haven't yet, then follow the account C3 News Show on Twitter.
Guten Abend und willkommen zum Closing Event. 4 Tage Veranstaltung haben wir jetzt hinter uns. Nicht immer ist alles ganz gut gelaufen, aber hey, es war für uns alle das erste Mal. Und es war eine großartige Veranstaltung. Diese Remote Chaos Experience war genau das. Eine Chaos Experience. Eine großartige. Ich habe es mehrfach geschafft, in die Lobby zu laufen, um an einen bestimmten Ort zu gehen und wie auf jeder realen Kongressveranstaltung mich 2 Stunden später an einem völlig anderen Ort mit völlig fremden Leuten wiederzufinden, um etwas zu entdecken, von dem ich gar nicht wusste, dass es existiert. Ich glaube, dass es euch allen auch passiert. Ich glaube, dieses Event hat Geschichte geschrieben. Und Geschichten. Und weil der Winter die Zeit für Geschichten ist und Nerds irgendwie alle kleine Kinder sind, die gerne Geschichten hören, habe ich euch eine mitgebracht. Und die werde ich euch jetzt erzählen.
If you're curious, I have no idea what she's saying, and she's the big honcho, and she scares me in all the right ways. Pretty sure she's not scary in real life, she's just the big boss, and you can tell.
Na dann, ran an den Kamin, macht's euch gemütlich und viel Vergnügen beim Zuhören. Es begab sich zu einer Zeit, dass das Volk der Nerds sein großes Jahresfest feiern wollte. Aber das Land war von einer Seuche heimgesucht und es war gefährlich, hinauszugehen und anderen Entitäten zu begegnen. Die Nerds klagten sehr, denn dieses Fest war der größte Feiertag in ihrer Welt. Doch sie waren alles kluge Wesen. Und weil kluge Wesen keine anderen Wesen schädigen wollen, entschied das Festkomitee, dass die Feier im Jahre der Seuche ausfallen sollte. Aber das Volk war ein starkes und kluges Volk und so überlegten sie. Und jemand schlug vor, eine gewaltige künstliche Insel zu schaffen, die jeder mit seinem Seelenbild betreten könnte, statt mit dem Körper. Doch das Festkomitee war müde und man fragte sich, wer diese Insel bauen würde. Viele, viele Worte wurden hin und her gereicht und beantwortet und durchgestrichen und bunt bemalt, denn es dauert, bis frisch geschlüpfte Ideen reif sind. Und schließlich traten ein paar Prinzessinnen vor und erklärten sich bereit, die Reise anzuführen. Sie scharten Baumeister und Ritterinnen um sich, sattelten ein paar Drachen und Einhörner und das Festkomitee gab ihnen Proviant, ein Buch voll Notizen eigener Erfahrungen und eine magische Brieftaube nach rFC 2549. Und so zogen sie los, um den Ort zu suchen, wo diese Insel entstehen könnte. Sie reisten über Berge und Täler, vorbei an den reißenden Flüssen der Stack Overflow, riesigen Schafherden auf den grünen Wiesen der Kommentarspalten, den bunten Marktplätzen der Videogaukler und Podcast-Hersteller und den heimlichen Hütten der Webseiten. Nach vielen Wochen der Reise erreichten sie ein kleines Tal mit grünen Wiesen und viel Platz. Und so kam man überein, die Insel hier im Lande Neu im Tale rC3 zu bauen. Die Prinzessinnen sandten Boten auf Einhörnern und Drachen an die Heimatdörfer der Hackspaces, um ihnen Bescheid zu sagen, dass man einen Ort gefunden habe. Doch einige dieser Boten verirrten sich im tiefen Dickicht der Foren und die Nachrichten erreichten das Ziel nicht. Die Baumeister begannen zu planen, die Ritterinnen erkundeten das Gelände, um zu sehen, wie man es sichern könne, gegen Spam, Systemausfälle und langweilige Menschen. Gaukler und Boten zogen mit Trommelwirbel durch die Lande und hängten Bekanntmachungen aus, um weitere Magier der Systemadministration und Meister der Codestruktur zu finden und das Volk zu informieren. Das Land war brach und unwirtlich und so schickten sich unsere Helden an, erst einmal einen See zu erschaffen, der die Insel von den Weiten des Landes Neu trennen sollte. Um diesen See überqueren zu können, würde man Booten brauchen. Eines für jeden Gast, und so wurden die Schiffsbaumeister vom Stamme Tickets und Presale gefragt, und sie waren gern bereit, Boote zu bauen und zu verteilen. Der Clan Eventphone bereitete sich vor, die Insel mit einem System auszustatten, das Kommunikation auch über weite Entfernungen ermöglichen sollte, und selbst der Himmel entsandte seine Engel, um bei der Erschaffung und Pflege der Insel zu helfen. Viele Wesen und Dörfer trugen ihren Teil bei, und so entstanden kleine Täler und Berge und Flüsse und Wiesen und Schaltungen und Flughäfen und Kirchen und Festhallen. Dann kam der Tag des Presale und eine Meute stürmte herbei.
Cat!
Sie standen am Ufer des Sees und wollten zur Insel übersetzen und kamen nicht vom Fleck.
Okay, I'll just go over
Es waren zu viele.
This is now my throne. I shall repeat cat here.
Doch die Schiffbauer vom Clan Presale und Tickets waren unangenehm. Sie bauten eine kleine Arche nach der anderen, um so viele Nerds wie möglich die Chance zu geben, zur Insel zu reisen. Sie bauten und tranken Mate und bauten weiter. Sie überzeugten die Ritterinnen von Infrastruktur und die Softwaremagier, die Insel noch ein wenig zu vergrößern. Nur ein wenig noch. Es half auch durchaus, dass den Drachen zwischendurch das Feuerspeien untersagt wurde, sodass keine Rechenknechte mehr abbrannten. Und das Festkomitee sandte eine Taube und spendete Baumaterial, sodass Platz für noch ein paar mehr Gäste gefunden werden konnte. Doch schließlich war es soweit, und so sehr man auch suchte, es konnte kein weiteres Blech für die Reiseboote gefunden werden. Der Tag des Festes brach an und die Nerds bestiegen mit ihren Seelenbildern die Boote und reisten zur Insel, sodass die Häfen zeitweise keine Boote mehr aufnehmen konnten. Denn für jedes davon musste ein Liegeplatz gefunden werden. Alle waren sie gekommen. Das rauschende Fest konnte beginnen. Im Hintergrund wurde noch fleißig gehämmert, während bereits in würdevoller Zeremonie das Eröffnungsbanner gehisst wurde. Die Magier des Hotpatches und der Software schwitzten tüchtig unter dem Ansturm der Menge. Doch zum Glück zerstreute sich das bunte Volk bald in verschiedene Dorfbauten der Assemblies. Doch diese Dorfbauten waren noch nicht mit genügend Leben gefüllt, sodass ein böser Zauber das Land befiel. Ein magischer Angriff des DDoS forderte alle Kräfte, sodass die Inseln in diesem magischen Sturm nicht untergehen. Und wie das so ist bei magischen Stürmen? In dieser Zeit konnte niemand mit einem Boot auf die Insel übersetzen. Also taten sich des Nachts alle Ritterinnen, Magier, Einhörner und Drachen zusammen, um die Sturmabwehr zu verstärken und noch mehr Schutzfeuer zu entzünden. Die Dörfer und Clans und Stämme taten sich derweil ebenfalls zusammen und begannen mehr Inhalte zu spawnen, denn mehr Inhalte besänftigen magische Angreifer, indem sie diese ablenken, und erfreuen das Volk, indem sie blinken und piepsen und überhaupt sehr benutzbar sind. Ein neuer Tag brach an und ein Jubel erfüllte die Inseln und erfreute die Datenreisenden. Du bist auch erfreut, hm? Stimmungsvolle und liebliche Tetris-Melodien statt verzerrter Drehleiertöne. Bekannte Zeichen auf magischen Kacheln, welche sogar den Sinn eines Tic-Tac-Toe-Spiels ergaben. Altbekannte Ritualbauten wie eine Seidenstraße und sogar ein Postdienst wurden eingerichtet. Für weitere Zerstreuung wurde genauso gesorgt wie für die bedauernswerten Engel, die viele ihrer früheren Aufgaben von den Festen vermissten. Der Flaschensammelsimulator erfreute sich hoher Beliebtheit, ebenso wie das Finden und Suchen von Ausgängen oder Formularen der Ausführungen 38a, b oder c. Doch der Frieden war noch nicht erreicht. Es gab wieder eine magische Attacke. Der Fluch der Unsichtbarkeit traf die Inseln, aber unsere tapferen Helden von der Serverburg bekämpften erfolgreich die Probleme des Dämonen-Namenssystems, auf das die magischen Wegweiser wieder die Insel anzeigen konnten. Erschöpfte Helden brauchen Pausen, also Mate, Gespräche und etwas gegen die Langeweile. Denn Helden, wenn sie nicht heldenhaft sein können, langweilen sich. Und daher wurden im ganzen Lande Quests ausgelobt, um sich Ritterorden und Badges für erwiesene Heldentaten zu erarbeiten. Und wie das so oft ist, fanden die ersten Helden jede Menge Nachahmer. Denn auch diese wollten den Segen der Winkekatze und das Ansehen ihrer Clans erwerben. Auch wenn einige der Orden es wirklich in sich hatten und die Suchenden, um sie zu erlangen, verwirrende Pfade beschreiten mussten, die sie fehlleiteten und in tiefste Katakomben führten, so erschuf einfach ein jedes Hackerspace seine eigenen Orden, und es gab genug, dass ein jeder einige erwerben konnte, wenn er sich denn darum bemühte. Und weil so viele Heldentaten durstig machen und auch Helden den Wunsch nach Musik verspüren, wurden Feiern eingerichtet. So viele sogar, dass man am Ende keine weiteren Plätze mehr für sie fand und sogar die Orte der Notdurft dem Feiern dienten. Zum Glück kannten die Alteingesessenen dies schon, und auch die Heiler des Clans gaben ihr Einverständnis. Das Fest dauerte an Tag und Nacht, das Siebtel eines Mondumlaufs lang. Inselreisende berichteten an die Bewohner des Landes Neu über die Reise und die Insel. Und auch wenn nicht immer alle Bereiche zu finden waren und manche Zonen der Insel sich zeitweise zu verstecken schienen, so waren die Nerds doch glücklich, denn sie hätten ihr Fest und die Gelegenheit, mit allen Hackspace-Dörfern zusammenzukommen, doch sehr vermisst. Viele von ihnen berichteten, hielten Reden und erzählten, was sich im Jahre ergeben hat. Die Gelegenheit zum Austausch, zum Erfahrungsbericht und zum gemeinsamen Lernen ist der Grund, warum diese Feier so dringend gesucht wurde, warum sie stattfinden musste. Doch eines Tages kam der Tag, an welchem das Fest zu Ende gehen sollte, und alle waren sehr traurig. Denn es war ein wunderbares, großartiges Fest gewesen. Doch die Baumeister hatten bereits am Anfang erklärt, dass künstliche Inseln nicht ewig zu halten sind, denn es ermüdet die Datenhexen und Bitmagier zu sehr, die Barrieren stabil zu halten und die Insel zu festigen. So musste das Fest enden. Aber die Prinzessinnen und Baumeister, die Steinmetzinnen und Magier, sie wollten alle dem Volk noch ein Geschenk machen. So dachten sie nach, was sie ihnen geben könnten. Und am Ende kam man überein, das Einzige und Beste, was sich eignete, würden die Baupläne der Insel sein. Denn auch wenn es viele Magier und Ritterinnen und Prinzessinnen und Baumeister und Steinmetzinnen und so viele weitere brauchte, um diese Insel zu bauen, so sollte es möglich sein, stattdessen viele kleine Inseln zu entwerfen und sie mit magischen Wegweisern zu verbinden. So könnte sich jeder Hackspace-Clan eine eigene kleine Insel bauen und man könnte sich gegenseitig besuchen, solange die Seuche weiter wütet. Man schrieb eine große Bekanntmachung und sandte sie mit RFC-konformen Tauben in alle Himmelsrichtungen. Die Magier würden nun zunächst ein wenig ruhen und dann einen Ort schaffen, um die Baupläne öffentlich auszuhängen. Man war sich einig, dass Alpha Centauri in diesem Falle nicht reichen würde. Die Dörfer empfingen die Tauben und lasen die Pläne und schufen ihre eigenen Inseln. Und es begann ein reger Reiseverkehr zwischen den Inseln und man besuchte sich und sprach und hackte. Denn das ist, was dieses Volk der Nerds, das man auch Chaos nennt, tut. Gemeinsam arbeiten für eine bessere Welt. Und sie alle wussten, wenn sie nur zusammenhalten und gemeinsam stehen, dann würde man auch diese Zeit überstehen. Und wenn die Server nicht geschmolzen sind, dann hacken sie noch heute.
There we go, just right when I said that.
Ja, das war diese Geschichte. Ich hoffe, es hat euch gefallen. Sowohl hier auf der rC3 als auch dieses kleine Märchen. Und wer genau aufgepasst hat, hat gemerkt, wir sind noch nicht ganz am Ende angekommen. Also viel Spaß heute Nacht. Viel Spaß beim Bau eurer eigenen Inseln. Alles Gute und auf ein besseres 2021.
Now at Master Control, where Tron is made, ready to possibly go on the Jitsi
Wir
block.
sind eins.
This is odd. Oh, I guess these are all the sponsors. Because Chaos Computer Congress now has sponsors. That's it. That's it. Das Boot. That's good. So I think we're done now. We are free! I'm gonna mute the music here. And we're just gonna quickly see, because I know there's probably after party stuff. The entire IRC chat is blowing up right now, and again, just because of rules and stuff, I don't want to like accidentally dox them. I wish I knew that. So they moved it from Xhine to RC1, and they didn't tell anybody. Just like the time when they switched these two by accident. So the Hacker Jeopardy is going. So if they're open, I think on Twitch we're probably gonna invade them. It seems that CrotoWorks is still doing talks, but we are basically is 2:30. This is going on way longer than I thought this was going to go for. So weeb stuff. We're basically good. But yeah, that. So I guess that's in a nutshell. If we can get to the home menu here, that was the Chaos Computer Congress. And I'll give a quick summary compared to the long-winded stuff I did last time. I did enjoy myself. I thought it was. I'm like somewhere. I want to say good. It's not okay. It was good. Some parts of it were great. But I can't And, I'm also thinking, this is the first time, it's not the first time they virtualized talks, which I can definitely condemn them for like accidentally switching twice they accidentally didn't know which thing they were broadcasting on and broadcasted on the wrong stream. But in terms of virtualizing the con itself with like meetups and stuff, I think this was like an okay shot. Honestly, I do feel like Hope and DEFCON did the community virtualization part a lot better. Even though I have criticisms with how cramped Discord was on DEFCON and that, I didn't really have any much problems with the dot matrix element, despite the fact that it was dot matrix element. But there was also issues with there, especially with some of like the way they handled the workshops, which was very confusing the first day or two before they just opened it up to everybody. But I honestly felt like Hope, DEFCON, and even Black Hat, I feel like did the community part a bit better. I do like the little idea of like the little 2D world. If I can get my cursor here, I do like the idea of the 2D world that you can launch. That's cool. It's a nice idea, but I think it's needed like an open public month of like beta testing, before this would have been like properly done and implemented. God, look at that guy. Wow, that guy's like, some people have ants in their pants in this virtual world. It's like, this is really cool. This reminds me of when Hope did the Open AMD project where everyone's badge had little microcontrollers on them. And so you were able to like look at this like 2D map sort of thing and see where people were. But again, we only got the 2D. Oh wow, that guy's 2650. Look at this guy over here. This guy all the way in the corner. This guy wearing the hacker shades. Look at this. He's 2650 right now. Going 50, just enough points beyond 2600. Props to him. I just wanted to point that out. But note that like first we had a rough 3D map with the Open AMD project, right? This is like a weird way to practice social distancing. But the second thing is that we didn't get the 2D map working, which was supposed to be the original map for Open AMD, because I was someone who was on that project. Like not even doing the coding stuff, even though I did get to look at some of the code. We didn't get to do the 2D map, and it worked, but that was the second con. It literally took 2 years to get the map tracking badges and the 2D stuff working. So I think this is needed to be tested, and I particularly think it needed to really be tested out with people who are outside of Germany, and people also who, especially with how many talks, which I thought were great about disability, I felt like the 2D world kind of let down with like the sort of like, okay, like, okay, I'm here. Why am I getting all these video and audio messages? Can I just cancel? Shouldn't I get an option if I want to be in it or not? Well, if it's not an option, I should just go into like, there should be an option. There should be in the settings menu. I should be able to turn that off. But the settings is only the video quality, and you have to find out, which we did later, that you have to go into your profile in the con. So I'm going to exit out of this. You have to go to the profile, your little icon here, in the convention, to then find the option to turn off audio video chat for everyone. Before that, we were actually editing the website code in order to disable that. So it could be way better in accessibility, because even abled people like myself were confused by this website. So it needed better accessibility, and part of that would have been better documentation. And the other thing is that they just need to, if they're going to do online, even if it's just partially online next year like they usually do, they need more translators, because some of the talks were done by like the village, the assemblies, aka the villages. Like what DEFCON would call them villages. In America, we call them villages. In CCC, they call them assemblies. And like there was things like that awesome woman sex worker, and there was a bunch of police brutality stuff that unfortunately for everyone outside Germany has not seen the light of day, and I don't even know if they're ever going to be translated, because since they weren't on the main track, they didn't have English translations. And the key there is that, then you could argue, well, then, which they did have, it's like, well, then, if it's English, they should also do Spanish and stuff, but at least with an English translation, because English is so widely used, once you have an English translation, you can then more direct, instead of finding specifically German to this language, translate in other languages. So it's just, as both an English speaker and accessibility stuff, this should have needed more documentation, more testing, I would rather have a blank chat platform. Like, I had a great time with my usual, like, being an IRC to me was a lot more pleasant of an experience in terms of usability and stuff. IRC than the world was. I'm not saying the world was bad. I think it was a good idea. It's just, I have a feeling next year, if they bring back the world, the 2D world, or make it like even a 3D world, they'll probably do a better job because now they know what to do and what not to do. So I think they did good with the talks, even though there should have been more translators. As usual, I think they did good to great with the talks, and I think they did kind of okay-ish good, like okay-ish whatever, when it came to like doing the spontaneity user interactions, especially since I didn't know where to search for, because again, lack of documentation, everything was confusing. But I just want to mention, overall, I really did enjoy, the Remote Chaos Computer Congress this year. I just think it was just more rough around the edges. Yeah, exactly. I'm not saying it's terrible, but the user experience was worse than IRC. I will say, though, Slack still takes the crown in terms of terrible usability, so at least in my department. So, yeah, and by the way, you probably noticed that I have messages I need to check on here. I'm not checking them because, one, I don't want to accidentally dox people who have messaged me, and two, I'm not going to get into any details. You can ask around for this, but apparently, I can't confirm or deny this, but apparently there was a message being sent around that was, if you saw what was kind of going on in MagFest, it was a similar message for Chaos Computer Congress. And not only do I want to get into drama that I don't have any recon for or understand, I also am putting like a threat modeling element out there that whether or not this stuff is true, like for example, when we had Hope the last time physically, Circle of Hope, this is why Hope 2020 was better. We had Chelsea Manning as a keynote, who was amazing and was super nice and went with the flow, and she wasn't bitchy or anything. Like honestly one of the best keynote guests we have ever had. I think actually that year we knocked it out of the park in terms of keynotes with Circle of Hope. But just because of the virtue that was Chelsea Manning, because she's a progressive trans woman who also was a whistleblower and did what she did, the alt-right came out in droves, and because of also the stupidity of some of the Hope staff, which I don't care about getting, but I can say that because I don't give a shit. Because to me, in order to solve a problem, you need to acknowledge a problem, and that was the problem. Was, I'll put it bluntly, the PR team and security team was dead asleep, and Bernie S did not help with any of that at all, to the point where I wanted to like shoot him with a bazooka. I don't, again, advocate for violence. This is just fantasy violence because I just want to express how frustrated I was during that. And I was just someone who worked at Radio Statler. Even though I'm known around the con, I'm just some, like, peon who does interviewing stuff and overlooks the little Radio Village area. Not even the RF Village, just the college radio-type broadcast we do, even though I love it. And I was frustrated. Like, that was... Hope, by the way, just as a quick summary, a Circle of Hope last time, what was it? Back in, like... Yeah, it was 2018. It feels like it was like 18 years ago, wasn't it? I would say it was like 92, 93% good. Like, honestly, if I look at it, it's like the third best Hope that I've ever been to, which says a lot. There's only the top three, so third best Hope. But the remaining like 8% was just so goddamn awful, it ruined it. This, with Chaos Computer Congress, was great, and even though it's not a death, I would say its problem was a death by 1,000 cuts. There wasn't any truly major errors, as far as I could tell, but there was just so many smaller ones that just, like, you kept getting in the way. It was like trying to like wade through like a quicksand, and so it just drove you crazy because there wasn't like what, to use a New Jersey analogy, it wasn't just one giant Massachusetts-sized pothole and that was it. It was just so many potholes in the Jersey City road that you need a brake job and new tires and shocks, and you're just pissed. Like, that's what happened in terms of the usability, in my opinion, with rC3. It's almost like Hope in 2018 and this year's Chaos Computer Congress had like the opposite problem. Even though one was physical and one was digital. But I did enjoy myself. There was a lot of great talks. I can't wait to rewatch a bunch of things that I missed out because of things being broadcasted at 6 a.m. German time. I had a lot of fun talking with all of you folks out here. Getting to interactive chat was awesome. We got a bunch of donations. So even if I want to meet goal by New Year's, and we're going to post details about that, and I'm going to let it slip in a moment what we're going to do, but Even if we don't make them, I'm just happy that during this, a bunch of you guys donated to help sick kids. Like, that really does mean a lot to me because I'm not a terrorist. So thank you all for that here. In fact, what I'm actually going to do right now is I'm not going to tell the value amounts because I do have them open here. I'm going to attempt to read the names of, or the usernames of what we currently have, who's currently donated so far. So I just want to give Spanx out to some people here because, you know, we jum and thank you to the 2 anonymous donors from Inaniland. Thank you, Semic. Thank you, Explode. Thank you, crazy Unicode name that I can't properly read. Thank you, Superhero 1, and also thank you for the raid. He said, God bless you, and Explode also said, Yee. And thank you, WA7N3, or I think I originally called him Watney because it's 7 as a T and a 3 as an E in Leet speak, but I think WA7N3 is what they prefer to be called. So thank you to all of those people who have donated so far. You are all Hacker Santa Claus, and you've made a bunch of kids their day. And again, even when we're not streaming, which by the way, we're going to be streaming tomorrow, even though it'll actually be at a time that we will enjoy for once. Compared to this week. Honestly, the time schedule was worse than Hope. Like Hope, they had keynotes at noon, but at least I could sleep most of the day and then prepare for noon. Waking up at like 7 a.m. or 4 a.m. even in the morning just to see a specific talk that you want, or even worse, a workshop because those aren't recorded, was just brains fried. I'm gonna take a victory nap after this. But we are gonna be streaming tomorrow. But even when we're not streaming, I'm gonna post this one last time. If you're on Twitch, we have a little widget for Tiltify where you can donate $1, $3, or $10, or $20, or $50 to help out sick kids with the Child's Play charity, which is what we've been doing. We want to be Hacker Santa Claus and get kids rehabilitation equipment and cool toys and stuff who have COVID, who have physical and mental disabilities, who grew up in domestic abuse environments, who have to suffer through G.I. Jack attempting to, I call him a big kid, is trying to navigate Jersey City with a e-skateboard and somehow has not completely died yet, so God bless him or not bless him on that. But you know, we're trying to make kids beginning of 2021 better than they are now. And so for you on DLive and YouTube and Facebook and all of you watching YouTube on tour, thank you. And there's the link where you can donate $1 or $3 in order to be Hacker Santa. Again, I get notifications for them, share them out. If you want to do this live, we're doing it live. Fuck it. We are streaming tomorrow. I believe the time's gonna be 9 p.m. Might be 8 p.m. by the end of this because we're gonna post stuff like way later tonight, like somewhere between 8 to 11 p.m. tonight. We're gonna post all the details. But currently, with our near final outline, we have it at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. That's December 31st. All the way up until at least an hour past, at least half an hour past midnight. We might do a half an hour, might do an hour, depending on how it feels. Also, I think I have to actually run out and do something, ironically, on New Year's because I can't enjoy myself. But we will be streaming. We are going to be part of the, actually, I can bring this up on the screen here. Let's do this. Let's go to defcon.org, and they should have the page for this. Basically, DEFCON is essentially doing a mini DEFCON for like 8 hours, and you can see all the promotions here, for New Year's. They're going to cover the entire span of New Year's. It's going to be like a one-day DEFCON, basically, for New Year's. And it's going to start at 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time and go until 2:30 a.m. in the morning Pacific Standard Time. We can easily cover that because we're 3 hours later. So we're going to start streaming at 9. And they're going to have contests. They have the awards, which you can vote on us for. The Darknet contest. They're going to have a MUD, a scavenger hunt, hacker history storytelling, hack the American, because right now German Hacker Jeopardy is going on. We're going to have Hacker Jeopardy, and here's the last instant reward for the stream. Where they're doing a capture the flag, appropriately tiled, hack the planet, and stuff like that. But let's look down here, because there's a ton of stuff, but let's look at some of the groups that are involved in, like, the parties. So we need a cocktail lounge, and here we go. We are hosting the Route 2020 Pseudo Shutdown -R New Year's Halloween Party. Yes, I came up with that name. ourselves. We're starting at 9 p.m., so that's GMT minus 5. That's 21. So let's see. So I'm going to do the stupid counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, we're starting at 9. I think we're going to keep that time schedule. This is our preliminary schedule here. All I can tell you is we're going to attempt to torture me and N Commander, and we have the ideas of what to do. My torture is really easy to set up for charity, and Commanders is going to be a whole other thing. And then we're going to play Among Us, a popular game. So you can actually log in and play with us. We might play a little bit Jackbox Party, but we're definitely going to play Among Us. And then the 10 minutes from 11:50 to midnight, we're going to stop the game, do the final countdown, and cheer Happy New Year. We're going to take a whatever group picture we have here, and we might screenshot the chat if we have permission to, because that's another thing. We're going to be opening up a Jitsi room that we're going to post tonight just for this. And then we're going to continue to play Hackers Among Us, and then end the stream and celebrate Happy New Year. And then on New Year's Day is the New York City 2600 meeting. So you'll probably see us again, but not on live stream. But yeah, we're going to live stream pretty much at 9 p.m. tomorrow Eastern Standard Time. That's December 31st, going into New Year's, or nude beers, or nude beers, as I like to call it, into January 1st, about half an hour to an hour afterwards, or how far everyone thinks they can go with this. And we're going to be goofing off. We're going to be playing Among Us. You're going to see me getting tortured for charity. You're going to hopefully see N Commander finally get tortured for charity. It's going to be a lot of fun, especially with the torturing. But yeah, you can catch us tomorrow. And this is part of the actual core DEFCON New Year's special. We are so thankful and so proud to be invited to do this New Year's celebration with the rest of the DEFCON staff and the rest of these other villages and groups, such as the Hacking Hardware Village and the Ham Radio Village and QueerCon, Red Team Village, which is honestly a godsend. Sky Talks, I was at SkyNet. Sky Talks is coming back. They're not going to do talks, but they are just going to hang around and chat, so that's cool. And like VetCon and stuff, and there's going to be DJ music all night. It's just going to be absolutely fucking amazing. So that's what we're going to do. Hopefully you can check us out then. Anyhow, I'm going to default to our actual main website that's done by Cyril. We're going to go back to Face. Right now, what we're going to do for all of you folks out there on Twitch, we are going to, I'm loading up, wrong tab. I'm going to load up Twitch right here, and we are going to find a channel, which I believe I already know, but I need to still set this up anyhow, to go raid. Hopefully we'll be able to raid an actual CCC channel so we can see Hacker Jeopardy. Was that guy wearing a Santa hat building shit? What the fuck? Oh, that's what he's doing. He's wearing a Santa hat too. That's amusing. If not, we'll just raid some awesome tech or makers person stream like we normally do here. Yeah, so Kit Bogota is on. Oh, I didn't go to live. There we go. All right. Yeah, Kit Boga's on. Game Dev. Wow. Frickin' Neurotically Yours is streaming. So that's what I mean. We're streaming early, so it's like we actually get to see shows that we normally don't see at this time and early enough. Heart Support streaming. Oh my god, this guy's actually doing software defined radio. That was the headache we had last night with the CTF that we still haven't solved yet. I'm just glad that we got as far as we did, especially with Cyril's help. So let's see here. We have the chill. Kraken Crypto is back. That's neat. I thought, unless I'm reading this wrong because my eyes are about to fall out, because I am definitely taking a victory nap after this. I honestly thought one of the here it is. Okay, we're gonna raid the Chaos West TV, so you guys can watch Hacker Jeopardy. It's going to be in German, but I think you're going to enjoy this because you kind of get to see the origin of where the Hacker Jeopardy from DEFCON and some of these other contests, like I think besides Las Vegas does the $10,000 pyramid, and like the Hackers Got Talent, like the idea for like contests where, if I remember correctly, at least known for contests. There might have been some cons, maybe SummerCon or RubyCon did it earlier, but definitely the modern day incarnation was definitely inspired by CCC. So, as I kind of point out here again, thank you for everyone who is currently watching the live stream. I can't wait to see you tomorrow for New Year's at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to play games, all of us are going to get tortured and do photo bombing and eat food and laugh and drink. It's going to be fun. We'll check out other streams. It's going to be a cool thing to be part of Core DEFCON for once. Invited, by the way, which we're honestly blown away and impressed by. So hopefully we'll live up to their standards, because I know scheduling with them has been confusing. No problems at their end. They've been really responsive. Because especially we're doing the CCC stream, that's been driving us nuts. But I hope to see you tomorrow at 9 p.m. And I hope to also see you next year in 2020, where we're going to debut new shows. There's going to be new episodes of the current shows you love. And we're going to have our meeting, I believe it's going to be on January 15th. And we already have the next 6 months planned out roughly of what we're going to do with those streams. So I'll either see you tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for New Year's, or I will see you at the next meeting on January 15th, or any of my shows like Master of Unlocking or Crypto Barons, or any of the other shows that we do. So I hope you enjoyed the Chaos Computer Congress streams. Thank you for watching. Make sure to hit that bell, like, share, and subscribe. Follow on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and Facebook. Definitely donate, even if we're not streaming to Child's Play. Even if you only have $1 or $5, it makes a huge difference, because it's going directly to hospitals for kids, even if we don't meet our goal. Good charity. I think that would be good for it. Hack the Planet. Actually, let me hit the raid button here. I forgot to do that, because I know this is incredibly slow for no reason. Oh, wait. We can't raid the... Oh, that's lame. Okay, you know what we're going to do? So for once, we're not going to raid the channel, but hopefully we'll be able to host it. So this is going to be the first time we haven't raided something, but we're going to attempt to host it. If we don't, then we'll just host a different channel. So still stick around if you're watching on the live stream, because we're about to try to host this channel. So anyhow, like I said, Hack the Planet, Dirty Jersey represent, and remember, as they said on the stream, you don't want to see that guy come. Peace. See you tomorrow for New Year's. Hope your 20 ends with a bang and not with that type of bang. Hack the Planet.
You must be missing me so bad. When you left, you said that I don't deserve you, but